Olá, ótimo dia a todos e todas. Quero convidar a todas também que possam tomar seus assentos para a gente dar início ao nosso evento daqui a pouquinho, em alguns minutinhos. Até já. Olá, muito bom dia a todos e todas. Excelente manhã de terça-feira. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês.
An excellent Tuesday morning. It's a pleasure to have you here this morning, and I would kindly request those of you who are here in person, please mute your cell phones. On the way into the auditorium, there are simultaneous interpretation headsets for you to understand better the conversation that we're going to have this morning. I am Cynthia Martins. I will be here with you today and tomorrow for us to talk about industry strategies for low carbon economy. Well, to limit the increase of global temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius before the end of the century, the countries that have signed the Paris Agreement are being demanded to present increasingly more ambitious goals for reduction of greenhouse effect gases emissions. On the last conference of the United Nations about climate change, COP26, Brazil has committed to reduce by 37% its absolute emissions before 2025 and by 50% before 2030 in order to reach climate neutrality in 2050. And to contribute to that challenge, the National Confederation of Industry has designed a set of recommendations to be developed in a partnership between the government and the industry in order to accelerate the consolidation of low carbon economy in the country. Our conference, Industry Strategy for Low Carbon Economy, has the objective of discussing the opportunities of business for decarbonization of industry and the challenges to meet the Paris Agreement based on four pillars: energy transition, carbon market, circular economy, and forest conservation. In these 2 days, we are also going to debate subjects that are relevant, such as climate funding, in addition to themes included in the United Nations Conference on climate change in COP27, which is going to take place in November this year in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. This event is held by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, together with SENAI, the National Service of Industrial Learning, and also with SESI, the Social Service of Industry. We have the following sponsors: ArcelorMittal, Engie, Gerdau, Grupo Iveco, Suzano, and Tetra Pak. And other sponsors are Institute Amazon Plus 21, International Chamber of Commerce in Brazil, and the Consulate of the Netherlands. Now, I would like to invite to our conversation to come to the floor. I would like to show you a video for the opening of our conference before I give the floor to the speakers.
Você já pensou o que precisa ser feito hoje para que ele seja melhor amanhã? como as novas gerações vão escrever sua própria história. É preciso preparar jovens e profissionais para as mudanças do mundo, com ambientes que possibilitam o crescimento e estimulam a inovação. A indústria vê o presente com esse olhar no futuro, com mais produtividade, com mais competitividade, com mais empregos. Assim, atua na educação básica e profissional com metodologias inovadoras. Investe na segurança e saúde de profissionais e de seus ambientes de produção. Onde muitos veem apenas máquinas, a indústria olha para novos empregos, geração de renda e uma economia mais forte. Acredita que pesquisa é mais que investimento. E sabe que precisa de profissionais capacitados para que as mudanças e descobertas aconteçam. Defende a inovação e possibilita que recursos sejam melhor utilizados e revoluções saiam do papel, tanto no setor público quanto no privado. É assim que CNI, SESI e SENAI trabalham para a indústria brasileira, para que ela seja mais competitiva, inovadora, global e sustentável. Porque o fazer agora é colocar nas suas mãos hoje o futuro que você deseja amanhã.
Seguimos então, convidando.
So let's invite to the stage the President of the National Confederation of Industry, Robson Braga de Andrade, to come to the stage, please. Can you come up through the ramp? So he will be accompanied by the State Minister of the Environment, Joaquim Álvaro Leite. We are also going to have the Ambassador of the European Union in Brazil, Ignacio Ibanez. Federal Congresswoman, Carla Zambelli. Also, the president of the Brazilian Service to Support Micro and Small Companies, National SEBRAE, Carlos Melles. And online today with us, the ambassador of Egypt to Brazil, Wael Abulmad. To welcome here, please, the host of our conference, the president of CNI, Robson Braga de Andrade. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet everyone and to thank the presence of the Minister of State and Environment, Joaquim Álvaro Leite. It's a huge pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you very much for your full support and the work you have been doing in favor of environmental issues in Brazil. I would also like to greet the Ambassador of Egypt to Brazil, Wael Abulmad, who is online attending our conference. I would like to greet the head ambassador of the delegation of the European Union in Brazil, Ignacio Ibanez, the Federal Congresswoman, Carla Zambelli, representing the legislative branch, our partner. I would like to greet the president of SEBRAE, Carlos Melles, a big partner of ours. And I would like to greet all presidents of federations and directors of CNI present here, represented by Antonio Sivan, and also the representative of sector-specific associations of the manufacturing industry, represented by Sinesio, who's here present with us. Thank you all very much. I would like to thank you all for your presence here today. Everyone who accepted our invitation to discuss the strategy for the low carbon economy, a fundamental theme for the future of the companies in Brazil. I would like to greet business leaders, authorities, Congress people, Brazilian and foreign panelists, representatives of our partner organizations who are working very enthusiastically for sustainable development. The reports of the United Nations and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change highlight that the world must urgently deal with two important challenges. First, It is the transformation of production models and consumption habits to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to hold the global warming. The other is the adoption of measures aimed at adapting and increasing countries' resilience to the devastating impacts of storms, floods, droughts, and other extreme events caused by climate change. Engage in the global efforts to decarbonize the economy, Brazil plays a relevant role in the negotiations of the Paris Agreement, the multilateral pact that aimed at controlling the rising temperature of the planet. So this position is a result of many initiatives and policies that have been adopted by governments and companies. Currently, renewable sources have a share of almost 50% in the Brazilian energy mix, which is one of the cleanest in the world. Brazil is also a pioneer in the production and use of biofuels. The Renova Bio program, which is an international reference, has defined decarbonization targets for the fuel industry and has contributed to the increase in sustainable energy supply in the country. In addition, we have the richest biodiversity and the largest rainforest of the planet. Our legislation is comprehensive and has advanced instruments and rules for the protection of natural resources that meet the strict world precepts. With these admirable features, we have gathered conditions to attract funds for climate finance, which would be important to consolidate our path towards green economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the crisis brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, we believe Brazil's effort to contribute to the global mobilization to fight climate change must come with adequate measures so the country can bounce back to sustainable growth. Economic growth with environmental responsibility is essential to reduce social inequalities and to guarantee the improvement of the population's quality of life. The manufacturing industry, which has always played an important role in the country's development, is essential for expanding investments in clean technology and creating solutions aimed at consolidating a low-carbon economy. That way, CNI has encouraged business initiatives and worked with the government so that the country can adopt a consistent plan for the decarbonization of our economy. The national strategy must be based on 4 pillars: energy transition, carbon market, circular economy, and forest conservation. Our proposals for these areas, which have been widely discussed with the production sector and with representatives of the government and other segments of society, were presented at the end of June to the president candidates of our country. The industry's expectation is to have the suggestions considered in the projects of the government to be elected in October, helping the country overcome adversities and evolve in the next 4 years. In order to reinforce our commitment to sustainability, we recently carried out inventories of greenhouse gas emissions at the headquarters of the National Confederation of Industry at SESI and SENAI's headquarters. And parallel to that, we are developing a set of projects aimed at reducing, offsetting, and monitoring carbon emissions in the national organizations of the industry system. This meeting held by CNI in partnership with SESI and SENAI is part of the initiatives that aim to broaden the debate on the transition to a low-carbon economy. It also aims to prepare the participation of Brazilian industry in the United Nations Conference on Climate Change, COP27, to be held in November in Egypt. I am sure that the industrial sector, which has been making significant investments in sustainable actions, to contribute to the fulfillment of the country's commitments in the Paris Agreement and to the construction of a better future for all Brazilians. I would also like, again, thank Congresswoman Carla Zambelli, who has supported us in the Congress, in the lower house, in the discussions of important topics related to environmental issues. We have been discussing clearly, transparently, and we have always been seeking an understanding. And also like to thank Minister Joaquim Leite, a great partner of the industry, has really made an effort so that we can take steps forward in Brazil, reduce carbon emissions, and to find the right path and paving it to a sustainable growth with a need of fighting actions and supporting them to a better climate around the world. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, the President of the National Confederation of Industry, Robson Andrade. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Carlos Meli, the President of the National SEBRAE. Please take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you all for the invitation. President Robson Andrade, as member of SEBRAE, we always look into partnership with SESI and CNI. The ambassador of Egypt, who is here virtually, well, Abdul Magdi, Ambassador Ignacio Ibanez from the European Union, Minister Joaquim, Congresswoman Carla, ladies and gentlemen, the President of SEBRAE in São Paulo, Marco Vignoli, who's also here with us today, all the delegates, directors of all the different federations represented here. I believe that the topic at hand, it comes from also the choice of the venue. We're here at a place that is conserved as this one, which is one that stands out to all of us here. Back then, because of my education background, and Minister Joaquim also has a similar one where we lived through the cycles in Brazil that were marked by the sugarcane, the coffee cycles, and then the age of industrialization during World War II. And we're having an opportunity now to take part in a cycle where is of great interest to the whole world, as all the other 7 billion inhabitants. That is the topic, which is environmental conservation. And it's curious to say that once again, we must thank God to live in a country as ours, as Brazil. We went through the cycle today. We're one of the greatest suppliers of fuel, and we have the largest conservation location in the world in terms of protecting our forests. And now with a new proposal, with the whole idea of accounting in terms of balancing, some will not be able to issue where others will have a surplus. And the inventory of surplus that Brazil has, no other country around the world is able to have. Our bank is quite big, and they will have to come to Brazil for carbon credit. And Minister Juca, President Robson, we were rolling out in the state of Rio Grande do Sul the hub of industrialization, and the CBN journalists came and we were talking about how when we start to accounting for the whole process, and we know we will have this whole process of possibility of the carbon credit and accounting for that and giving the right issuance to it, we will definitely surprise the whole world. So once again, our challenges, and Sebrae has been working with CNI, Grayley, and CNI working with Sebrae in terms of the innovation of our industry. And this is a proposal that we will carry on strongly and supporting in our agenda, because it is for the science, for technology that we're able to bring knowledge, and with all the amazing gifts that God has given us, the country that has the widest carbon credit bank in the world is ours, and it's one that is strong. And again, Brazil will have an important role. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation. President Robson, let's have a great event, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Carlos Melis. Now we will pass the floor to the Congresswoman, Carla Zambelli, please. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. So, President Robson, thank you for the invitation. And it's important now, and I should say that it's important in terms of the work that we've done in the last 14 months about the report of the bill for carbon credit. And it's something that was important when I was the president of the environmental committee, where I thought about the possibility of this project and taking paths that would not be one that most of our population would enjoy, which is our priority with the government Bolsonaro. Our concern during this process was to make it in a way that can really bring benefits to our country during this process for the global community, so that we can do our homework after COP26. We have the largest hydro basin around the world, largest forest, but we behave as if we were the underdog, where we see the criticism of the international press, of other at government administrations, and we don't value what we have in Brazil. We don't position ourselves as we should, as a nation that will actually be the forerunner in the world when it comes to the environment. And after the Paris Agreement, after COP26 that I was present, I believe it's important for us to really lead projects, as Minister Juca has really amazingly signed during the decree, so that we can take steps forward in terms of bringing the carbon market to Brazil. But in parallel to that, always talking to the industry, with NGOs, environmentalists, we were able to come to a composition that was one to please many. I know it's hard to get there. We had the manufacturing industry producing richness, the NGOs, the environmentalists, political parties, and the Ministry of the Economy. So we were able to really bring a composition that would please everyone. And we know that we were able with this text, with the help of CNI's team. And Robson, thank you very much. You have always been very helpful with us. And we were able that way to get to a text that will be one that will satisfy all. It's been around for 2-3 months. I know during the campaign it will be hard to have this approved, but I mean, thinking about it, and this is the goal here, to really get the best text. I mean, not only that, the parties, but also with the final word of the federal government. And we need to pay attention to what the world has been doing. It's over 60 carbon markets around the world, and most of the markets work with the one regulated by carbon. Our concern related to carbon board adjustment mechanism that will put forth by 2026 charge fees for the ones that are not aligned with what COP26 brings, and it will really make us as Brazil to be the forerunner, and also volunteering it. And the project has an interesting profile now, where we would be regulating it with the sectors that are ready to be in the carbon credit market, and we'll do an agreement and of CNME, which brought the market to feel more at ease. And this possibility of regulating it takes us far from charging taxes, and we know that's something that we do not want to have. It's something we should run away from it, especially in the cardboard adjustment mechanism, but for other markets that can also really charge taxes on Brazil. And we need to run away from that, and bringing a market that can bring to Brazil, the International Chamber of Commerce, approximately 100 billion, and I mean $1 billion for the next 10 years to increase in our GDP. So I believe it's a great opportunity to transform as well the reality of the north region of our country, bringing greater wealth to those who live from deforestation, can actually live off the maintenance of the standing forest. And I believe there are great opportunities to come. It's important for us to have certainty when we talk about legal aspects. The big goal here is to really have legal support so we can bring international investment and bring greater wealth to our country, always with the concern with the SMBs. Not everyone is ready to be in the regulated carbon market in Brazil, to have that concern with these small farmers, small factory owners, and this is also within the report mentioned, and deal with the equalities in a way that can be the same way, and the differences also deal in it where we can bring greater justice. So that's what I had. I'd like to thank Minister Juca for always being open for conversation. It's not easy to try to please all the stakeholders in a project as this one, but it's important for us to really have this open conversation with the executive branch, with the industry, with the environmentalists, and bring a composition that can work for all. Thank you very much, and great work and great session for us today. Thank you, Congresswoman Carla Zambelli of PSL in São Paulo, for your talk. And now I'd like to invite the ambassador of Egypt, from the European Union, Ignacio Ibanes, please. Good morning, everyone. Mr. President of the National Confederation of Industry, Mr. Robson Braga Andrade, Minister of the Environment, Joaquim Alvaro Pereira Leite, Ambassador, my colleague from Egypt and Brazil, El Abagmad, Congresswoman Carla Zambelli, President of SEBRAE, Carlos Melis. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here with you today in this event about low carbon economy and the agenda of the Brazilian industry. I would like to thank the National Confederation of the Industry for the invitation and the partners that were able to make this event possible. There are many European companies and also the Embassy of the Netherlands. The transformation for a sustainable economy is essential for the wellness of our society and of our planet. In our view, companies take on an essential role when it comes to creating an economy and a society that is sustainable and fair. This is definitely the right moment to really have a strategic meeting looking ahead into COP27 about environmental changes and also about biodiversity in Montreal. Both events will be a great opportunity for the international community to take part and take solid measures to stop climate change. Brazil and the European Union will be key partners in the negotiation. Despite all the differences, I believe there are convergence when it comes to the approach adopted by the European Union and Brazil when it comes to this topic. The project also addresses an important issue for the European Union, as the sustainable development is the backbone of the Green Agreement in Europe and is a pillar of our trade policy. And I'd like to take this time to just convey three messages that I believe are relevant for the conversations that we'll have in these 2 days of session. First of all, I would like to talk about the experience that we have in the European Union in the last few years when it comes to the instruments of setting carbon prices. The European Union in 2005 created the first big global market of carbon. And our experience in the last 17 years have shown us that the trade of carbon emissions is a mechanism that is quite efficient to reduce emission, making it possible also to use the revenues generated to support the transition for a cleaner production and to incentivize innovation. The European carbon market is not the only one. The number of markets and of emissions are expanding in many other economies. And there are already national systems that are already undergoing, being developed in Canada, China, Japan, New Zealand, South Korea, Switzerland, and the US. And the expansion of the carbon market allows to connect our market to the systems that are compatible. And this power of compatible systems together allow participants to use the units of other systems to be able to comply accordingly. The global aspect when it comes to the licensing of emissions produce a risk of carbon escape that will make the transfer of production of countries, as for instance the European Union, to other countries with less ambition.
If that risk comes true, the loss will be global because there will be no reduction in global emissions. For this reason, the European Commission has presented a proposal for regulation to create a carbon adjustment mechanism on the frontier. So this mechanism attributes price to exports of a limited number of goods based on their carbon content. The mechanism will be gradually introduced for some selected products. In the first years, there will be a simplified system to facilitate the implementation of the mechanism. The mechanism proposed assures that carbon prices will be the same for national and imported products, and as a consequence, it is non-discriminatory and compatible with the rules of the International Organization of Trade. So carbon markets are highly appropriate as instruments for the implementation of climate commitments. So the mechanism for adjustment, so it's a coherent with carbon markets, and it's also an invitation to our international partners to increase their climatic ambitions. Number two, I would like to briefly talk about how the European Union wants to assure that commercial tools will continue to promote responsible and sustainable value chains. To reach that objective, Europe will not reach a transformational change acting alone. Number one, we need circular economy. We need all public and private players to work together to configure a circular economy as a transformational engine through consumption and manufacturing that are sustainable and efficient use of resources. In this area, a global chain of value is the chain of plastics. We need to have ambitions that in future negotiations for a global instrument that is legally binding. Also, it will be fundamental for us to advance in the agreement of an association between the European Union and Mercosur. This agreement will support specifically sustainable trade and will seek to create predictability and resilience in our bilateral value chain. The European Union is strongly committed to signing this agreement so soon as we have conditions to do so. As announced by the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, we have a commercial agreement with the Mercosur, the most progressive chapter with regards to sustainable trade and development. However, we need to be twice as committed to our partners in Mercosur to find long-lasting solutions to deal with a threat that deforestation poses. With that aim, we are working especially with Brazil, an additional instrument to clarify the commitments in this area. Within that context, the European Union hopes that in Brazil we can reach policies and concrete progresses. So the commitments taken on by Brazil during COP26 in Glasgow are a very positive step. We need to translate it into concrete progress. One of the challenges is deforestation. Deforestation at global level is related to expansion of agricultural production, such as soybean and beef. Europe is a major consumer of those products. We want to avoid that those products and products that are resulting from deforestation are sold in the European Union. For this reason, recently we have submitted a proposal for regulation. The proposal includes 6 basic products: timber, beef, palm oil, soy, coffee, and cocoa. So it creates conditions for companies to make sure that their value chains will not transact products that are associated to deforestation and environmental degradation. So there is a demand of European consumers. The public consultation launched by the European Commission for this proposal was the second most popular in the history of the EU and has demonstrated a firm commitment of European citizens and action of the EU to fight deforestation. The regulation proposal will certainly define new requirements for the international trade. However, it is important to emphasize that sustainability goals also create new opportunities for direct business. The EU is working hard to drive this process. With these considerations, I would like to convey the second key message of my address here today. In dealing the fundamental challenges such as the protection of biodiversity, the support to human rights and indigenous lands, Brazil can attract more investments, technology, and innovation. And among many different impacts, may contribute to improve the productivity in the country. These issues also constitute a priority for Brazil to join the OECD, which we fully support. And we also want to say that companies need support uh, in the form of a very clear framework of policies. Recognizing this need, in February 2022, the EU has adopted a proposal regarding the diligence duty of companies in terms of sustainability. The objective of the proposal is to promote sustainable and responsible behavior by companies and to go deeper into the operations and governance of companies and to include issues related to human rights and environmental protection. Through this proposal, for the first time, companies that operate in the European Union market are going to have common and clear rules in terms of diligence, in terms of social environmental criteria. The European Union wants to continue working with Brazil to develop initiatives that will mutually reinforce each other in this area, including the development of voluntary sustainability rules, the support to multilateral alliances and industrial coalitions, such as supporting the different players through cooperation, international cooperation instruments. In this context, I would like to convey the final message of my address here today. We are seeing a new opportunity to work together and to give to the business industry in Europe and in Brazil the necessary tools for them to continue improving their work in the ESG agenda. In this manner, companies will have more incentive to continue being leaders in the transition of a more sustainable economy. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to hear what the Brazilian industry has to say about this very important topic. Thank you very much. We have heard the ambassador of the European Union in Brazil, Mr. Inácio Ibañez. Thank you very much for your talk. Now we are going to hear the ambassador of Egypt in Brazil, Mr. Wael Abou-Magd. Please, Mr. Abou-Magd, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you today. And at the outset, allow me to express my simple regret for not being able to be present physically with you for this very important, very timely event, and to engage with you all over the 2 days of this very important meeting. And of course, allow me to congratulate the organizers of the event, CNI, Senai, and SESI, and to acknowledge His Excellency Minister Joaquim Leite, President Robson Braga D'Andredi, President Carlos Melis, of course, Congresswoman Carla Zambelli, and my friend and colleague, Ambassador Ignacio Ibañez. I'm speaking to you today in my capacity as a special representative of COP27, designate Minister Sameh Shokri, who will be the president of COP27. And allow me to share with you some points, 4 points essentially, reflecting Egypt's priorities and vision for a successful COP27. First and foremost, implementation. After having spent 6 years since COP21 in Paris, negotiating and finally agreeing on the Paris Agreement work program, we believe, and I think everyone agrees, that it is high time that we move from negotiation to implementation. We must now focus our collective attentions on the full and active implementation of the Paris Agreement, as well as ensuring an effective follow-up on the pledges and commitments announced by various parties at Glasgow. Second, and despite the significant progress made in Glasgow, we are sensing that some aspects of the adaptation agenda, as well as the issue of loss and damage, and most importantly, climate finance, are still lagging behind. With this in mind, we are hoping to build on the political momentum from Glasgow to make further progress across the board. Science clearly tells us that despite recent efforts, we are still far behind, and there are gaps in achieving the Paris temperature goal, gaps on adaptation action, and a glaring gap in provision of climate finance. This means that we must make progress with regard to ambition in emission reduction and achieving a just energy transition by all. It means finalizing the technical aspects remaining to fully operationalize the Article 6 mechanisms, which Congresswoman Zambella just addressed in some detail. It also means making progress toward more effective, impactful adaptation action in order to address the stark realities outlined in the IPCC reports issued last month. Third point is that while the intergovernmental track is the core of the COP process, the reality of the matter is that all stakeholders must be appropriately engaged if we are to succeed in addressing this tremendous global challenge. To this end, we in Egypt have appointed an extremely able climate champion to lead our work in collaboration with the UK climate champion in linking the multilateral process to the full spectrum of stakeholders, from private businesses to MDBs, from academia and the scientific community to grassroots organizations, youth and women, indigenous peoples groups, cities, municipalities, and much more. The fourth point, and it pertains as well to the issue of implementation that I should share with you, is that Egypt has launched other events in parallel to the traditional intergovernmental negotiating process. Essentially, we will have a heads of state summit on climate action on the 7th and 8th of November, where we look forward to the continuation of the political momentum for pledges and more commitments to more ambition and action across the board on all issues. So that's a 2-day event. But also, we have what we are calling an action agenda, which is a collection of 11 thematic days. And this is very significant, I hope, for the participants in today's event, CNI and other representatives of industry in Brazil and around the world. I'll just go very quickly over the thematic days, and this is where the opportunity will be there for representatives of industry to engage with government representatives, financial institutions, the UN system, and civil society organizations and people working on the ground. We have a finance day, we have a science day, a youth and future generations day, a decarbonization day, which is an innovation of ours. It's a very important one. Adaptation and agriculture, gender, water, civil society, energy, biodiversity, and solutions. In addition to those thematic days, which I think will be the core of the activity for non-state players and other stakeholders, there will be a number of initiatives that the government of Egypt will be launching, and you can find a full listing of those initiatives and programs on the website of COP27. Distinguished participants, allow me to conclude my remarks by acknowledging that COP27 will take place at a time when the world is witnessing a confluence of global challenges. Most economies are still recovering from the economic and social impacts of a pandemic. Recovery has been uneven around the world, and many economies are still struggling and contending with slowdowns and even recessions. The geopolitical situation resulting from the war in the Ukraine is another seriously complicating factor. Yet, we cannot allow the effort to combat climate change to be a victim of these circumstances, nor should these circumstances be used as a pretext or justification to backtrack on commitments. Instead, we must all realize that time is of the essence and that delaying action will only make it harder and more expensive. We must also stress that no country should be left behind. Ours is a fragile regime, and we must ensure buy-in from all parties, or else the regime itself will suffer. Despite all of the challenges I just mentioned, we are hopeful. We are confident in the success of COP27 in delivering the necessary action needed. We are confident as well that civil society organizations, the private sector, industry, financial institutions are all, along with most governments, in a full realization of the gravity and urgency of the climate challenge. Youth and other constituencies are motivated and energized and see the potential in the transition to sustainability. Technology is making advances and renewable energy prices are dropping rapidly. Green hydrogen and other technologies hold great promise and are garnering attention and support worldwide. Brazil has been mentioned, of course, as a great example of an opportunity that exists with regard to the carbon trading and carbon market regimes being constituted at this time. So while there are challenges in meeting our commitments and obligations in decarbonizing our economies and reducing our emissions, there are very significant opportunities that we must work together to capitalize on to ensure a just transition for all. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stress what we as incoming COP27 presidency have reiterated in almost all of our pronouncements, namely that we can only succeed in dealing with the challenges of climate change if we develop and cultivate a sense of trust and mutual understanding and empathy, not only among states parties in the negotiating rooms, while that is extremely essential, but also between governments and all stakeholders. Our efforts must not be approached as a zero-sum equation. It has often been said that we are all in the same boat to the extent that it has almost become cliche. Yet it still bears repeating, since our collective success depends on every party and every stakeholder feeling and believing and indeed seeing that their interests, concerns, and priorities are taken on board. No one, as I said, should feel abandoned nor left behind. This requires that we listen carefully to each other and do our best to empathize with the concerns and challenges of others and take them on board while laying plans and taking action. So once again, allow me to wish you every success in your deliberations over these next 2 days and promise you that we here in Egypt, and that's the reason I'm not with you, I'm in Cairo in part of our preparations to host you and prepare for a successful summit, is to ensure that we have a successful, impactful, productive, and equally importantly, enjoyable COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. Hope to see you then. And once again, thank you for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Ambassador from Brazil, who was here with us remotely, Mr. Wael Abulmagden. Now, our guest here, I should pass the floor to our Minister of the Environment, Mr. Joaquim Leite. Good morning, Robson. Thank you for this invitation. It is a great honor to be here again at the House of our Industry. It's an honor to be the minister of this government that has a dream team in terms of ministries. Paulo Guedes, Minister, Caio Andrade, Petrobras, Daniela Marques, and Caixa Montezano, BNDES, Fausto, and Banco do Brasil. And as Marlies mentioned, and João Pedro now at TVM, helping us there create all that we've been talking about, this environmental asset that Brazil has. Brazil reached record of exports of agriculture. It's 400 billion in exports for the first semester of 2022, showing that there is an agricultural sustainable production, reducing unemployment. We should reach less than 9% unemployment until the end of the year, reducing the fuel consumption. The industry, this has been able to be done. Brazil record in wind production and sun energy, 14 kilowatts. That is a Itaipu plant installed as a solar energy plant. So the cost of this energy, making energy cheaper. So solar energy makes energy at lower cost and decentralized. And the wind energy, which is at 21 gigawatts and will triple, it is cheaper than what we have on our grid. So in Brazil, you can produce sustainably, always with 100% renewable energy. Another highlight is the profit of the state-owned companies of 87 billion reais, different from losses in the past, and the investment that the industry has been bringing of 900 billion reais investments in the private sector. I believe that is a big difference. The investments are being made now from the private sector that focuses on the efficiency of the use of resources much better than the public sector, and an administrative reform that was silent made by this government administration. Caio Andrade, now on Petrobras, has Gov Digital, which 130 million Brazilians registered, and that way we're able to reduce the number of employees. The lowest number since 2011 is the first government administration that returned with 19.5 in terms of expenses related to the GDP. By this year, we will have 18.9. This is an administrative reform that is silent, very important to the industry, because the industry needs to innovate. Brazil has more economic stability. The world has inflation. Brazil has been growing, and I should call your attention to all that we've been doing together. And never the environmental ministry has worked integrated with other ministries, agricultural, Ministry of Economy, of Mines and Energy, of Science and Technology. This is a management approach that is efficient, integrated ministry for a different economy. In terms of the Minister of Environment, and I asked, Robson, I got this tablet here where it's one to generate penalty, different from that. What before was just simple to just bring penalties to the industry, to reduce by blaming. This ministry of our government administration is a partner of the private sector. We need to encourage green economy, to create it, and there will be emissions till 2050. With the renewable energy, with the technology capacity that you have, we will reach this in an intelligent manner where there will be a climate solution that will be profitable for the entrepreneur, for people, and for nature. That is the only way for the world to find a new green economy. We need to improve people's quality of life. People will use products of the industry, consume it, and will reduce emissions. So there's a possibility by creating intelligent solutions and partners of the private sector to bring scalability to the new green economy. The ministry has done that, for instance, with the Climate Fund that can finance biomethane and green hydrogen. BNDES is the instrument to make this available to you. And what we did was to take on these resources looking at the private sector. An important program that we also did together with the Mines and Energy Ministry with Bento and Buterki is zero by methane. So we were able to have biogas and biomethane increase of the equipment industry. So we have now biomethane, and we really called attention to this concept. It's important to have this as an added revenue to the project as you reduce methane from organic residue, and you can generate credit to bring extraordinary revenue to projects that could not have economic feasibility, and also the specific funding of the Climate Fund I referred to, and also another action regulating the carbon emission, which is the birth certificate of the market. And we brought something that was quite innovative, a single platform to register and show transparency and environmental integrity and not double accounting. And we also have a mandatory process where the sector needs to be aligned with the national commitment, which is climate neutrality by 2050. The industry will benefit, the energy industry, the low carbon industry, pulp and paper are ready to go to take advantage of the regulated carbon market, extraordinary revenues for the green economy. We go from liability to assets. And what's most important, we bring opportunity within this whole hub of registration where you can have the footprint of the carbon production Brazil. Few have taken a look at this detail. We have there a hub of transaction of carbon credit and methane, but we also have the carbon footprint of the economic activity in Brazil. This will be an add-on when you export. When you export a Brazilian product, we were talking about cement and steel and agricultural products. So we think about carbon footprint. Brazil has one of the lowest in the world because we've already gone through our energy transaction. There's a whole activity, for instance, agricultural one that has been working on these resources. So we need to use the platform of carbon credit to record also the carbon footprint of Brazil and to fight back clearly the adjustment of the frontier that the European Union proposes. Brazil is against that, since everything that is related to climate needs to be discussed multilaterally with the climate conference. Whatever has to do with trade should be discussed within the World Trade Organization. So we have to take that into the most important. We can't bring climate to the trade discussion. So we're going to work with the COP, working that way, because this is not a multilateral adjustment. This would need to be negotiated accordingly. And what have we done? Melis talked about my origin as a coffee producer and looking into this environmental asset. We already created the carbon market. You have the first environmental asset together with CVM. We are starting to look into the native vegetation environmental asset, and Melissa says. So we have a bank that no other country has that is native. So there is much carbon in all our biomes, and that's why I should say that's not forest, because necessarily because there are some biomes with many important characteristics to it. And our proposal is to bring, other than carbon, the conservation and improvement of biodiversity, conservation of water supply, soil, environment, and other ecosystem resources. And that way we'll start to recognize the asset in a way that can monetize and able to bring accounting to it, and then we're able to have much of the forest with remuneration. And we also negotiate with other 174 countries the agreement that reduces the pollution of plastic around the world. Together with another 174 countries, it's an agreement, and we will be reducing plastic around the world, one that is legally binding, so that we can confirm the reduction of plastic around the world, which is an important topic for Brazil. Geopolitics have changed with the pandemic, with the Ukraine war. The world has been seeking countries that are neighboring countries, friends, and with green energy, and that is Brazil. There will be a reindustrialization in some regions as the Northeast, which will be the green industrialization. We want to clean energy with safety specifically for Europe. If you want to be green, if you want to be social, if you want to be sustainable, come produce in Brazil, the country with the highest level of cheap green energy around the world. With COP27, as it was mentioned here, it will be the COP of the sustainable industry in partnership with CNI. We will be there with our booth, CNI, PEC together, and you are invited to take part. It will be COP of the sustainable energy and renewable energy. The challenge is energy, renewable energy with surplus and cheap. And Brazil, because of our characteristic of wind and solar energy, we have 20 gigawatts that will reach 60 of wind energy, solar that will actually have a fifth-fold increase, and also an opportunity that is huge of offshore wind, which is a frontier in the Brazilian Sea to produce the cheapest energy offshore, because we have 11,000 kilometers on our coast, constant wind, no thunderstorm, and 700 gigawatts to be installed. That's what the world is looking into in Brazil, and Brazil will export clean energy, transforming this surplus of 50 Itaipu power stations and offshore geography. So to show that Brazil is part of the change of climate and also of neutral emissions. So once again, you're all invited to take part of the climate conference with CNI. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the Ministry of the Environment, Joaquim Leite. I would like to thank you all that were here with us at the beginning of the session. I'd like you all to take your seats in the audience so that we can carry on with our event. Thank you, Congresswoman Carla Zambelli, Ambassador Ignacio Ibanez, also President of CNI, Robson Andrade, also Carlos Melis from National Assembly, and our virtual participation of the Ambassador of Egypt in Brazil, Wael Abulmagd. So we will now carry on with our sessions, ladies and gentlemen, as it was already brought by COP27, IEA, the International Energy Agency, generated a report for liquid energy at zero emission by 2050. The roadmap takes into consideration also the political and policies and also the important investment and the economic benefits and the broader implications to our country. And it's also quite questionable if these liquid zero emissions will be able to be reached by 2015 with a goal to increase or reduce global temperature in 1.5 and what that would mean to the energy market. So we now invite the IEA to show the evolution of this roadmap and the impact of the energy crisis due to the impact of the Ukraine war to the global energy market and to the benefit of the climate change and its safety. So I'd like to invite now the senior advisor of the Global Dialogue for IEA, Mr. Werk Hussar, who will be talking now as our keynote address, Global Energy Transition. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here with you virtually today to share a couple of points on global energy transitions with you and this distinguished audience. So first of all, let me also relay best regards from our Executive Director, Dr. Fatih Birol, who could not be here today with you to take on this engagement, but he attaches great importance to this kind of dialogue. So it's a great pleasure for me to share a couple of points on his behalf. And with that, let me jump directly to the substance. I just have to maximize the presentation here, and off we go. So it was already mentioned several times, the discussion about global emissions from the energy sector. And basically over the past 2 decades, we've seen steady growth, as we know, in these emissions. And so from before Paris, we essentially were on a trajectory that would have taken us to 3.5 degrees global warming, so catastrophic pathway. And with the Paris Agreement that has already been mentioned as well, we have essentially bent the curve to some extent already. So in our stated policy scenario at the IEA, we incorporate all the policies that have been legislated or incorporated into regulations. And so here you can see that the stated policies that are in force today take us to this stated policies trajectory, which is in line with still 2.6 degrees of global warming, which is still huge, well, still catastrophic in terms of the outcome on the ground. And we have now seen pledges being made in the run-up to Glasgow and at Glasgow to reach net zero, but also updated nationally determined contributions, NDCs. And these are incorporated in our announced pledges scenario, where we say if all these pledges that have been made would be implemented as announced, and this takes us to this yellow line here, the announced pledges scenario. And as you can see, this is about 40% lower than the stated policy scenario. But what you can also observe, of course, there is the remaining gap to the net zero to 2050 scenario, which is the one that is in line with the 1.5 degree warming that we try to achieve. So this is the remaining ambitions gap, as we call it. And what happens between today and 2030 essentially determines if we will be able to achieve all the large savings that are there between 2030 and 2050, because decisions today lock in emissions, and decisions today set the track for innovations to happen that will enable these savings. So as we can see, net zero by 2050 is a huge ambition. But the announced pledges that are in place now already start to shape global energy markets. So on this graph here, you can see that under the stated policy scenario, so that is in line with what is in place today, we still see oil demand growing until 2030 to 103 million barrels per day. We see gas demand growing by 15% until 2030. And also we see an acceleration in solar PV and wind generation. But if you look at what happens in the announced pledges scenario, you see that this is the scenario that starts really bending that curve. Under the announced pledges scenario, if every pledge would be implemented, we would see a peak in oil demand by about middle of this decade, 2026. We would see also gas demand peaking, and we would see a further acceleration in solar PV and wind generation. Had already just been mentioned that the prices here are very favorable, so this is but further accelerated even under the announced pledges scenario. Now, if we go further and take a look at where net zero would take us, we see the steep decline, of course, on this graph of the oil of the fossil fuels. So we have natural gas, oil, and coal really reducing, but not to zero, because here we assume that carbon capture and storage technologies will help to abate the emissions from the remaining coal, oil, and gas use that is in the system in 2050. The other important point here is the huge boom you can see here in wind and solar that really take on a big chunk now from the still relatively low base in the energy mix. Again, by 2050, a huge boom. And another point for Brazil, an interesting one, is the use of modern bioenergy here also is on a growth path to 2050 in the net zero emissions by 2050 scenario. Now, what has to happen?
Bom, parece que tivemos problema com a transmissão.
It sounds like
out for a moment. I hope I haven't missed too much. So I will continue from my last slide here. So check that you're seeing this. So for electric car sales, we would have to have 18 times more car sales, electric vehicles, and we would have to have an improvement of energy efficiency of 4% per year by the end of this decade to implement net zero by 2050. Bioenergy, again for Brazil, obviously an important point. I'd like to show you here that the share of modern bioenergy from 7% globally in 2020 is expected to then, in a net zero scenario, to account for close to 20% of total energy needs. And this compares with, for example, hydrogen use. We would have 100 exajoule in 2050 of modern energy biouse compared to 60 exajoules of hydrogen. So that here's a huge growth potential also for both these technologies, but bioenergy plays a major role in various forms. Now, if we look at milestones for this really ambitious pathway, we see that without getting into all the details, we can single out a couple of them. First of all, if the entire world wants to go to and now I'll have to quickly, I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. I understand my slides are not on the screen right now. Let me fix that. So I hope we are now back with the slides. Okay, sorry about that. So if we take a look at the milestones that are needed for this really ambitious pathways, we won't go through all of them, but in a report last year we have defined milestones for all of the different sectors that would be necessary if the entire world wants to reach net zero by 2050. Now, in such a world that really reaches that very ambitious goal, one of the points is that there would be no new oil and gas fields approved for development and no new coal mines or mine extensions. Essentially, one would work with the fields that have already been found and approved for development. And this basically is in line with the reduction that I showed earlier in that energy mix of oil and other fossil fuels in the mix. 50% of fuels used in aviation by 2040, for example, would have to be sustainable in the sense that either biokerosene or hydrogen would be used in aviation. And on hydrogen also we have a huge contribution that grows to 150 megatons low carbon hydrogen by 2030, to then also 435 megaton of low carbon hydrogen by 2045. So all these milestones, which we can not discuss right now, but which are contained in our report Net Zero by 2050, would be needed to reach that very ambitious goal of reaching net zero globally by 2050. So let me move to the next slide. So preparing for the next phase of this transition needs a lot of innovation. Today, actually, we have about half of the technologies that achieve all of the needed emission savings by 2050. Half of those technology we already have, but the other half, close to the other half, is still under development. And so a big message from our report is that on all the technologies that are mentioned on these slides, and of course a huge range of others, we will need a lot of innovation to bring those from the lab to the market and to make their contribution to the CO2 emission reduction. And so this is hydrogen-based steel, advanced batteries, direct air capture, and building integrated storage. So there are, of course, a huge gamut of technologies that still need further innovation. Another important point is that international cooperation will be even more important in the future to actually achieve this kind of level of innovation in energy technologies. So, and again, another important point to push for. As a result of all of this, this push globally, we see a new global energy economy emerging. So from a point where clean technology investments are still way smaller than oil investments, in a net zero by 2050 scenario, clean technology investments overtake oil investments by 2030 and then grow further to really outsize oil investments by 2050, of course, by a huge amount. And here the big priorities that we single out here in the scenario are battery packs, wind turbines, and solar modules, the lion's share of these investments that we see. A cumulative $27 trillion of equipment would be needed to implement the net zero by 2050 scenario. So a huge market. In that market today, of course, international trade in this, we have oil, natural gas, coal, and critical minerals in international trade. But in a net zero in the announced pledges scenario, we see for the first time new energy-related resource trade in critical minerals, but new in hydrogen. And in the net zero scenario, the hydrogen trade then takes on a dominant role together with critical minerals for the energy transition, which is copper, lithium, all the materials that one needs to create the energy technologies for the energy transition. Now, just correcting the translation link, I got a message I should take action there. Apologies for that. I'm afraid I can't maximize the... So now I think it should work. Sorry about this brief interruption. Now back to the presentation. Again, looking at how investment trends are showing, at this point, investment is not at all in line in what would be needed to implement a net zero scenario, and also not even in line with the pledges. So to this year, 2022, estimated investments of 1.5 billion US dollar, 1 trillion dollar, and in line with our pledges, we would have to reach this level here, about 3,000 billion US dollars by 2030. And to reach 1.5 degree scenarios, so the net zero trajectory, we would have to have even more. So in clean energy technologies, still there is too little investment at this point to compare to what we have to reach by the end of the decade. And in terms of fossil fuels, we see a reduction already of investment in fossil fuels. And this compares now with this level here, about 1 trillion US dollar per year in 2030. But again, to reach the net zero trajectory, we would have to reach a level that is even lower. So there is still an investment trend mismatch with the pledges and the ambition to net zero globally. The final point here on the net zero scenario is that there are emerging energy security risks in the long term. If we look at oil supply today, it would lead to a much higher concentration of oil supply in the world. Today, OPEC has a share of 34% in oil supply. This share would raise to 52% by 2050 with a lower demand, total supply of oil globally, but concentrated in a much smaller number of countries, which brings the corresponding energy security implications. And already mentioned critical minerals for the energy transition. These are copper, nickel, graphite, and lithium. See a huge boom in demand due to the new demand for wind turbines, for solar PV panels that use these elements, and also if you take a look at electric vehicles, of course, the batteries with the lithium technology, we'll see this huge boom to fuel the transition. And this comes with huge challenges about supply chains, from the mining through refining to the end product of energy technology. And here, this creates, of course, possible disruptions, but also price risks. On the other hand, for mining countries, it creates opportunities where the growth in all of this mining obviously creates an entirely new sector that needs to be managed. And another point on the emerging security risks from the global net zero transition is that under such a system of net zero 2050, flexibility needs of these systems are much higher because of the higher share of solar PV and wind that need to be managed. Systems need to react to these daily variations, to seasonal variations. Some countries already have experience, of course, with managing seasonal variations, like in Brazil. But these systems in the future will have much higher shares of flexibility needs. We expect globally this need to grow by a factor of 4. So with this, I was also asked to give a quick insight into how the Russian invasion to Ukraine has impacted global markets. And so on this slide, we see how pipeline deliveries have declined over the past months here by 60% since early May, deliveries from Russia to Europe. And this is a combination of unilateral contract terminations, the sanctions that have been put on Russian gas, and then also announced technical issues that have led to this very low level of gas flowing into Europe, with the very prominent creation of price spikes globally for liquefied natural gas. So here we see how this event has really sent LNG prices very high, and still creates a lot of volatility here in the price. And coal has also seen, after a historic peak due to economic recovery in late 2021, coal prices went even further higher. And this basically reflects also the gas shortage, where countries are in part now short-term switching back to coal, which is very bad for our climate, but in this context overridden by energy security concerns. So coal prices are reaching new heights here. Renewables have gotten another boost from the crisis situation, in the sense that they are highlighting their energy security benefits by being produced by local resources. So as we can see, they had been already on a very strong growth trajectory, but setting a new record of basically more than 300 gigawatts of capacity additions. And as we can see here, PV, so solar energy, is really dominating the capacity additions, in particular growth in utility scale PV, but not to forget offshore wind also growing strongly. And in Brazil, we should also always mention that hydropower is making its contribution as well, often neglected, but a very important guarantor of local energy generation, of course, in many countries. At the same time, the crisis situation has also led to an increase of investment shorter term has created an inflow into fossil fuel projects in the shorter term. So we see oil and gas upstream investment on the rise, coal supply investment again on the rise, refining, LNG, but also low carbon fuel investment on the rise in 2022 as a result of the crisis situation in the shorter term. So there are various somewhat contradictory tendencies there in the market created by the crisis situation. So let me close with a couple of conclusions. A new global energy economy is emerging, and this will be more electrified, efficient, digitalized, and clean. This offers enormous potential for growth and employment, but needs to be very cautiously managed. If we really want to achieve the net zero by 2050 scenario, we should focus on electrification, energy efficiency, methane abatement, and innovation to close the near-term gap and keep the possibility open to reach the 1.5-degree future. Economic recovery from COVID has put gas, coal, and power markets under strain. This already created sharp spikes in prices in 2021, and the situation was further aggravated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And in this context, in the shorter term, we have seen an increase of investment in fossil fuels in parallel to further recognition of the energy security benefits of renewables. So these contradictory trends that I just mentioned. In the longer term, today's mismatch in energy investments persist, then there will be greater risks to energy security and price volatility. So these are a couple of key findings regarding the net zero transition. And I hope that these will be useful input to your discussions in these 2 days. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to following the discussion.
Muito obrigada ao senhor.
Thank you, Mr. Yorgos Sar. He's talking about energy transition. I'd like to introduce a question. In the context of energy transition, most of the countries work to the replacement of fossil fuel sources to other sources and technologies that allow us to reduce emissions of green gas greenhouse gas effect. So we have trailed this path. We have great potential of regeneration of renewable energy. In this context, how the International Agency of Energy perceives opportunities and also the challenges of the energy market in Brazil, considering so many disruptive transformations that we should have in the world economy.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So I think in terms of starting with the challenges, of course, this net zero transition represents a huge ambition globally. For every country, there is a different pathway, different challenges in line with resource endowments and available technologies and so forth. So what's important is to start spelling out milestones. And here, of course, in the near term, for Brazil as an oil producer, there's more of a long-term challenge. Since, as I said, decisions that are taken today will enable the savings in the future. Here, important for Brazil certainly to make focus on a people-centered transition, to make sure nobody is left behind, no sector is left behind, and to develop a strategy with milestones over a long term with the ambition built in, but considering the people-centered perspective, making sure everybody is taken on board. Mobilizing investment is a huge challenge, as I mentioned, in terms of ramping up the clean technology investment that is needed. And here governments can develop visions, but really need to partner with all stakeholders involved to mobilize and implement the investments. A good example here is the hydrogen ecosystem, as it's called, basically consisting of stakeholders from really various sectors of society, ranging from academia to the industry associations, technology institutes, of course, government institutions, to have a whole hydrogen ecosystem that can really implement those projects. And de-risking those investments is important. To get technologies out of the laboratory into the market, important to de-risk investments, to start pilot projects, support that. And of course, Brazil has experience with long-term auctions, for example, in this context to de-risk investments, but there will be also policy innovations needed for new technologies that need new solutions in this area. So a bit of creativity will be needed there to get new projects off the ground with new technologies. On the side of opportunities, I'd say, especially for Brazil, build on existing strength. Of course, Brazil has already a very strong, globally leading bioenergy sector. So innovation in this sector will be ensuring continued global leadership. And at the same time, it will be important to ensure the sustainability of the fuels, to have the access to the global markets and to be able to supply global and fuel, essentially, clean energy transition worldwide. In the mining sector, I mentioned critical minerals as a key opportunity as well, already for mining countries. And again, Brazil has a strong mining sector with well-established industry where this could be a major opportunity. Hydrogen, also a growth area, it was mentioned during the opening session. And here Brazil can make use of its established oil and gas industry, of course, to use existing clusters, petrochemical industry, to get hydrogen industry off the ground. Opportunities lie also in innovation. With a young society, Brazil can set the track to have skilled workforce for this clean energy transition, for the manufacturing that comes with it, and the installation that comes with clean energy technologies. All of that is an opportunity to set the tracks now for the education system as well, to focus on this type of skills that are needed. And maybe to mention one more, regional cooperation. If you develop the potential of regional supply chains for some of these clean technologies and also regional cooperation on energy trade that helps balance out energy systems. There's also great potential. Finally, of course, globally, Brazil is a global player. to bring Brazil's voice as a clean energy powerhouse to the global discussions. And here the IEA is very happy to partner with Brazil and looking forward to continue our cooperation.
Muitíssimo obrigada, então, mais uma vez aos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jörg Husser, who's talked about the global energetic transition in our key talk. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We are going to proceed, and this morning we're going to start our first panel of the day. The topic is energy transition. What does it mean to Brazil? The goal is to debate the scenarios proposed for our country so that Brazil can keep a renewable energy mix, addressing the solutions that we already have, and the path of continuous innovation for renewable energy competitiveness. For this panel, as a moderator, I'd like to invite the Director of Institutional Relations at CNI, Monica Messenberg. And also for our head table, please, the Director of Communication and Corporate Social Responsibility of ENGIE Brazil, Gil Maranhão. Still the President of the Energy Research Company, Tiago Barral. And the President of PSR Energy Consulting and Analytics, Luiz Barroso. I wish you all a very good panel and see you soon. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to discuss these mandates for Brazil to keep its renewable energy mix, addressing the existing solutions and pathways of continuous education for competitiveness of renewable energies. As a dynamic for this panel, I'm going to make a brief setting the context on the topic and then a broader questions for a round of answers. And we're going to have 5 minutes of each one of our panelists to make their remarks, and then a specific question. And each one of you will be able to make your final remarks on the topic. So following this dynamic and trying to catch up our delay, we're going to try to be as brief and objective as possible.
The Brazil stands out as having many renewable sources in the energy mix. And why does it make it stand out internationally? In 2021, 45% of Brazilian energy mix came from renewable sources. This percentage in the OECD is much lower, and globally it's 14%. In the electrical Brazilian mix, which is predominantly renewable, about 78% is renewable, in contrast with 27% in a global average. Each megawatt produced by the electric industry is 27% of what is issued by the US electric industry. The current scenario and the prospects it indicates for the use of the Brazilian potential for renewable energy generation are exciting and put the country in a competitive advantage with a green economy. Proportional to this promising picture are the challenges. For example, energy planning, supply security, and electrification. Within this scenario, my first question is addressed to all of you here. Considering that there is not just one solution for energy transition that is good for every country, but many different solutions that need to be adapted to the features of each country, I ask you, considering the specific role, but not limited, of each market agent here in present, how does each one of you see the energy transition in Brazil? I would like to give the floor to Dr. Gil Maranhão for your initial considerations. Thank you very much for your question. Well, I am going to answer it quoting a paper that we have just published in ENGIE Hub Beyond Energy, which is precisely about that, is the alignment of factors that Brazil has the opportunity of seeing into the future, and when we see in the longer term scenario. I think that it is a unique opportunity. It's a window of opportunity that Brazil can use, and it has the chance of benefiting itself. I think that Tiago will talk more about that, but if we are to look at the National Plan of Energy for 2050, the numbers are really amazing. The Minister of the Environment has mentioned a few ones. In 2050, Brazil will have many times the capacity of developing renewable energy as compared to its load. Environmental barriers and every type of barrier, all that aside, numbers are still superlative. There's huge opportunity. Added to that, we have concrete advances in the electrical industry. And I'm going to talk specifically about the electric industry because this is the one I work in. And so Congresswoman Zambelli and the minister have also mentioned the bill and the decree that rule on and create the regulated carbon market in agreement with Clause 6 of the Paris Agreement. This is a huge development for Brazil. And by the way, Brazil once again is aligned to the global commitments of decarbonization, renewing all the commitments. This is another advance. New markets have been created, for example, the decree law and the bill for the creation of wind generation, the conditions for the development of wind generation, offshore wind generation. Maybe we have the most immediate bill 414 that creates the free market by 2026. These are concrete developments, each one at a different level of development, a discussion with society, but there are very clear advances. In Brazil, we also have an environmental licensing system that is very strict, but which works, and my company, ENGIE, is one example of how we can generate and develop energy in a way that is socially and environmentally responsible. So we have a scenario that is aligned in terms of commitments of global decarbonization, which create for Brazil unique portability that maybe no other country has, not just in terms of talking about exports of green ammonia or green hydrogen, but re-equipping and fully reorganizing industry to attract to Brazil the whole industry that many countries will not be able to develop to meet their commitments and their goals, their national goals. I do not see any other country, and we are not seeing it, ENGIE, and anyone we've been talking to, any other country that is capable of gathering all these conditions in an environment that is democratic, favorable to investment, and everything that is necessary to develop and renew our industry. This is really unique. And in closing, I would just like to say that ENGIE is prepared to be a partner on this wave, on this development, this new development of Brazil. And we are. And we used to be the biggest energy after the privatization of Eletrobras. We are the leaders. We have 10 gigawatts of installed capacity. Just to talk about energy generation. So 100% renewable in the very short term with decarbonizing solutions for customers. Well, I needed to do my commercial, but Engie is a partner in this process. We have been operating for 25 years, and we will be here in the long term. And thank you very much for the opportunity of being here and to convey this message. That's great, Maranhão. This is really great. It only confirms the huge potential our country has to be the leader and a protagonist in this movement. A leadership that Brazil can and should exercise right now. Now, Tiago Barral, what would you like to say? Well, Monica, first of all, good morning, everyone. And thank you for the invitation to be able to participate, to learn and share a little bit of our perspective that we have at EPE, the Energy Research Office. No, in your initial comments, you provided a few elements that are really distinctive of Brazilian position in the global scenario of energy transition decarbonization. And just opening a parenthesis, you gave us data of 2021 of our energy and electrical mix, which has had a time reduction very much because of the hydrate crisis. And in 2022, we hope that we can go back to the levels of more than 85% of renewable electric mix, in contrast with the 78% that you mentioned for 2021, and maybe even be at 50% renewable energy in the overall energy mix. Just for your information, of all energy consumed by Brazilians, 20%, approximately 20 to 8%, is electric energy, and 82% is fuel that is burnt, biofuel or fossil. Are related to Brazil's distinction. Brazil has a very interesting position, very unique, that has a per capita energy consumption that is still low as compared to more developed countries. And according to the National Plan of Energy for 2050, for us to reach a per capita GDP equivalent to the UK, we would need to double the offer of energy before 2050 and triple the offer of electric energy by 2050. So this is a challenge. We need to expand the offer of energy. Number two, for starters, we have a high level of renewability at the same time that we have a very thriving oil and gas industry. So we need to make the most of these features. And lastly, Brazil is an economy with scale, and therefore we have capacity of attracting chains investments because of this scale and the wealth of our economy. Well, in face of all of that, what I have to say is that when we look at what has brought us to these conditions and this very favorable condition in the energy transition will not necessarily lead us to the final destination because there are new factors and new elements. As I said before, we need to increase the offer or the energy supply, but the challenge is the carbon neutrality challenge, which means reaching a level of sophistication in this decarbonization process, which will require the use of new technologies and new solutions to be implemented. And according to the International Energy Association, as Jörg mentioned, about 40% of the technologies necessary to reach neutrality are not yet mature, are not ready, are not fully competitive. So we do have this challenge of including Brazil competitively in this process of creation of these opportunities, solutions, and technologies, and to use Brazil as a laboratory, and why not export solutions. In face of all of this, my vision of the challenges that we need to deal with, and the challenges are opportunities there are two. Number one, we need to continue this decarbonization process of our energy mix. And so at a pace that will not be a burden to Brazilian society and will not affect the competitiveness of Brazilian economy. Much to the opposite, we need to do it in a way that Brazilian manufacturing industry may benefit from the environmental quality premium that we can use. And secondly, there is a challenge and opportunity for us to work to include companies that operate in Brazil in the new value chain with high technological density, with high value added that are being created and globally. And Brazil will work to include its economy in these chains. In conclusion, the transition is a great opportunity, and for this to work, we need to work together, government and companies, to create a consensus on the path. And once we have a consensus, we'll be able to advance much faster. So it's the old public-private partnership that may assure better orientation and better organization to overcome the challenges in the most appropriate and less costly and smarter way. We are on this path and we hope to continue, and also with legal security. Luis, please. Now, could you share with us your ideas? Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Monica, Gil. Well, after what Tiago and Gil said, I can speak for only 10 seconds. I agree. That's it. Well, it's difficult to say anything a lot after two people who know so much about the electric and the energy industry, especially Tiago Barral, that is president of the Energy Research Office, a very leading organization, very important in Brazil, whose mission is to organize it. And today has become an adult. So I was there for 2 years, and Tiago is there working, and I'll start giving you the congratulations, the congrats. And also after what Gil and Tiago said, and Monica too, I'm going to stick to your question, the meaning of energy transition. I'll try and simplify and to launch some different models. So in real practice, the world today is dirty and wants to become clean through electricity generation sources that will not issue, and then you're going to electrify economy. So the key to the world, so you are dirty, you get clean, developing renewables, electrifying the economy. Brazil is a country that was born much cleaner than other countries on this race to low carbon. Today we are at where many European countries and the US will take decades to get it. So this provides us a competitive leverage. And we want to turn this comparative advantage into competitive advantage, and this is our issue. Brazil has all the resources in the world of energy, and once again, we mustn't change the privilege of having abundance of resources into a problem. And this has been a frequent dilemma in Brazil because public policy is eager to favor all technologies at one time. We create a tangle of problems for ourselves, and Brazil is not advancing on the first slogan that I will record to you, this energetic transformation. Energy transition is very much associated to the concept of a country that is dirty and wants to become clean. But there are many technologies being developed and many others will be developed. And as Tiago said, 40% of what the world needs to decarbonize is going to be done by technologies that do not yet exist. So this was going to transform completely the way in which we generate and consume electricity, much beyond simple. So we have a very high level of renewability. We have the conditions of surfing this transformation. And this is the second slogan for everyone, transforming the energy industry as a way for the development, poverty, hunger, and social justice. So we are good with low carbon economy. And And very much in line with what Tiago says, one of the major challenges that we have is how to work this transformation using the energy industry as a way to generate social justice, energy justice, because energy is a factor for social integration. So this sentence, which is quite broader and more utopic, is very appropriate for the time we are at now, when we have started discussing the new electoral process, and the world has been evolving in a very fast way in points where Brazil can be a leader. So I am going to close just to give us some time, and then we can talk more about strategy. And this is related to how we get there, but the energy transition is a concept that goes much beyond transition. It's more related to energy transformation, and our challenge is to transform the comparative advantage into competitive advantage. Brazil cannot once again miss the opportunity again. This is a broader agenda for the country through energy as a for us to have economic, social, and manufacturing development. This is very much within the scope where the sustainability that we seek in all spheres and in energy too. There is an environmental and social aspects and the economic, and all of them related. And in this manner, they are structured. And this is the only way for us to reach in the desired way, development. So development, the word in its broadest meaning possible.
I will start with Tiago Barral, and I'm going to make a better presentation of our panelists. He's president of the company, energy research company EPE, which is a public federal agency linked to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, responsible for study and research of planning the expansion of the electric sector that subsidizes the policies of supplying the country. Very short. Tiago, from the standpoint of planning the solutions in alternative sources of energy generation, would seek balance between tariff modes, security in terms of supply, and low carbon emission. How has EPE worked in terms of reflecting this kind of need? Well, thank you, Monica, for the introduction, which is more complete, actually. And I'd like to thank Barroso for the recall. We are completing 18 years since our creation. This is, well, tariff modes, sustainability, and energy security are the three pillars of planning anywhere in the world. And I think that Brazil has a privileged condition of working these three pillars. On the viewpoint of planning, what is the first finding that we have? When we look at the quality of energy, renewable energy resources in Brazil, we reach the conclusion that actually they are the most competitive. We have here the opportunity of contributing to the energy security with renewable sources that are very competitive. Brazil has an abundance of renewable sources that are very competitive. Wind energy, biomass of high quality. We have sun energy or solar energy. We have the starting point. However, it is important for us to look over the planning in terms of portfolio. We cannot fail to look at all the diversity of possibilities of technologies and solutions. We have biogas, biofuels, wind, onshore, offshore, solar energy. We have opportunity of carbon capture. We have diverse opportunities of working. But we cannot assume that we will define what is the winning technology, which one will bring all the solutions, because there is no panacea. None of these technologies alone will allow us to reach the climatic ambitions that are being proposed. in addition to this aspect of looking at the diversity of energy resources and avoiding closing the doors to solutions that seem to be more expensive or more complex or more mature, so that this can advance and actually bring the contribution to these pillars, we have the challenge of enhancing our energy markets. We have legal frameworks and regulatory frameworks that rule the energy markets that need to be enhanced to face the transformations that are being noticed, and above all, to level off to have a plain level field so that everyone can perform in the way we can perceive the benefits, the costs of such different technologies, not in an isolated way, but as an ensemble, because none of them isolatedly will deliver that. I'd like to draw the attention to other fundamental aspects within planning: climatic resilience and resilience of the supply chains. These are points that are increasingly more core in terms of planning. We need to work in climatic stress scenarios on supply chains, so that we can actually minimally be prepared to recompose and avoid very high costs at times in which we have to face the disruptions, both climatic as well as in the supply chains. And I'd like to draw the attention of everyone regarding systemic efficiency, the infrastructure in the cities, of the models. We should move forward in that infrastructure is fundamental for efficiency gains, that we need to be competitive as well. And ultimately, we're talking about a country that is hybrid, of the hybrid type of it, has all the conditions to develop assets that are going to be wild cards, and combine this security that we need in the mid-long term with the challenge of climatic issues and tariff challenge as well. We have a strategy that is very broad for us to balance all these questions. Speaking in terms of productive sector, all these questions are very extremely relevant and fundamental for new investment, and the effective notion as to how we can contribute and somehow benefit from this new design that is set. The regulatory aspect is fundamental, legal security for investors as a pre-requirement. So we count precisely on this planning, on this structuring, and this more careful and efficient work that is being conducted by Luis Barroso, president of PSR Energy Consulting and Analytics, providing market solutions in planning, operations, regulations, and risk management in over 60 countries. Vast experiences to how to doing it. We're speaking specifically about the energy transition in Brazil. Where do we manage abundance of renewable energy? We created a favorable environment for new business models and partnerships. What are the necessary enhancements to optimize the management of the abundance of renewable sources in Brazil? This is an excellent question, because first of all, when we think about new business models, I'd like to first mention that we have several business models today that favor many technologies, including renewable, but with a lot of subsidies, with a lot of exports of cost to other segments. And the renewables today, it's important to have this term renewable. I will call them the new renewable. The heading renewable is not green, it's blue, it's hydroelectric. Brazil has a renewable source that possibly all countries would like to have, but it's not green, it's blue. And the hydroelectric power is the most major responsible through synergy and complementarity with sources, production of cogeneration, biomass of sugarcane, and others. Everybody can actually have synergy on that. And a key point here is for us to put in our sectorial agenda, truly, the end of subsidies. Brazil has the conditions of developing these technologies with no subsidies. Then we move to your second question, which is quite interesting, which is the management of abundance of resources. And actually, we have multiple resources. For example, in the Northeast, I'd like to mention an example to you. There were many number of hours in 2020 and in 2021 that alone the sources, solar, wind, and hydroelectric sources supplied more than 100% totality of the electric consumption in the Northeast, exported excess to other regions. So Brazil has, in some places, the renewables, the new ones and classical ones, supplying very much the demands and even above demand. And the key for us to manage this abundance or scarcity is in storage. So storage, when we think about storage, first thing that comes to mind is battery. And then you think about Elon Musk, a Tesla battery. Oh, that one, cute. Hold on. Brazil has the cheapest and most interesting battery in the planet, which are the reservoirs of the hydroelectric plants. The reservoir, to give you an idea of the cost of replacing the reservoir of the Furnas hydroelectric power plant for Tesla batteries is about $1 trillion. I did the math, I measured the storage capacity, etc. So to answer in a very objective way so that we don't go or beating about the bush. In our strategy of low carbon or net emission development of hydroelectric plants with reservoirs where they make sense, of course, within a new paradigm of social, economic, environmental development. It's not every hydroelectric power plant that makes sense to have a reservoir. We have to do the math, but this agenda is fundamental. If we don't do it, no problem. Today, one of the resources that most attracts investments outside Brazil, Europe, US, and Asia are the reversible hydroelectric power plants. If we're putting two buckets, one at the top, one at the bottom, you put water from one to the other and use the bucket as storage. And Brazil can do that with more scale and with more economic competitiveness. And I will go with the hydroelectric with reservoir. In terms of business models, I stick to the suggestion of our moving forward with subsidies. And then after some time, they've been demonized. The environmental issue was very antagonic. And with that, we had problems in explaining in a reasonable way their importance to the strategy and how they can be done without greater damage. And I think this has ended up being suppressed in the discussion. The ideological aspect ended up being over that, overriding it in a way. Very important, this discussion. Thank you. Gil Maranhão, Director of Communication of CRS and Energy Transition of ENGIE. ENGIE is one of the greatest players in the Brazilian energy market, acting in the generation, marketing, and transmission of electric power, transportation of gas, and energy solutions. It has 97% of its capacity, installed capacity coming from renewable sources, in other words, of low greenhouse gas emissions. Jill, we've talked about planning and challenges in the market. How does ENGIE sees opportunities for Brazilian energy from the changes of renewable energy that we have in the country? Thank you. Excellent question. I'd say that this view is not only of ENGIE, it's a consensus. If you ask the electric industry what needs to be done, I think all of them have the same answer. Development, exploring this Brazilian potential. As I said in my first talk, not only thinking about export of byproducts of energy in other formats, but actually in exporting all this potential through goods produced by the national industry. And this requires, I'm going to benefit a bit from the question you've asked, Tiago, a lot of planning regarding energy, a lot of capacity building, because the volumes are extraordinary, as I've mentioned, and a lot of ESG, a lot of preparation of companies, industries, generators, transmitters, and training of people, a lot of capital, a lot of investment. And actually, there's another benefit that Brazil has in that alignment that I've mentioned in the beginning, which is the ability to raise funds through green financing. The renewable, Brazilian renewable plants can actually, they are eligible to green bonds through the eligibility of the climate bond initiative. This has been tested, and ENGIE has issued global Brazilian projects of ENGIE. Brazil allocated in those green bonds. So we have a capacity and sustainability of the Brazilian industry, or the Brazilian electric industry or energy industry, to actually raise funds globally. This is another factor that Brazil should benefit in this alignment. We will need a lot of planning, a lot of public policy to make all of this to happen. And these dimensions that Tiago mentioned of energy security and tariff modality and sustainability that you've asked, and he actually so well aligned in his reasoning, and also pricing mentioned by Barroso, not only in the elimination of certain subsidies that are not that are poorly allocated, but in the correct pricing of each source. The hydroelectric plant is discussed many times. Many times I am nervous when I listen to Barroso that to have power plants that make sense, and Brazil cannot miss this opportunity. Well, I'm going to move to final remarks, and I'm going to actually benefit from the fact that you have your microphone to thank you all for your contribution. Certainly, the industry sector is thankful for this debate. Well, you have 2 minutes for your final remarks. I'd just like to thank for in this event. I've seen the agenda, sensational, beautiful agenda. List of stellar stars in the guest speakers. I'd like to congratulate you on the organization of this event, and once again share with the industry sector that ENGIE is a company that is prepared to renew its commitment with Brazil for over 25 years and over 25, and the others that will come through generation projects, the transmission, gas transportation solutions that are creative, that are very sophisticated, decarbonizing for industry, for airports. We are partners of Brazil, and we are prepared for that. I'd like to thank you for the invitation once again, and thank you once again. Well, we count on your participation. Feel free to stay with us today, tomorrow. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Tiago, your final remarks. Well, to conclude, well, I feel like commenting on several things, but I'm going to keep to, well, first, reinforced a lot the planning. The role of planning is not prescribing the future. It's not to establish a future. To actually evidence the trends, the risks, and actually the opportunities, to bring them to the fore and put them on the agenda, so that through various scenarios, exercises of futurology, we can have greater clarity in the Brazilian society. We could put in long term for costs and benefits for the short term decisions that we're making today of what we are building. And we make it available, information studies, these scenarios of planning. It is fundamental for the governments, companies, industry may have a common language to dialogue in a more efficient way, more coordinated, and this coordination will be fundamental for us to align the goals and reach in the best way possible this climatic ambition that is put, I believe, not only as climatic goal, but also as a goal of development for the country, as Barroso put it, why well, energy as a development factor. And the low carbon electric sector is a pillar. The oil and gas industry needs to be a player of transformation as well. But I conclude by saying that the industry is the great driver of innovation and demand for such transformations. So I believe that this event shows the clarity and great consensus in terms of the need for us to move forward in this agenda. And I see a lot of convergences, a lot of consensus built along the past years, and we need to give continuity and transforming this into concrete actions in the carbon market, in enhancement and of subsidies, lots of things on the table for us to put into practice. Thank you. Certainly, I believe this is the goal for all of us to try to benefit this time from the opportunity that we have for the country and all of us. We can no longer let the ball rolling with no destination. Luis, I'd like to thank for your moderation, Gilles, Barral for the company, and CNI for the invitation. And I'd like to connect the title of the event, Strategy of the Industry for a Low Carbon Economy. Actually, Brazilian industry has a very interesting role in decarbonization of our energy industry. Many of our energy emissions comes from transportation industry, not from the electric industry. And the recipe for the industry is very well known. You have to electrify what you have to electrify, replace fuel oil for other processes, green steam, biogas, biomethane, other things what you cannot reduce in terms of emission. You go to other possibilities. Hydrogen, you have capture and carbon sequestration, and observe not everything is economical for us to clean. And then we set a price at this residue of carbon, and we move to an offsetting strategy. And this recipe, considering a cosmic situation, is actually the structure of this event. If you stop and read it, the programming of this event regarding the recipe of the industry are precisely those topics, how you reduce that, first step, and this process is a run that is on the first laps. The 40% of technologies that we require to be able to reduce emissions do not exist yet. So Brazil has a great opportunity of biding its time, waiting for other countries to develop other technologies that we can import and use from our resources. Hydrogen, for example, hydrogen is one of them. And within a strategy that is broader, Brazil could even work at first that industry that actually makes us feel a bit uglier on the snapshot, that is actually reducing emissions of deforestation. That could be a great time biding. So the acquisition of technologies that do not exist, that could work in the industry at a second or third moment. This vision is a vision that I would leave as a provocation to all of us. The ESG agenda is coming up quite strongly, but personally, I was joking with Thiago, I don't like ESG. I think S&G is the hygiene. When you wake up every day and brush your teeth, you have to have social and governance aspect in your organization. And E is too broad to communicate what we wish as a society. E means if. C is climate. Climate means carbon. CSG, just C means much more. And we here in Brazil will have to look into the opportunity the industry has, but within a country context. We can transform, as is being mentioned in the opening, panel search for decarbonization as a cost to industry with no added benefit. This is shooting your foot that Brazil cannot do and no other country can. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you at this panel, and I'm sure everyone has enjoyed this moment. And more than that, I invite you to stay with us for the next panels and the next discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica Messenbeck, who has mediated this panel, whose topic was energy transition, what it means to Brazil, made up by the Director of Communication and Social Responsibility of ENGIE Brazil, Gil Maranhão, also the President of the Energy Research Company, Thiago Barral, and the President of PSR Energy Consulting and Analytics, Luiz Barroso. Thank you all very much who have participated here with us. Stay on because we're going to start another panel. I'd like you to resume your seats for now because we're going to start a special session presentation of the program Alliance 2 that has as a purpose to present and prospecting potential companies for addition to the program. We invite to the stage the Executive Manager of Environment and Sustainability of CNI, Davi Bontempo. Welcome.
Muito bom dia a todos. A ideia aqui é que a gente continue.
Good morning, everyone. The idea is that we remain on the energy idea. We talked about expanding renewables. People talked about biofuels, and we've worked with the introduction to future fuels as an example, the hydrogen. The idea is to share with you an initiative that CNI has started in 2015 along with Eletrobras, within Procel and Ambras, to bring you this understanding of continuity of this agenda that is extremely important. This agenda is of energy efficiency, cheaper when we talk about savings in energy. Here we bring some pillars, of course, all this part of efficiency and cost reduction, sort of with all the program. The idea is to bring a pillar of sustainability geared to emission reduction, and so that we can delimit and design all the goals, and in the future we are able to overcome them and increasingly expand the program. Here we have the idea of who can take part in this program. Of course, we have to meet some criteria regarding consumption, energy consumption, but we have a whole part information at a panel outside, but we have actually a booth outside. If you're interested in joining the program, what criterion you have to meet to be a candidate. We have a consultant there who will be able to give you the best counseling possible and provide you with further information. And here we have our program that is practically of 24 months. We have a first step or stage in which we bring the whole commitment, all the formalization so that we can evolve towards planning, and so that in the main phase we can start the work of implementation of the agenda of energy efficiency in industrial plants. Some differentials, especially regarding commitment. I think it is important for us to have this strengthening, especially looking at the relationship between the company, the industries, and those that are going to provide the services. But the idea is that we have opportunities so that the companies can be modernized in a voluntary format so that they can contribute to this agenda of energy efficiency. It is a volunteer agreement. As I've mentioned, there are two sides of the coin. Firstly, geared towards industry, where it takes on this commitment and a maintenance commitment of the whole program. And on the other hand, we would have CNI with the partners providing all the methodology, consulting services, and also investments. There are investments that are equal, coming from one part, from both parts, so to speak. Here are some differentials, some results attained at our program, Alliance. Some goals have been overcome. Every real invested will generate 3.4 regarding the energy savings, about 5.75 million of investment. But the idea is that we give greater amplitude to Alliance 2.0, increasing and doubling the number of plants with 24 plants, reduction of 5% of total consumption, saving about 210 gigawatts a year, and bringing all this trend of reducing emissions, reducing 40,000 tons of CO2, which are the greenhouse gas, and reducing 90 million a year, following the line in line with the competitiveness of each company. So we have all the everything installed outside and the lobby. If you want, you can register. Some companies have shown interest. We started conversations and negotiations with CNI. The idea is that we move forward as quickly as possible regarding energy efficiency so that we can work with the companies in a strong way, better structure, so that we can impact cost and also emissions. And I count on you so that we can do this work along with CNI. So we are available outside. If you're interested, you can talk to our team. You can talk to a consultant. If not now in person, you can get in touch with us as soon as possible so that we can start all these negotiations in terms of addition to this commitment. So I thank you all very much. Once again, just brief message so that we can catch up our delay. And I conclude here thanking you all for your presence, and I wish you all success in the negotiations. Thank you all very much indeed.
Tempo pela sua fala
Thank you, Davi Bontempo, for his talk. He's Executive Manager of Environment and Sustainability, and we still have a lot to happen. Now we present the second special session of the day, whose theme is Convention on Biological Diversity, the Global Framework for Post-2020 Biodiversity. To make up this table, I call the Global Manager of Engagement with the Private Sector of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, Bianca Brasil, will participate remotely. And those that are going to make up this panel, the Natural Resources Manager of the Environment and Sustainability Executive Management, CNI, Mário Cardoso. First of all, Bianca will speak, and then Mário Cardoso will take over the microphones. See you soon. Thank you.
Olá a todos, obrigada. Deixa eu dividir aqui minha tela com vocês. Conseguem ver?
Can you all hear me? I'm sharing my screen now.
Então vamos lá. Bom dia a todos.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Bianca. I'm the engagement manager in the Convention of Biological Diversity from the United Nations. I would like to begin by thanking CNI for kindly inviting me and for the opportunity to discuss the correlation between the loss of biodiversity and climate change. It's a critical discussion in all segments of society, and having the industry becoming involved is key. Well, since we're talking about the loss of biodiversity and climate change, these are the two different crises that are interconnected. The answer is simple, because these are the two sides of the same coin. For over decades, we've heard this discussion about climate change and loss of biodiversity happening in silos. But at the very core is carbon discussion. Maybe we should now also mention the lack of focus. We need to focus on the environmental causes of these problems. There are reports and scientific studies that point to the forests that can mitigate climate change, regulate temperature, rainfall levels, drinking water, and carbon storage. And as we move forward into protected areas and green areas, the effects of climate change are intensified. They're actually interconnected, these problems, and this is becoming ever more clear. And there's a contribution to the loss of biodiversity as well, caused by climate change. And in the media, we hear, well, the media talks about the melting ice caps and all the changes that are happening in terms of tornadoes, floods, droughts that, of course, cause economic losses, have a major impact on people's lives. And the World Economic Forum estimates that at least 50% of the global GDP is completely or partially dependent on biodiversity and ecosystemic services. On this slide, we see on the screen, figured by the International Panel of Biodiversity and Ecosystemic Services, we can see that the Brazilian economy depends on biodiversity in this ecosystem. There's an strong impact on, of course, cattle raising and agribusiness. In general, there's massive impact in the fishing industry. And as we look at these two issues, the loss of biodiversity and climate change as being interrelated, we will tackle two problems that are closely connected. We might come up with the best possible strategy for carbon if we don't have a strategy that is also related to address these areas. We might not be as effective as we wish. And still, on the World Economic Forum, they actually generated these reports on the risks by severity, looking at the biodiversity loss, ranking third, lagging behind the extreme weather and climate action failures. So in terms of risks that have been mapped for the industry and different economic sectors, it is impossible not to look closely at these systems and the role they play. And if we have a holistic view, we will be on the right track. Otherwise, it will be a big mistake. It's encouraging to see that the business strategies are changing over time and heading towards the biodiversity law, to tackling biodiversity laws, looking at climate change. And actually, of course, in this program, we've also included this topic in the agenda, focusing on the biodiversity loss and interrelated issues. So, stepping back a little, I'll give you an overview of CDB. In 1993, parties actually decided to sign a convention. They're known as the Rio Conventions. Not by chance. We have the Biologic Diversity Convention, the Climate Convention, and the redistribution of benefits. Today, there are 196 signatories, parties, looking at the biologic loss, sustainable resources usage, and genetic resources. CDB also has international protocols, the Cartagena Protocol, looking at biosecurity, and the Nagoya Protocol, looking at equitative usage of genetic resources. The CDB is also supported by a strategic plan that is renewed every 10 years. In 2010, in the Nagoya Convention, the CBD parties signed a strategic plan, 2011, 2020, 2018. During the COP14, they began working and developing the strategic plan called Post-2020. Of course, we had a pandemic and a delay in deals and the negotiations. But finally, I'm very happy to announce that we have a new date for the COP to take place once these negotiations for the next strategic plan are concluded. It is in effect by the end of the next decade of 2030, finally from the 17th of the 19th of November. And we have been working actually together to make it happen. The current proposal also looks at a 2050 vision to live in harmony with nature, and the 2030 mission is to bring diversity to the center of the agenda. It's not by coincidence that all the sustainable goals, development goals, and post-2020 have a deadline by 2030, and we have been also focusing on bringing synergy to both processes to further explore them and bring them forward. We have been also talking to our colleagues from the Climate Convention to further explore these synergies as best as we can. The post-2020 framework will be for biodiversity what the Paris Agreement was for the climate. It should have a strong impact on private-public policies in all segments of society, and in one way or another, all these segments will play an important role and will also be impacted in one way or another. We will have a cascade effect. Looking at the Protocol of Nagoya, for instance, which culminated in the current Brazilian biodiversity framework, we have a supranational agreement between parties, which will be taken to different countries to create the regulations, the regulatory framework to have all parties meeting these regulations. And the businesses that are prepared and involved in the discussions will have a natural competitive advantage. The participation of businesses plays a key role to the global process, and leaders have been taking a key role. They are trying to understand what is the best possible role they can play moving forward, looking at their production chains and how they can impact and drive the process forward. And the political process plays a critical role in the long run. And this framework also has 4 long-term objectives. We have 22 action goals. And I should also mention that at least 7 or 8 of these goals are directly linked to productive activities. Therefore, the impact, they're completely interrelated. That cannot be denied. And Conference of Parties is of course a decision body of the CBD, but for it to take place, there are steps that have to be taken in the preparation phase. Since 2019, when this process, the online submissions process began with regional consultations, thematic workshops, virtual sessions, prep meeting from the work groups for the post-2020. 2 of these meetings took place. We had the COP15 Part 1 that took place last year. These are part of the preparatory process in March and June this year. We also held 2 preparatory meetings, but now for the first time, the parties could meet in person in Nairobi to, of course, move forward with the negotiations. And in the last meeting in Nairobi, the parties decided to hold a 5th meeting. There are many matters that are critical, such as the funding of biodiversity itself, and all the resources that will be needed to make sure all countries, both developed and developing countries, to be prepared and have the opportunities to achieve these goals together. The 5th meeting should take place close to COP15 in early December in Montreal, Canada. And from then onwards, we will produce a clear text that will be the draft that will be, of course, reviewed, discussed, and used during the COP meeting. And the Conference of Parties is a decision-making body of the CBD, and the countries convene to actually define which resources will be adopted. This will be very important because by the end of the meeting, the negotiations will be agreed upon. Historically, the private sector has also been contributing to the process, and considering the importance of the engagement of the business industry, the COP10, the convention, created a global platform for businesses and biodiversity, a network that promotes the sharing of experiences, ideas, studies to support enterprises so they can become more sustainable. And CNI is member of the platform as one of the co-founders in biodiversity and businesses with the Instituto Life and the CBD, and they have also been attending the meetings and contributing actively, and of course we have been working together and moving forward together, and this is extremely important. Other members of the platform represent the industry, such as the Federation of Industries of India, one of the members. We have the ICC as one of the members as well, and this has been an extremely enriching exchange through the Global Diversity Business Partnership. These organizations can have access to all of these discussions, many contributions throughout the process, as I wrote here, well, online discussions during the preparatory meetings. Private sector has also played a very positive and active role in the process. And there were also many enterprises that have actually made a pledge to biodiversity. The CIBETs and their members, I presume there are many members that are also members of the CNI here who have also made a collective pledge for biodiversity after 2020, post-2020, and this has also been a global action. And right now, we are looking at a massive participation at COP and the Global Forum for Biodiversity and Businesses. Since 2012, the CPD has been putting together the Global Forum. It is parallel to COP. This year, it should be the largest ever held simultaneously to the COP, because many parties are interested in reaching us with rich contributions, and have, of course, been involved in all the previous forums with representatives from the private sector. It's the first time now that I will attend as part of the CBD staff. Historically, the participation of the business community has been very positive. In the last COP, we had an event with 300 participants, and this year we expect for this number to be higher. This year, there's also an important participation from the business community in the preparatory meetings. Historically, we had 25 participants in the preparatory meetings this year. We had over 70 representatives in the last meeting that I just mentioned. So yes, we see there's a growing interest and there are more discussions. The finance sector is also talking about green and sustainable finance, and this is going to be a natural evolution. And this framework that we are launching will also bring the private sector up more opportunities to participate very actively. And in reaching the end of my presentation, I'd like to mention this will be a unique COP. It will bring a lot of media attention, the global community attention, and we need to use it to leverage urgent measures in regards to biodiversity. Besides the Biodiversity and Business Forum, we're planning different activities, looking at different economic sectors. Throughout 2 weeks, we'll have a day dedicated to finance, finance sustainability. Will have parallel meetings with different stakeholders, exhibition area for interested parties to showcase their projects and to share their projects and initiatives, etc. And now I will, well, of course, I can share my PowerPoints with all of you. You have everyone has the opportunity to participate. You will also have access to the agenda, the schedule, the parallel events, the side meetings, the workshops for the Business and Biodiversity Forum. And well, these are my final words. I'd like to thank CNI for their support, their partnership. I'm very happy to see a full room with so many participants interested in advancing this agenda. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presence. And can I have my presentation, please? My name is Mario Cardoso. I am a manager of natural resources CNO. I work at the executive management of Davi, who's just spoken, Davi Bom Tempo. Without being repetitive, I'd like to thank Bianca for her participation. Bianca made an overview of what the CDB is, what we expect from COPY, and I'm going to focus on the participation of the private sector and the role of CNI. And what has CNI done in this agenda? This is our intent. Some things I'm going to return to give you another viewpoint that is addressed within CDB. I'd like to ask you for your patience. As it's been mentioned, these agendas are interdependent, are connected, interconnected, both climate, biodiversity, as well as the challenge that we have of bringing quality of life to the population. These agendas have to communicate. We address complex systems, and they don't have simple solutions. They are complex problems. The three agendas are separate. Imagine the three of them together. What do we seek? A natural system that works well and an inhabitable climate that is sustainable to people, protecting biodiversity, avoiding dangerous climate changes, and promoting quality of life that is acceptable and equitable to all is the mandates of various global initiatives. I'm going to highlight three of them that you all know, which is the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020, which is one of the points that we're going to address, 2020. It has actually exceeded the deadline, coincided with the pandemic. It's going to be updated. This is one of the main points of CDB currently, the Paris Agreement that is today, tomorrow, many times is going to be mentioned, the agreement that has been taken on, and the sustainable goals, the SDGs. So we have to work on the three agendas in an integrated way. They alone are not going to resolve a single problem, where they have to be worked in a parallel way and coordinatedly with the various players taking part, both civil society, private sector, and governments. Why is it important to have this discussion of biodiversity and preserving it for the private sector? So some data according to the Global Forum, the World Economic Forum. This is 44. Well, we have the GDP of the world depend on the nature and their services. The loss of biodiversity is a risk factor for the business sector, both considering the impact of their operations and the supply chain and the market itself. The industry understands that the importance of preservation and sustainability of biodiversity. And both of those that use biodiversity, we see cosmetics industry here, or biodiversity is an important asset in input and also effective, because in your supply chain, there are players that have some bias with biodiversity, climate, and usually with the two things connected with agriculture, livestock, breeding, etc. Engagement of the Brazilian industry in the international agenda of biodiversity. As Bianca mentioned, CNI is an observing member of the Convention of the side of CDB, of biological diversity. It's part of the partnership, a global partnership of business and biodiversity, and part of the Brazilian delegation of the ISO Technical Committee on Biodiversity. So she's observing this from close. So what does CNI do? It drafts evaluations. CBD is not an event by itself. It's part of the process. CDB is a landmark. COPY is a landmark within the construction. The result is of several things that come in. So it's a accumulation of participation of all society, not only Brazil, the whole world. So this part that we make of assessing all documents that are being discussed at that moment, evaluation, and trying to influence Brazilian negotiators thinking about Foreign Affairs Ministry and the Environment Ministry, so that we can put the viewpoint of industry in this construction process. So we draft technical evaluations on documents and negotiation within CBD and articulate with decision makers supporting them technically. Here, making a brief recovery recap of the history or background of since COP10, we created a strategic plan for biodiversity from 2011 to 2020. The Aish goals, where we had the 20 goals of Aish, despite there was an advance, considerable advance in sensitive increase, none of those goals were attained. None of them. No goals attained those. And currently we are revisiting these goals and reviewing a new global framework of biodiversity. With this learning, so we are not only defining these goals, but we are defining indicators so that we can prove the attainment of such goals. Although somehow we had the non-attainment of the goals of Aichi, we had a learning curve in this process that will greatly contribute to materiality and move from the situation where we are today. Talking about the global framework for biodiversity post-2020, and CNI drafted a document some time ago to present attention points regarding what those points that were being negotiated within the legal or the global framework. It is a construction. It's not ready. It goes over construction or building process over time. And what did CNI try to reinstate, recognizing positive impacts of biotechnology, ensuring funding of actions geared to innovation that considers and uses biodiversity, encourage and promote transfer of technology in this area, supporting development of bioeconomy and circular economy, also with a bias related to the bioeconomy agenda, and recognize the importance of the coexistence and complementarity of productive systems. There is no final decision in the productive system that will give all pathways and will solve our problems. We have to think about the challenges moving towards quality of life of the population, thinking about the challenges of food safety. We cannot just turn the key and turn agriculture into something else. We have commitments regarding the population. This has to be done responsibly with a lot of debate and study and knowledge around it. There's no easy path. There is no easy win, no shortcut in this process. What are going to be the next steps to COP15? What have we done? Following up formal and informal negotiations within CBD, building and positioning the industry. As I said, we have been building positionings according as the intermediary documents are being drawn. We have positioning based on what we have on the table at that time to be able to subsidize and influence negotiators, the government agent there at the time, giving them elements so that they can play their role more effectively. Now, at COP in December this year, we're going to have the closing of the global framework on biodiversity. It's important for us to make an evaluation post-definition of this framework. Once it's defined, the goals, the targets, what is the impact of that in the business activity, industry activity in Brazil as a whole? So this is the first point that we're going to analyze. Follow up with the next one, the Nagoya Protocol. Brazil ratified the protocol since 2012, and it was completed June this year. Brazil is part of the debate of the Nagoya Protocol. It will be the first meeting it will take part as a negotiator. Information of digital sequencing. The biodiversity goes well beyond what is tangible, the living organism, the information that is contained within the organism. So it's much broader discussion than what we bring up, and the industry participation at COP itself. how is the industry going to organize to be present at the time? So these are the next steps at this point. Just, well, speaking about the Nagoya Protocol, CNI followed the ratification process very closely to the government and the Congress. The whole time we drafted a document last year on the impact of the implementation and ratification of the Nagoya Protocol. And now we are already drafting another document analyzing what needs to be changed, what needs to be created in terms of structure, what has to be improved in terms of structure so that we can put into practice in Brazil what is envisaged by the Protocol of Nagoya, although we have quite an advanced legislation. Our law on biodiversity is much more advanced than most countries. Sometimes it requires certain adjustments. Sometimes it's not a regulatory adjustment, but it's a structural adjustment within the government to be able to implement what is envisaged in the Nagoya Protocol. CNI is drafting a document now analyzing those points as to what needs to be structured. There may be something that is legal, but there may be things related to the government structure and post-COP prospects or outlook, so internalization of the global framework after the adoption of the instrument at COP15. How this has been agreed during COP15 will reflect in the productive activities and in Brazil as a whole, reminding you that the implementation of this global framework sometimes impacts both industrial activity but also productive activity, supply chains, vendors from the agricultural industry, agricultural and livestock industry. So we have to analyze this. I'm talking about a post-agreement, a post-COP at the end of the year, and we have to assess how we're going to internalize that or implement that into our policies and our actions and implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. I resumed over what I just said. CNI drafted this study of analysis of regulatory impact. We had a live session last year, and we are now completing the study with recommendations for Brazil to implement the protocol. In a very brief way, I wanted to share with you the importance of this topic, the interconnection of this topic of biodiversity, everything that is being addressed within COP, the biodiversity copy with the climate change agenda and the low carbon agenda. In the case of Brazil, this gains even greater relevance because of our profile, as we mentioned here, our forestry profile of great holder of resources biodiversity. This makes this topic to gain another dimension that we must take into consideration, that we must give due importance. Thank you. Thank you, Mario Cardoso, Manager of Natural Resources of the Executive Management of Sustainability and Executive Management of CNI. He addressed the Convention on Diversity, biological diversity, and along with Bianca Brazil, talking about biological diversity. I'd like to invite you to the special session with whose topic is the Institute of Innovation and Biodiversity from Senai. Invite the director of the Senai Innovation and Biodiversity Director, Alessandro Risato, please. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's quite a challenge to be up here right now after all of these important discussions that we just heard, but we're going to talk about innovation and the Sinai Institute on Innovation. But first, I would like to express my gratitude to the BNDES for their support in this project, especially to Mr. Bruno Aranha, who is here today, who is familiar with the project. Thank you, Bruno. So now, I will go through briefly through the EISI, the Innovation Institute, SNI Innovation Institute. I'll share some data on bioeconomy, which comes to demonstrate our interest, despite the fact we are constantly generating more and more data, in-depth data, but which is also spread out. Data is not actually organized in one database. And so we begin by talking about the Institute and the project, and I'll share the key figures with you. So our Innovation Institute at Sinai is made up by this network of existing innovation institutes. It's a network that is comprised of 26 institutes that are operating. I'm here today to talk about the 27th institute that will be set up, centrally representing the state of Brazil, the 27 states of Brazil Federation. It will be set up in Brasilia, and for now, we're calling it Instituto Sinai on Innovation and Biodiversity, Brazilian Innovation and Biodiversity, but I still call it ISI 27, ISI 27. It's a nickname for now, and it's actually iconic. It's the 27th Institute. It will be set up in a central region, so it's close to my heart. In 27, I have pointed out the innovation institutes that are somehow related to this topic, meaning that we already have a network that is focusing on biodiversity, on biomass projects, on low carbon related projects, net zero related projects, and well, bioeconomy is very appealing. I won't read this busy slide now, but here we do have some inputs. In Europe, we have, of course, a massive network. We heard a panelist mention today that we are part of this global chain. This is happening already. Brazil is very strong in biodiversity, and we have to be part of these chains, which are quite expressive. The United States also talking about GDP investments that are reaching the highest levels lately, and the OECD as well, and the OECD. And here in the pizza chart, we can have an idea of what this represents. And this is from the European market. And here on this screen, I just wanted to point out the following. These are data on imports of surfactants. Someone mentioned the cosmetics industry previously in the previous panel. Brazil and its biodiversity. If we, of course, look at the surfactants, and so actives that can be extracted from essential oils, well, it's a massive market, and these are actually the values of these products in these markets. This is still very small, but we've got a great potential to boost this industry, and we still have much to explore. It is still underexplored at the moment, and even more. We do have the available surfactants, but we're not mapping them out. We're not actually bringing them to the industry. And a few days ago, I talked to a professor, a researcher from UNESCO, the University of Araraquara, the state of São Paulo. She has been generating data, mapping these natural products of the Brazilian biodiversity for many years now. In her work group, well, they were able to map out 600 plants to generate 4,000 bioproducts, which is quite astounding. It is amazing. And she laughed at my reaction because, well, the American society, you know, that has all the magazines, all the journals, has a database with almost 55,000 products. They don't have a research lab in Brazil. And this is an eye-opener to us that we really need to make headway and to focus more closely on this biodiversity that can create so much value. This is data related to Brazil. And here we see it's mostly primary production, agribusiness, and one of our panelists also shared data, significant data of the agribusiness industry. So it's still highly dependent of the agribusiness, our Brazilian bioeconomy. However, we have many different biomes in Brazil. Many people talk about the Amazon biome, but there are other biomes as well, and the Brazilian population is not closely related to them, one being the Cerrado. And the Cerrado provides, of course, support to the Amazon and the rainforest biomes. Without the Cerrado, we would have problems. On this slide, we have a representation of how we can begin consolidating our action strategy in our institute. At the base of the pyramid, we have biofuels. The biotech Brazilian, the bioeconomy, Brazilian industry that produces ethanol is mature. We are quite mature in the production of biofuel. And at the same time, these are very high investment. And in order to be competitive, we need to have large plants. We are talking about biofuel production. A plant that produces 1 million tons is small. Depending on what we're looking at, it's not going to be so competitive in this institute. And according to this illustration, the pyramid, the arrow on the left-hand side, we want to focus on products that have a higher added value. And the arrow on the right-hand side, which is inversely proportional, well, which is actually the other way around, it is the size of the investment in plants. So we want to focus on special chemicals, on specialties, on fine chemicals, on nutrition chemicals, and health chemicals as well. Why not? Seeking to actually bring different parts together. Looking at a biorefinery plant with lower investments and smaller biorefinery plants, and therefore we could be able to move these biorefineries closer to the biomass source. The biomass sources don't get to travel. Their density is very low. And we have this continental country in size with all of these biomes, and we have not included the ocean as a biome in this illustration. We are going to go through this new decade focusing on oceans, and the minister, I'm not mistaken, talked about our coastline, 11,000 kilometers in extension. We need to focus on our coastline when talking about energy generation and all the microorganisms and species that can generate bioproducts as well.
Our positioning in terms of biodiversity is unique in the world, and we actually have a chance of surfing this wave of being able to create value through biodiversity. In a very general view, from looking at the biomass from market segments, we can actually think on this side, we will look at the different biomass types of biological resources in general. We're going to use biotechnology, and then we can access product and market of nutrition and pharma bioenergy. Why not? It is essential that we look at that. We're talking about energy transition and bioproducts of extremely high added value that go to these different markets. Each one of these boxes, for us as an Institute of Science and Technology, we can build a technological roadmap along with you. Each one of these boxes that are in line with each one of the topics we've discussed today on this bioeconomy strategy of CNI. So this new institute consolidates a differentiated model of action. And I has learned with the institutes that already exist, we start from the beginning with strategic alliances. We have the mapping of our skills to influence and get the infrastructure in laboratories to generate this engine of collaboration and value generation. And I conclude my presentation showing you firsthand the architectural design of the institute. It is, as I said, in Brasilia. The land is 165,000 square meters, is in the borderline between Brasilia and Goiás. State that building of the building will take up about 11,000 square meters. We want other partners. This institute is not born as a solo institute. It is born within the concept of an international district in bioeconomy. We need to have partners from the very beginning in this concept of strategic alliances, a side view, emphasizing that we want strategic partners boost bioeconomy in Brazil and generate value. This is the most relevant, a bit of the side view of the floor plans to give you an idea. We have a design that's a bit, this is an overview of the underground floor where we expect to have different biotechnology labs, pilot plants, it's an analytic chemistry lab supporting all of that. There's an area outside the construction that we're calling the block of pilots, say the plot of pilots. We have spaces for 6 containers, and in those containers, we will develop pilot plants in the concept of biorefineries. At the end of the development, you can park your truck, plug it to the container, and take it to your plant, to the community you want to develop. Well, it's all yours. You may take it at the end of the development. Then we have a floor devoted to infrastructure, administration, cafeteria, and several spaces for partners. And we expect to have different partners, interchangeable auditorium. We can split it into 2. It can become 2 auditoriums of 40 seats, spaces for partners, and co-working spaces. We want to foster innovation habitats, actually hatch startups in the Institute, and we also expect for the other 10 innovation institutes, we have spaces in there because we are born with this network concept. We're not going to compete with any other innovation Sinai Institute. We're going to work as a network with the large numbers. To give you an idea, it's actually in Brasilia. The plot of land is in the Alphaville in Brasilia, bordering Goiás State, and the major figures of labs and construction. I'm not going to go into details. I had the challenge of trying to catch up the 5 minutes, and I'm going to be able to. So the institutes have been set up to meet specifically the needs of industry. We meet the demands of industry. We carry out research for the industry, research or industry applied research. So we are here as an arm of yours precisely to turn an octopus and multiply your hands in terms of deliveries of product generation and R&D projects. And we wish to have with this model that we bring to you to invest in us in projects that are going to be returned to you yourselves. We know there is a growing volume of investment in technology, in sustainable technology. This event is consolidating it, showing you the whole potential. Well, let's focus on chemical specialties that seek added value products in this huge Brazilian biodiversity. And I invite you all, and I thank you all, come and take part of this journey with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alessandro Risato, Director of the Senai Institute in Biodiversity. We thank him for his participation, and all of you who have been with us in this first block of our event. I invite you to go to our brunch that is going to be served at our terrace, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. in the same place. Enjoy your lunch.
Olá, boa tarde a todos e todas. Sejam bem-vindos, bem-vindas novamente ao nosso evento
Welcome back to our conference, Industry Strategy for Low Carbon Economy. And so let's move on to our second block. Thank you all who are here in person and virtually. And for the second panel, we are going to talk about the role of forest and bioeconomy in reducing GHG emissions, which are the greenhouse effect gas. So talking about the importance of forest and biodiversity, as well as the opportunities arising from the bioeconomy for maintaining the climate balance. For this panel, I would like to give the floor to our moderator, President of Institute Amazonia Plus 21, Marcelo Tomé. Along with him, he's going to have the Global Head of Corporate Affairs, Suzano, Mariana Lisboa. Also, the Executive Director of Amazon Environmental Research Institute, IPEM, Andrei Guimarães. The Executive Director of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, Ambassador Carlos Alfredo Lazari Teixeira, will be joining us remotely, and also here in person, Director of Productive and Social Environmental Credit Division of the Brazilian Bank of Development, BNDES, Mr. Bruno Caldas Aranha. Please join us at the stage. So enjoy your panel, enjoy your conversation. See you soon. Good afternoon. You're all most welcome to recover our industry strategy for low carbon strategy. I would like to welcome Mariana Lisboa, Global Head of Corporate Affairs for Suzano, André Guimarães, Executive Director of the Amazon Environmental Research Institute, IPEM, and then remotely Ambassador Carlos Alfredo Lazari Teixeira, Executive Director of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, and Bruno Caldas Aranha, Director of the Productive and Social Environmental Credit Division of the Brazilian Economic and Social Development Bank. So forests are essential for the balance of climate because they are sources of issuance and fixation of carbon and habitat for the biodiversity. They are also providers of environmental services and subsistence services and economic opportunities. Considering that Brazil has 58% of its territory covered by forests, forest conservation is one of the main actions for the reduction of greenhouse effect gases, considering that one of the consequences of avoided deforestation is storage of carbon. Additionally, forest conservation assures hydric and energetic conservation and also the agricultural life of the country. With a standing forest, the bioeconomy is a new way of using the resources of biodiversity based on science, technology, and innovation. In that sense, a bioeconomy is important for a low-carbon economy because it generates income by replacing fossil fuel resources by biological resources using innovative processes. When we in-source forest conservation and commit to the development of bioeconomy, Brazil will be capable of promoting innovative business models and to drive new value chains that value the standing forest and the sustainable use of the biodiversity. So I would like to start with an overall question for everyone, starting by Mariana, please. Well, first of all, we would like to hear from you all, how can we overcome the challenges to assure the conservation of forests and how to materialize the bioeconomy agenda within the context of low carbon economy. I would like you all to stick to the time, 5 minutes in your answers, starting by you, Mariana, please. Well, first of all, I would like to thank once again CNI for the invitation to be here on this panel on such an important conference on such a relevant theme as this. On behalf of Suzano, once again, I would like to thank for the opportunity, not just to talk about what we've been doing, but also for the opportunity to hear from my colleagues what is going on in other industries. Well, this is a theme that is extremely relevant because it's a complex challenge and at the same time urgent. So it's intuitive to imagine the amount of energy that we need to invest so that effectively this agenda moves forward. So if I could leave a take-home message for governments, companies and societies, that we need to definitely leave the realm of ideas and discussions that are important, but to very fast go towards action. And this goes through very important aspects such as adapting the regulation environment, culture change in society, investment in technology, change in consumption habits. We know that Brazil has a wonderful, spectacular call to be the leader in this agenda, but we still lack an appropriate regulation environment. We are really lagging behind in implementing a carbon regulation market, and we need to advance so that we are capable of making the transition to the green economy that we want so badly. And there are other instruments such as, for example, I was talking with Bruno from BNDES, our forest concession law, which dates back to 2006, very important instrument for the maintenance and conservation of forests, but which lacks appropriate incentives for those who maintain and restore. So we need to incorporate in the existing law mechanisms to incentivize, to effectively encourage the restoration and maintenance of what we have. Incentives, they are necessary for us to provide the necessary scale for us to advance at large steps to meet the challenge of having a bioeconomy and a green economy. Moreover, there are other aspects related to regulation. I'm not going to mention them one by one. Tax incentives, also incentive to development and technology and research. And this is directly related to the industry. Of course, we cannot compare the competitiveness of bioeconomy with the competitiveness of an industry based on assumptions of endless natural resources. We also need to provide the means for industry to make the transition without losing competitiveness. And this is only going to be possible once major investments are made by public powers, and also when companies start to think their businesses in a different way, building their strategies and also directing their investments toward a new production model. Of course, this is not simple, not easy. Of course, the amount of investments will be done depending on each one's size, but it's very important for us to introject how we think about this in a different way. I usually compare this moment of transition to urban cleaning. A cleaner city is not the one that cleans better, but the one that is less dirty. But of course, in carbon, the best one is not the one that restores more, but the one that destroys less. So this is what we need to think. And of course, this incentive goes through appropriate public policies and a culture change in society. Of course, this is not easy nor simple. We need to start small, think big, and do things quickly. And this is the only way for us to overcome this initial challenge that the world needs so much and that all populations deserve. Thank you, Mariana. You touch on something very important, the regulation environment that must and should provide legal security to investors. However, those who are in the Amazon, it's difficult to make funds get to riverside populations, indigenous populations, to farmers. So these credits need to be translated into meeting basic needs of the 29 million Brazilians who live in the region of the Amazon. Thank you, Marcelo. First of all, I would like to thank CNI for the invitation. More than just thank, I would like to praise. There are not too many countries in the world where an event promoted by the National Confederation of the Manufacturing Industry opens a panel for us to talk about forests. So I would really like to extend my special thanks to CNI for giving the opportunity to us to talk about something that is so important for us in our country. So I will take a step back and set the perspective in terms of the importance of forests for the climate equation of our country. We're talking about country, which is the fifth largest in issuance, in emission, in carbon emissions in the world. So there is a difference in the emissions from Brazil from other countries, where other countries have an emission basically from fossil fuel, fossil energy. Our emissions is different. 74% of Brazilian emissions are related to the use of land. Almost 50% of Brazilian emissions are related to deforestation, and more than 90% in the case of the Amazon, which accounts for most of the emissions. Almost the totality of deforestation in the Amazon today is illegal. So fighting illegal deforestation means us dealing with 50% of the problem of the fifth largest carbon emissions in the world. So this is essential for us to sit at the negotiation table. We need the regulation environment. This is true. The regulation environment will create a good environment for investments. Moreover, we need to fight some problems. And deforestation in the Amazon is one of these very fundamental problems. I'm going to add something to our conversation to make what I want to say clearer. IPAM, the Amazon Environmental Research Institute, we have been monitoring the deforestation in the Amazon by property size. Small properties, large properties, indigenous lands, government lands, and in the cycle 2021 to 2022, we measured deforestation and we found out that 51% of the deforestation in the Amazon in the 12 months between 2020 and 2021 took place in government lands, inside indigenous lands, conservation units, and the public forests where most of deforestation takes place. In addition to being illegal, in my personal opinion, this is criminal. If we imagine that half of the Brazilian emissions are related to deforestation, half takes place in government-owned forests, if we solve this crime, we will solve 25% of Brazilian emissions. So this gives you the size or the dimension of the challenge, as you asked in your initial question, of us to dealing and facing this problem up front. Well, you know much better than me. Restrictions to investments, questions from international partners, the reduction of the inflow of international cooperation funds, and Brazil risk, cost Brazil, and risks in our markets, and questions asked by Brazilian partners. And this has been going on our everyday work. And of course, this affects our business environment. So part of the answer to the question or to the challenge that you pose here in terms of how to dealing with deforestation is to fight whatever is illegal. This is a sine qua non condition. Brazil needs to tackle this problem. And we mustn't be subject to criminal people that are taking out public property from all of us to alleged public or private properties. So this needs to be interrupted, and I would like to mention a sentence that I like to repeat from the former Minister of Agriculture, Teresa Cristina, when she says Brazil doesn't need to knock down any trees to continue agricultural production. And I say this as an agronomist. We know that there are millions of hectares that are underused in the Amazon and in Cerrado that can be better used to increase the potential and now a productivity and generation of income and employment. We do not need to deforest the Amazon. This is part of the answer. The other part of the answer is incentives. Another piece of information from IPAM, my institute, who have mapped what we call legal reserve surplus. So these are areas that can be legally deforested. You can deforest. Those are farms, rural properties that have some share of their area that can be legally deforested. 11 million hectares in legal Amazon. So this is equivalent to 2 states of Rio de Janeiro. As part of the 11 million hectares, there is the equivalent to 1 year of Brazilian emissions. In today's amounts, at $10 by carbon ton, we are talking about $20 billion inside rural properties in Brazil that today are doing the conversion and the subtraction of these forests to by $50, $60 cost of opportunities, $100 per hectare per year. So this calculation is wrong. We haven't been able to create a regulation environment that will make it possible for us to have these exchanges and investments, both from Brazil to other countries and also internally. We could be offsetting our emissions, avoiding deforestation in Acre, in the Amazon, in Pará, and making this process and thereby creating a market that will make funds and money circulate with social, economic, and environmental results for our country. And in closing, Marcelo, I think that we mustn't forget that Brazil might be one of the very, very only countries in the world that can benefit multiple times once we meet our commitments to climate. If we reduce deforestation, which is half of Brazilian emissions, if we can fight that effectively, will be reality preserving forests. Preserving forests means preserving rain. Preserving rain for Brazil, we depend 90% from the rains to generate the GDP of Brazilian agribusiness. We are preserving the future of the country. One tree in the Amazon can pump 1,000 liters of water per day. If we imagine that we are losing dozens of thousands of trees per minute in the Amazon, just figure out the amount of water that is not going to the center-west to irrigate the farms. Or Barroso today earlier talked about the major batteries that we have. And I really like this analogy, Barroso, the battery, which is our water reservoirs that needs to be preserved, but we also need to preserve the system that supplies those reservoirs, the forests. So this equation of solving deforestation, making it possible for us, for Brazil, to get into carbon markets with dignity will facilitate the inflow of capitals and will maintain our production capacity in terms of the farming. And I'm going to stop here so that we can continue the conversation. Two very important points that you touched on. First of all, the federal government has signed the commitment to zero illegal deforestation in Brazil. And another important point is the land inventory in the Amazon. Just providing numbers, in Rondônia, this accounts for 70% of the open areas that are regular, meaning Rondônia today is the champion in agribusiness, the fifth export of beef in Brazil, and has 70% of lands available for intensive agriculture and low emissions agriculture.
Ambassador Carlos, what is the vision of your organization? And now that we've talked about Brazil. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for the opportunity. Greetings to all panelists and the audience. It's actually been quite interesting what I've heard so far, and I believe my work here is to bring an overview of the Amazon as a whole. I'd like to start by saying that the responsibility, in this case in Brazil, is a real responsibility, or the whole of Amazon is a reference to the other countries. Our organization, OTCA, we are sharing the good experiences produced in the Amazon. And in this region, what we have is that Brazil, in terms of institutional strengthening, institutional presence, it is the most important presence in the Amazon. And OTCA takes care of replicating the good experiences, the best experiences, the best projects, and trying to ensure that the countries understand each other around public policies that are converging and homogeneous to overcome the challenges in the ensemble of the Amazon. What Brazil does in all those points that have been brought up by the two previous panelists, it is the day-to-day work of dissemination and multiplication of the debate throughout the Amazon. What we have been doing from the standpoint of the OTCA is to work on consensus, convergence, of the positionings of the countries. And it's been the great effort. We managed to approve last year, in May last year, the biodiversity regional program and the regional forestry program after 2 years of negotiations. And these programs have a very close focus to the topic we're discussing here today. Whatever name it has, bioeconomy. In Bolivia, it's la economía de la madre tierra. Each country has its own way of working or perhaps of expressing regarding what happens in the Amazon. I will tell you that we have been doing important work of implementing the biodiversity and the forestry programs. We are currently producing a handbook of systematizing best practices and successful experiences with parameters of replicability or regionalization of projects. We've just been invited to be part of a fund for bioeconomy in the Amazon fund that has been approved by the IDB along the green funding funds amounting to $600 million. And part of this fund will be analyzed through projects that are validated by OTCA regarding adaptation and mitigation of the impact of climate change. And as to forest, we have the great satisfaction of having approved and taken up to the end a project along with BNDES present at this panel, the first regional project approved within the Amazon Fund sphere, along with the National Development Bank, having the forest coverage and deforestation we carried in Bolivia, Guyana, Suriname, and Colombia, 4 of the 8 countries that make up our organization, the TCA. I could continue by mentioning many things. I must say that we've just taken part of the World Biodiversity Forum that took place in Berlin, and by our first time that it left Finland to be in our region, and we are setting up at our organization, or I invite you all, or encourage you all to visit our website. We are setting up a specific module within the Amazon Observatory, something related to forests and biodiversity. We also took part, or take part of a platform of exchange of information and knowledge on forests and conservation of biodiversity. We provide a platform for training for other countries, and the first forum of potential forest non-timber products for a bioeconomy in Latin America and Caribbean, in which we had the participation of Embrapa, IP UFU, and the University of Brasilia. In addition, we have our participation in a webinar on the use of biodiversity of the Amazon countries. So we're working towards putting all these countries together with an important reference of what Brazil does. Hence, the challenge in Brazil is even greater when you look at, and when you realize the fact that the Amazon in Brazil needs policies that are cohesive, that can be kept over time, that allows a level of predictability to meet the needs of local populations. And just to close, there's an important point regarding bioeconomy that OTCA has just submitted a project to the European Union amounting to €1,200,000,000 to diagnose community tourism, sustainable community tourism. Bioeconomy is not timber, non-timber products. It's also the part of services in the Amazon. So our idea is to work to identify how you, within, well, having all the parameters of keeping all the parameters of local populations, how can you train these populations and also indigenous tribes to benefit from this side of the economy, which is very important, that is tourism. I am here and ready for the next steps of our panel. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Bruno, Mariana brought up the need of regulating the carbon market, and the National Confederation of Industry also advocates and built with the industrial base. And there affirms that the projects, the Brazilian carbon projects by per ton have been compensated about $10 on average. And when we research abroad, European projects of forest origins pay $100. This is a matter of reputation, credibility, as legal security, as Mariana put it quite well. BNDES has a very firm positioning regarding the Amazon in the current management, especially regarding carbon. What is the positioning of BNDES regarding the topic? Well, Marcelo, thank you. Thank you, CNI, for the invitation. I'm actually representing the National Development Bank for Economy and Social arenas. We're talking about conservation of forests and bioeconomy. Let me give you a viewpoint. You brought the regional aspect in the Amazon. I believe that to us, conservation of the forest, well, we have to think about the people. If we care for the people, people are going to care for the forest. And now, well, we're talking about ESG. We are a country in development, and the social issue has to be very strong. And Marcelo represents a bit the location and the region, almost 50-60% of our national territory that represents 6% of the GDP, with economic and social indicators that are quite challenging. I understand that from the standpoint of a development bank, we have to have a viewpoint of integrated development in the region. If we could organize a bit the speech, we have to think about people, health and education, considering infrastructure, also all the logistics, power, telecommunications infrastructure, regarding sustainable agriculture and livestock breeding, and also the land aspect is very important in the region, and bioeconomy and the forest. When we think about bioeconomy and forest, as you said, actually, for you to keep a forest standing, it means that you have to provide environmental services to the location, to the country, and to the world. And the point today is that such environmental services are not compensated. And today we've managed to create a financial asset that represents these environmental benefits, that is carbon. This moment is very important for Brazil to move forward in this journey, to have better knowledge, to sit at the world table to talk about carbon and present the Brazilian reality. If at this time we have today a base of a first decree that has been instituted 1105, we have the establishment of a system that all the activities and products, your carbon will be able to be registered. First thing is for us to understand what carbon is and metrify our carbon footprint. Here in the urbanization of industry, when we measure or metrify all of them, we will have a pleasant surprise if compared to other products in the world. And then we automatically change the competitiveness of Brazilian products. It's an agenda that we have to take over and develop. BNDES has been working intensely. Regulation is important. We have to increase legal security, but there is a move that we can make that is quite intense of actually having voluntary transactions. Oh, the company, Suzana, has its metrics. It's quite advanced in its actions as well as other players, so that we can bring a carbon market that is robust to Brazil. And in the global discussion, bring up that nature solutions are relevant and have to be well positioned in a global market. BNDES, regarding carbon, supports both the supply part. I can go in detail because my time is almost up. Both on the supply side, supporting projects that are going to generate carbon credits in terms of forest reforestation or carbon generated through methane capture, biomass, fuel, and as well on the side of demand in the purchase of carbon credits. We're working on a first pilot project. We had a public bid to buy 10 million reais of carbon credits from different types so that we can experiment and learn in this journey. I invite all companies that do that, as well as in a second moment at the end of the year, we're going to scale this purchase to 100 million reais of carbon credits. But we'd like to do this along with the companies. Here we are co-participating in this setting up of a robust market of carbon in Brazil. So these are my initial remarks. Thank you for giving me this time. Thank you, Bruno. Let's go to the specific questions, starting with Mariana. The industry understands that bioeconomy is a great opportunity for income and wealth generation from the development of products that are byproducts with biological resources with the use of innovative technologies. For the development of bioeconomy, we need a favorable regulatory environment and investment in research, technology, and innovation. Suzano has been acting actively in innovative solutions for the development of renewable inputs applied to various businesses. What has been the strategy and the planning of the company to generate an impact? And what stakeholders and Suzano understands are key to the innovation process? Thank you. For those of you who don't know, Suzano, I'm going to talk briefly about our business. We're world leader in the production of eucalyptus pulp, greatest producer of paper in Latin America. We're present in various states of Brazil: Bahia, Espírito Santo, Maranhão, Pará, Ceará, São Paulo, Mato Grosso do Sul, including now Mato Grosso do Sul. We have the largest investment underway at this moment in the country, 20 billion reais for the building of a new plant. So we are very proud of the generate 40 million jobs directly and indirectly. We also export to over 100 countries. We have international offices in various locations: China, US, Austria, various others in Canada as well, and several others. And going back to Brazil, we take up an area of 2 million hectares. 1 million hectares preserves 1 million hectares of forest growth. We are aware as that the fact that the bigger we are, the bigger is our responsibility. That's why we took on public goals directly related to ESG and directly connected to Connected. We took on a public commitment to, by 2025, we remove 40 million tons of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, reducing by 15% our emissions. They are ambitious goals that we consider necessary that if we want to be, and we want to be part of the solution regarding the world climate crisis. And to answer your question, how can we have we been embodying in our business to gain scale? In Suzano, we have a very interesting term called innovability, innovation with sustainability. We understand that only these two drivers, hand in hand, and being part of our strategy of business and decision-making process, can we advance in this agenda. And this agenda is broken down into two dimensions. One regarding product development, as you've mentioned, and the other one regarding our new way of thinking about the business in a macro way. Speaking firstly about the products, we have been increasingly setting up partnerships with other companies and entities to develop products that are alternative to others already existing of greater environmental impact. I mean, mention a few examples: special paper for the straw making. There will be an alternative of single-use plastic straw. So look at for disposable cups, paper cups. And we recently set up a partnership with a Finnish company, a startup, to produce the fabric of renewable basis whose raw material is eucalyptus, and as an alternative to polyester and cotton, whose environmental impact is much greater of this from renewable basis energy. Within the context of sustainability, energy is also a factor that is being seen very carefully by Suzano. We are self-sufficient, totally self-sufficient in energy production from the biomass that is a surplus of our production process. We have offered to the national grid part of this energy produced. As a goal, we have the increase of these offer in the next few years. We've been making investments in R&D, in bio-oil, that will be a very important element to be a breakthrough, the footprint of carbon footprint to fuel trucks and machines. We're thinking about renewable alternatives for existing products. What we want is to increasingly provide to the public products that are alternative to the existing ones and traditional ones of high environmental impact. We understand that innovation is not just boarding technology into new products, but to think about the business in a different way. Not for a different reason, 40% of the debt of Suzano is pegged to goals linked to SG pillars, inclusion of women in leadership roles, the reduction of use of water in our production process. This is an innovative way of getting credit in the market, and increasingly we've seen investors interested in investing in companies that take on commitments in this sense. We have a very interesting goal of reducing poverty line, taking over 200,000 people out of the poverty line and this shows our interest and our commitment in acting in a concrete way to contribute to become the solution to the climate crisis. You've asked what stakeholders are involved. I cannot choose one stakeholder because everyone is involved. This decarbonization is a collective compact. It's a collaboration project. It will only work if there is union and commitment of the various agents, private sector, public sector, local communities, academia, third sector. Only then with everyone's commitment can we get this result. It's grandiose, seems impossible, but also it's a road with no return. We can no longer continue producing without thinking about our production model. Suzano is 100% committed to this, and we have actually attained significant results in this sense. We know that we are not going to do anything alone, but we want to position ourselves as part of the solution, and this is how we have been relentlessly every day thinking about the way of working and producing.
Very well. Okay, Andrea, IPAM works to promote the sustainability of the Amazon through the promotion of knowledge, encouragement of local initiatives, and influencing public policies, thinking of the tripod, environmental, social, economic. So currently considering that the implementation of the Forest Code and incentive to forest concessions and development of the economy are crucial and complementary actions for the conservation of forests, what is the impact of the current scenario to attract the investments necessary for us to reach the objectives of this agenda, and to the Institute, what is the relationship of those investments with bioeconomy? Well, do I have 2 hours to answer this question, more or less? Well, okay, Marcelo. So first, let me talk to you about IPAM or IPAM. Our main product is knowledge. So it's an organization that is 27 years old. We are an NGO. We are not for profit organization. For 27 years, all we do is to produce knowledge, and we try to make this knowledge influence decision-making processes. I'm going to give you an example that is that makes it clear of what we did. Until 2002 and 2003, forests, native forests and native vegetation was not considered in the climate equation. There were industrial processes, but standing forests were not considered in that equation. Then afterwards, and today, 20 years later, today, the compensation for avoided deforestation is one of the main elements in the equation for climate solution. As in Glasgow last year, another 130 and 140 countries in the world signed an agreement to end the net loss of forests, especially tropical forests. The acceptance of Hedge Plus and the acceptance of incorporating forests only exists because the group of scientists of IPAM 22 years ago produced the scientific basis that make it possible for us to understand that the natural cycle of tropical forests would make it possible to have liquid carbon absorption, or net carbon absorption more accurately. Sometimes it's very generic, but it's to produce knowledge, to produce changes. And this is what we do and what we have been doing for the last 27 years. And in the context that you were asking, how can we create an environment by meeting the Brazilian landmarks? You said the forest code, so that investments in bioeconomy, sustainability, in the maintenance of standing forests should take place in Brazil. Well, number one, I only touched in my first answer. One is to end deforestation. First, illegal deforestation, and then create incentives to mitigate at least partially the legalized deforestation. This is number one. This is the basis of everything. If we don't do the homework in Brazil, we'll always be 2 steps behind in terms of attracting capitals and markets and everything. So number one, it's a new way of looking at the Amazon, of looking at Cerrado and other Brazilian biomes as standing assets. So this is step number one. We have a major challenge in terms of technological development. This morning we mentioned an investment of Senai and a set of research institutes that are seeking to develop solutions based on biodiversity and ecology. And I think that we need to do this and much more. I think that we would need to create a biodiversity Embrapa and a set of investments and state-of-the-art technology and investment. There is no quick or easy answer. It will take us years to have a molecule that cures a disease, or to have a substance that can replace a certain food or a new fiber that will compete with Suzano's eucalyptus fibers and will make it possible for Suzano to have a new line of business. We need to invest heavily in technology, but applied technology centered on solutions to provide us advantage. We mustn't forget there was an earlier panel talking about biodiversity. Brazil has one in every 5 solutions that life found for Earth in billions of years. This is our responsibility. This is the size of the opportunity of generating products, biosolutions for the modern global economy, and to meet the demands that younger consumers are already presenting to commercial partners and in terms of objects of consumption. So number 2 is for us to invest lots of energy and funds in technological development so that we can develop the whole potential. And number 3, and last, we need to leverage this process. We'll literally need the dozens of billions of dollars, even if we have the technology, until that turns into a product, and that the product is developed, goes to shelves, is marketed and everything. That takes a long time on the investment, a long period of amortization of these investments that we will need to do. And sometimes we need to raise those funds abroad. How can we leverage or assure these investments with environmental services that Brazil produces and exports to the world? Today, I like to say the most important export product in Brazil calls photosynthesis. We are the leading exporters of photosynthesis in Brazil, as pulp, soy, corn, beef. Brazil is a major exporter of photosynthesis. Why shouldn't we use our potential of exporting photosynthesis to export carbon? And then with export carbon, So 1 kilo of soybean assumes that I need to have 4,000 liters of water. 1 kilo of beef, 15,000 liters of water. Am I exporting water or beef or water? I'm exporting beef, but I'm not being paid for the 15,000 liters of water that made it possible for me to produce that so many kilos of beef. So we need to assure, and this needs to be backed up by our biodiversity to fund technology development, adaptation, and these products being the products arising from these technologies going to market. This is a major challenge. It's a new understanding of the country and Brazilian society in terms of its potential and exercising its potential in the future. I think that you were very clear in expressing the opportunities that are at the table for Brazil, and especially for the Amazon, when we say that 20% of the global genetic property or heritage is in the Amazon. It means that 15% is in Amazon. So not 15 out of 20, but 15 out of the global heritage. Having effective financial mechanisms to compensate environmental services in all biomes, this is what is going to make it possible, not a reindustrialization, but to think of a new industry and a industry that is suited to the features and location of each one of the biomes, and especially our Amazon. Ambassador Carlos, in the European Union, the UK, and the United States are discussing the proposals for regulations to limit the imports of products associated to deforestation, and as a consequence, reduce greenhouse effect gases. And although we have different proposals, the three will impact the production of commodities that present a risk to the maintenance of a standing forest and to the assurance of human rights. The initiative of the European Union, for example, aims to minimize the consumption of products coming from production chains associated to forest degradation and to increase the trade of deforestation-free products. With that regard, commercial relationship between exporting and importing countries of those products and commodities are in constant discussion. Which are the strategies that ACTO understands that are essential? And how is the Amazon getting ready for those commercial or trade barriers? And whether there is any action of the Amazon Parliament in that direction? Thank you very much, Marcelo. Once again, I would like to praise my fellow panelists for everything that they said. And I would like to say that from the standpoint of ACTO, so the treaty is 40-something years old, but the ACTO is 20-something years old. Well, and to answer your question, I'm going to go back in time. Before the creation of ACTO, on the path of preparation for Rio 92, and back in 1988 and 89, the Amazonian countries met to try and find the common points to get to 1992 with a single voice, an Amazonian voice. And in parallel to the effort that was made at the level of executive powers in 1989, also within that backdrop, the Amazonian Parliament was created, and it was kind of slow recently, but more recently it's gaining momentum again. So going back to your question, I go back to the issue of the Amazonian voice. It's very important for us to have in Brussels and in Washington, New York, London, Paris, in the OECD, in Berlin, Nairobi, Montreal. And Montreal, as you know, is the headquarters of Biological Biodiversity Convention. Nairobi is the headquarters of the UN environmental program in Berlin. There's something that is environmental for the Amazon, the German Convention, Paris OECD, New York, and in Washington, the Environmental Facility, GEF, World Bank, IBD, and in Brussels, European Union. So this is one of the things that are important when we think of defending common interests of Amazonian countries, is to have a single voice, an action that is in unison, that is permanent and global with all stakeholders, as we mentioned here before. So I understand a fundamental piece of information that we need to complement what each country has been doing at national level and what they're doing regionally. There are very few countries in the Amazon that incorporate in their narrative what they're doing regionally, and they do a lot. And that I would like to say, as part of the challenge, why shouldn't we have a national agreement for the Amazon of this group of countries so that we would have specific goals within the framework of the Amazon Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. So we are working for cooperation with a project of having 11 million euros given by the German Bank of Investment to meet the objectives of the Simple Convention, which is the convention addressing threatened species or endangered species. In the Amazon, we want to have a process of systematization of illegal trade that threatens those endangered species, and creating with those funds within the regional Amazonian Observatory with electronic real-time licensing, so that we are going to have Guyana, Suriname, Ecuador, and everything related to the trade of the species mentioned in attachments 1 and 2 of the Simple Convention. And we have a control of a sustainable trade. This will facilitate, if you're working with sustainable trade, the repression and control actions to curb whatever is not legal. So I would like to mention something, and it might extrapolate time. One example. For example, the other day at ACTO, we were visited by an officer from the American system that controls imports of nature products. And he was saying, well, we received and we have banned a set of exports of pirarucu skin, because we don't know whether the skin come from sustainable development. So this project that we are developing in ACTO, that is going to go to the second phase that connects the whole system to foreign trade agencies, in the case of Brazil, Syscomex, and will send monitoring for this process. And we are going to feed the system based on information coming from where those species go to. Another piece of information that I shouldn't fail to mention is the appreciation of traditional knowledge. We have just started a project that meets one of the decisions that were made in the Paris Agreement, which is the creation of a platform for the evaluation of traditional knowledge. The Amazon is the leader on this platform that will be called a regional platform of the Amazon of indigenous peoples within the landmark of ACTO. And there will be a repository of knowledge that will be made available for their dissemination. And in answering your question, more specific, so it's being reactivated. We had the first meeting 2 months ago with the president of Brazil. And now we are launching, and there was a statement. We are bringing countries together to negotiate a reachable protocol to institutionalize the Panamaris at ACTO. because, as I mentioned before, it's impossible to have a permanent policy within its set if we don't give it the status of a state policy. And you can't do that without the legislative branch of the countries. So this is or the importance of the Amazonian Parliament is going to have at the level of international cooperation. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Bruno? Considering the importance of public and private investments to assure forest conservation and the development of Brazilian bioeconomy, how has the BNDES articulated with the private enterprise to implement those investments? Is there any joint initiative with the that industry for the sustainable use of forest resources and for the preservation of biodiversity? Well, thank you very much for the opportunity of talking about this. So public-private partnerships are fundamental. As everyone said, there should be engagement of society as a whole. I'm going to give you a few examples. Number, Living Forest that we launched in COP26, a net funding initiative where BNDES will donate 250 million BRL for the recovery of Brazilian biomes. Amazonian Forest, Atlantic Forest, Cerrado, Caatinga. We call the companies to join us in making these available funds. For each 1 BRL donated by a private company, BNDES will donate another BRL. So we have been able to raise 400 million BRL, so we are above the 500 million of our goal. It's 700 million BRL, and we think that we can get to 1 billion until COP27. This recomposition project will generate carbon credits. They will be certified, and the companies that donated with us will be able to receive, because of the donation, the carbon credit, the corresponding carbon credits. This project will generate more than 40,000 hectares of recovered areas with 18 million tons of captured carbon, which is approximately 6 years without emission by the city of São Paulo, just to give you an idea. So I talked about our purchases of carbon credits. Today, BNDES on a different front, and this is a third front of concessions of parks and forests. We talked about preserving our forests, keeping them standing, keeping them alive, and at the same time, having a sustainable activity of those areas. Today, BNDES is mandated, has a mandate to structure concession projects for 85 environmental assets, 50 parks, and 36 forests in Brazil as a whole. So federal, state, and city forests and parks. This is 15 million hectares in Brazil, which means approximately the territory of the state of Ceará in Brazil. So these actions will create the possibility for private enterprise to manage those spaces in a sustainable exploration. As the ambassador said, we can develop tourism. So today, tourism in parks accounts for 3% of the Brazilian GDP. Look how much potential we have for the development here. This is another front. So we also said, as Andrea remembered, innovation institutes. I think that you all know the 26 innovation institutes of the Senai system. Most of them were funded by BNDES. And today we have the pleasure of being together with them. It's been announced today. So the Innovation Institute of Bioeconomy at the Federal District, and we are together investing in innovation. And then we have another partnership, and we have a partnership with Embrapa. And so about 20 institutes of Senai are Embrapa institutes with donations from BNDES for innovation and bioeconomy. So almost 300 million BRL, where the bank puts 100 and Senai another 100, and the company another 100, totaling 300. And this is used by the company. And in this manner, we can work with innovation. There's another initiative, which is the guaranteeing fund of the Amazon. The Amazon accounts for 6% of the Brazilian GDP. And we think of access to credit to Brazil, only 3% of credit gets to the Amazon. It's not proportional, not even to the region's GDP. So I, as a bank, a financial system, we can do much more. And now going to the region, once we get to know that Marcelo received us in Porto Velho, and in talking to business people, what is missing there? It's training. If you're talking about bioeconomy, if we want a farmer or a cattle breeder, we have low productivity and we want to take them to agroforestry system, we need to train them. In addition to training, we also need sometimes to provide guarantees so that funding will get to them. Sometimes it's not just a matter of available credit lines. They exist and sometimes they're even subsidized, but the money doesn't get to the front end. So this guaranteeing fund, so there are non-refundable funds, we can have a partnership and to allocate to these two pockets, technical assistance and guarantees, so that we can make this transfer or this transition so that we can really encourage bioeconomy. And there are others that are going on, and BNDES is here available to co-build with all businessmen. And I spoke too much already. And we have launched a call for blended finance recently, because sometimes you don't have the capacity for internal renovation. So we open for the market to provide financial and different financial structures for the development of bioeconomy, urban development, circular economy also is an agenda that's very dear to the industry.
And we have 90 million reais of donation for this project. We got 50 projects, the demand of 900 reais. And of these 50 projects, 22 were in bioeconomy. So that may mean as leverage of these 900 million can generate 3.6 billion reais in terms of projects. So it's intrinsic need for you to collaborate with the ecosystem as a whole. And BNDES has this premise in terms of action work with the government, with the private sector, as it's being mentioned, with the academia, and working with all stakeholders for us to overcome challenges, but tap into the opportunities that are right in front of us today. Thank you, Bruno. I don't know how much time we have left. Our time is up. I'd like to give you back the floor for final remarks. Some points are very dear to the topic that have been brought up. Regulation of carbon market, legal security, need of investment in innovation, positioning, transnational positioning of the Amazon, as the ambassador has mentioned, and the role of the development bank supporting these initiatives, focusing on sustainable development and conservation of forests, translating this into wealth and prosperity to people. Mariana, your final remarks, please. Once again, I'd like to thank for the opportunity of learning a lot here with my colleague or peer panelist and tell you my action. And I started by saying that we have to move from discourse thoughts and move to practical actions. This is what actually I believe in. We have seen lately business activism, companies being vocal regarding topics that are extremely relevant, not only related directly to their business, and we see this echoing the public power of this different positioning on the part of the industry. I encourage all of you to be increasingly more vocal in terms of what we believe that will be key to be part of the solution of the climate crisis that impacts the planet. We want to contribute to a better world, to leave a better world to our children, our grandchildren. This is not rhetoric, this is true. And we must start right now to think differently about our business and encourage, engage public powers to take measures and necessary actions of public policies that are appropriate in creation of regulatory environment that is efficient, that is able to enable this transition to the so much dreamed of green economy. I encourage all of you to join Suzano as you can, according to your size, to not embody in your business this new way of thinking as to how to do things and how to take innovability, innovation, and sustainability to your processes and decision-making processes. I am confident that with the engagement of industry, this transformation will be much faster. So I count on your support and count on Suzano as well. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank CNI for the invitation, congratulate with big capital letters for the quality of the event that will continue this afternoon and all day tomorrow, for the fact that we discuss topics that sometimes are quite thorny. That we don't want to discuss deforestation, Amazon in the current situation. I want to applaud CNI's initiative. My final remark is the following. The world is buying standing forests. This is the summary. The world is more specific. Civil aviation, 4% of emissions of carbon in the planet. We're not close to the electric aircraft. We don't have a solar aircraft being built in the necessary scale. So they're experiments. I mean, we're about 20, 30 decades at a distance for us to replace fossil fuel driven aircraft, but we have other types of fuels, but that it will take some time to be in the right place. This is an industry that is growing in terms of emissions. And here we are in Brazil with our photosynthesis ability. The case, if we stop the deforestation, the Amazon, of our getting accreditation to be providers of temporary solutions for the aviation industry, for example, so that they can go through the periods they are going to be pressured, but we don't yet have the technological solution that. But the same applies to international naval industry, and that will require some time to make the transition. The world needs standing forests, and Brazil has, in the Amazon, stored in the aerial part above the soil of the Amazon forest, equivalent to 10 years of global emissions of the planet, showing the dimension of the responsibility and opportunity. We have to go after the regulatory framework. We have to do our homework, which is stop deforestation to become attractive to these investment, create this business environment to tap into the appetite the world has of keeping standing forests. And as we do this, we can actually have the resources to develop biotechnology, same product, to develop our economy. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you, André. Ambassador Carlos Alfredo Teixeira, your final remarks. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you, CNI. It's been a pleasure to be with my panel colleagues. I'd just like to mention that the spirit of the treaty, ACTO, works with the human beings as a focus or in the Amazon. All the time we have the concern that has been mentioned by my panelist colleague. The actions are ready and being taken. We have a team of experts in indigenous peoples and doing pilot projects in 7 regions on the borderline frontier with Suriname, between Peru, Ecuador, so on and so forth, in which we see the possibility of providing the chain for conservation of medicines, radio equipment, internet provision, specific things to meet the demands of these most vulnerable populations, including indigenous peoples. On the other hand, I invite you all, encourage you all to get to know ACTO better. I didn't want to introduce you into our organization, I invite you all to look at our organization and visit our website, what is going to be a regional observatory in the Amazon. The situation of rivers here, 100 more in the monitoring and the flow of quality in the Amazon, incorporating technologies as hydrology, etc. And this monitoring in real time to meet practical things as, for example, navigation in the waterway of Madeira that has an outflow of 100 tons via the waterways of the Amazon and going to the Atlantic. And on the other hand, yes, we can see what we're doing in what has been mentioned by the colleagues spoken to us of flying rivers. We're now starting the mapping of the Amazon aquifers, as you know, much greater than the Guarani aquifers. We're going to get what's been done in the Brazilian underground is extend this to the set of the Amazon so that it can determine in each city, town of the Amazon, what is the ideal flow of the wells that are going to be drilled to have drinking water in the whole of the Amazon. This is the work we're developing in the Amazon at the moment, and I encourage all of you, all participants, to get to know better what we're doing. And once again, thank you very much for the opportunity. Bruno, please, your final remarks. Once again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to your initiatives in bioeconomic economy. The world seeks three types of security: energy, food, and climate security. The three are in Brazil necessarily. Today, energy security, as it's been said here, we can be the greatest producer of biofuel for aviation. We can have other biofuels for other industries as ethanol. We can be a platform of green hydrogen based on our energy mix that is extremely clean. We can indeed expand our power, agro power in Brazil. We have 70 million of degraded land in the country that production can be expanded, but in a different way, in a way that may involve agroforest systems, as it's been said, with the integration of livestock, agriculture, forestry in a sustainable way, and we boost production of superfoods. We have Brazil nut, the greatest production currently is in Bolivia, not in Brazil, despite our name. Cocoa as well, and so we have gigantic space for the country, as well as climate security that is part of the conservation of the forest, but actually its conservation demands payment of environment services because this forest is standing. And the sooner Brazil develops its market, it's going to be better. It can represent 15%. Well, as we put, if we have the carbon market, etc., 15%, etc., we have to develop this integrated market, regional one, to be locals of development for solutions for the nature and have our forest standing in the good sense and carbon. Reforest 50 million hectares, what it will mean in terms of carbon and exports of the credit to the world as a hypothesis. Once again, I'd like to thank for the rich debate and those that are qualified for the debate that has been very profound. On behalf of the National Confederation of Industry, thank you all for your participation, for your time, and we are concluding this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much who have participated here with us. I'd like you to resume your seats. I think we may have an official photo before you move back to the auditorium. We have Marcela on stage. We're going to watch a video together on the Amazon Plus 21 video And Marcelo is going to talk about the Institute Amazonia Plus 21. So as you resume your seat, we're going to adjust everything and then we can watch the video together. See you soon.
Kawa mirinda, kawa mirinda, kawa mirinda. Taniuca, Maiana Amazônia, Kakiri Uerano, Ratina, Rayumi.
Nós queremos bons parceiros para fazer negócios sustentáveis na Amazônia brasileira, com soluções que ajudem a manter de pé esta maravilhosa floresta feita de plantas, de bichos e de mais de 23 milhões de mulheres, homens e crianças.
Akati Mamatuuca, Rayumi Upa Nemaritara, Amua Itipacate, Tana Maiana Nua Nua, Upainani. Amite Tata. Amazônia, Reruiriqui, Supi Amazônia. Tana Awakana, Indiru Cima, Tana Awakana, Kuindiru Cima Yara, Rayumi Mukisima, Tana Wipituuca Yara, Wipi. Naniara.
No ano 2020, o Fórum Amazônia Mais 21 promoveu diálogos sobre negócios e desenvolvimento sustentáveis que inspiraram uma nova iniciativa empresarial na região, o Instituto Amazônia Mais 21. Nosso propósito é promover negócios sustentáveis na Amazônia, com princípios ESG, Environmental, Social and Governance. Conectar grandes empresas e fundos de investimentos com empresas na região. Articular projetos, cadeias produtivas e comunidades locais. Promover o acesso a novas tecnologias. Associar inovação e conhecimento tradicional.
Iauacuíça, Cuts, Iaupi Tano Canata, Icui, Iuiria, Icuicatu, Supinani.
O Instituto Amazônia Mais 21 manterá a plataforma de informações, serviços e suporte tecnológico. Estratégia de comunicação e promoção da atividade sustentável na Amazônia. Fórum permanente, incluindo academia, mercado e sociedade. Nossa atuação tem base nas federações de indústria dos estados da Amazônia brasileira e uma vasta rede de parceiros a partir da Confederação Nacional da Indústria. Abrace esta oportunidade única de fazer negócios sustentáveis e cuidar da maior floresta do planeta.
Amazônia, Maianamira, Tanaceta, Uapicá, Cacurigenó, Uracumissa, Uatenaua, Chinueta.
Instituto Amazônia Mais 21.
Como prometido, então, Marcelo Tomé retornou ao nosso...
We have Marcelo Tomé back to the stage to talk about the Institute Amazonia Plus 21. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like, just after the panel on forest, we planned to present to you the Institute Amazonia Plus 21. And I can see the presentation from here. Well, much of what has been said has been widely presented in the previous panel, and especially the opportunity of us being connected to the persons on the land. And this is the first slide talking about who we are. What is Amazonia Plus 21? They're businessmen in the land of the Amazon, understanding their role in this process of fostering sustainable businesses in the Amazon. This is a conversation that we never had. We are the business people in the region of the Amazon. Antonio Silva, president of the Amazonian Federation, who is the chair of our board, and other states in the Amazon through industry federations, almost in a movement of rebellion. Why do I need to be submitted to logics, projects, visions that come from outside, considering that I am there in the territory producing with a relationship with people who are in the Amazon? I understand the complexity and the opportunities in that area, in that region. Why don't we come together and do something different, which is to promote sustainable businesses? This is the role of the Institute Amazonia Plus 21. This is who we are. We are the gathering of Amazonian businessmen with manufacturing industry representation, with the support of the National Confederation of Industry, and as you're going to see, with many other companies on this journey that are coming together. So as I said, this is essentially an Amazonian business working in different economic sectors with broad experience in the region, with a huge mobilization capacity, and it's related many different sector evidence with diplomatic representation. As example of Ambassador Ibanez, who has been supporting our business. Major capillarity, but also in dialogue with the political and financial environment and all necessary stakeholders for the implementation of these projects. And obviously having an ESG focus on the essence of projects, on the design and concept of everything that we have been doing in order to assure integrity and traceability, which is something that was addressed in the previous panel. And these themes are very dear. And to translate into projects, actions, and product, the economic potentials of the Amazonian biome. So we want to foster new businesses. We need to understand what's the economic potential, and through innovation to translate that into a product. We need to leave the place of narrative than just saying that a standing forest is worth more. How much? Which manufacturing processes do I need to implement in the region so that I have a final product that is sustainable, that will have access to the consumer market, that recognizes the value of that product of Amazonian origin. So strengthening production chains that have already been established. As an example, agribusiness, it's important to say that Amazonia Plus 21 initiative is an initiative of manufacturing industry representation, but it's not just for manufacturing projects, it's multi-sector, so that we can translate into business economic potentials of the Amazonian region. So supporting agro, as Bruno Aranha said, in the projects that integrate farming, forest, recovering degraded and underused areas that are available in many areas in the Amazon, increasing the farming capacity. This is also the role of our institute, just as tourism, as it's been widely mentioned in a previous panel. The Amazonia Plus 21 Forum, which was a space for dialogue then, very broad dialogue promoted by the National Confederation of Industry and the industry federations that gave origin to our institute. This is a permanent forum with small events along a period, so that at the end we have the second edition in 2024. And I am inviting everyone here that on September 28th, this year, we're going to have an event promoted by Amazonia Plus 21, September 28th, from CNI, studio in Brasilia to talk about carbon credits. So for us to reach our objectives, it is fundamental to have strategic communication. We have been very competent at manufacturing a sustainable way, abiding by the law, and very competent of not telling anyone about that. It's amazing how the communication spaces today on the Amazon are dedicated to everything that is legal, aggressions to the biome, bad practices, disrespect to the legislation. And as we have strategic communication that is well structured, that can shed light and take information, not just to Brazil, but to the world, that yes, there are people working respectfully, responsibly, and environmentally and socially sustainably way in the Amazon. Moreover, the implementation of the Amazon Observatory so that we can capture and structure intelligence dedicated to businesses in our region. And cross-sectionally, we have investments that will enable, and Bruno mentioned that, one of the main challenges in the Amazon is for us to have fundable projects, well designed, with all the necessary documents, so that they can have access to credit lines. And we want to support the development of those projects that we are going to see next. And what have we been doing in the last 6 months, which is how old we have been, or how old we are. And we need to update the video because it was the video that you saw was presented in COP26. And ever since we have done a lot, and there is some information that we need to review. So very briefly, our 3 main projects. So the investment facility that will make it possible for us to provide technical assistance to Amazon entrepreneurs so that we can zero the documentation and technology gap for those projects so that they become fundable. And so the leverage and expansion of the capital flow to the Amazon through different investment facilities, and also to facilitate to the Amazon systemic risk issues, to assure the effectiveness of investments, and also to provide access to credit to those entrepreneurs that sometimes they cannot provide real guarantees to obtain credit. The Amazon Bioeconomy and Conservation Center is an initiative of Santo Antonio, Energia SA, and Rio Terra Center of Studies, along with Amazonia Plus 21, focusing on natural regeneration area, technological windows, agroforestry systems, so a collection of seeds of native species, a nursery to produce seedlings of native species for reforestation and regeneration projects, biofactory, and an educational center or training center. So this center has started to be implemented in the city of Porto Velho on the banks of Santo Antonio power plant. Another project to structure production chain in the Amazon, which arose from the opportunity that a study of the industrial federations of the Mato Grosso identified on how to support and assign a new meaning to the forestry-based sector in that state, so there could be primary production of planted forests with glued laminated wood. And our idea is that as we can foster planted forests for the production of laminated glued wood, so this processing should take place in the Amazon, initially as a pilot project in the state of Mato Grosso, and we can use that as raw material for the production of low-income housing in the region of the Amazon, social interest housing. So this combines the Federation of Industry of Mato Grosso, and in the North region, the Amazonia Plus 21 Institute, the Brazilian Chamber of Construction Industry, and Innovation We need to understand the importance of this in the region of the Amazon. And then afterwards, try to produce this and not just using pine wood or eucalyptus, which is basically the planted forest in Brazil. So overall, these are our main projects, 3 main projects going on, and very quickly we can implement and speed up, especially with the creation of the investment facility. These are our 8 members so far, local companies, a nationwide, one global company that believe in this project, that are supporting us and work along with us, proposing projects, sharing their experiences, their actions in that region that converge with the institute, so that together we can effectively create prosperity, income for the 29 million Brazilians living in that region, who needs to be the focal point of any project that is implemented in that region. So these are partnerships that have been signed. Horiz, Abiplas has already signed with us, and many other sector-specific associations. FAPESP will be signing with us on Wednesday. They authorized us to use their logo. So this is overall what we are doing, the purpose of the Amazonia Plus 21 Institute, and how we are committed to fostering sustainable businesses in the region of the Amazon. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Marcelo Tomé of the Amazonia Plus 21 for explaining to us. Now let's continue with our conference. The next panel will have the theme as the carbon market, with the objective of debating international experiences in the emissions trade systems, including the challenges that different jurisdictions deal with to implement these markets. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to the moderator, the president of the Brazilian Association of Portland Cement, ABCP, Paulo Camilo Pena. Welcome. Good afternoon. And the head of the unit of ETS, Political Coordination, International Carbon Markets, and Polona Gregorian, who will be joining us remotely. And now we also have the director of the Mexican Stock Exchange, David Collin. I can see him over there with his translation headphones, and he will be getting closer to us. Welcome. And also the Climate and Energy Manager of CNI, Environmental Sustainability Executive Department, Juliana Falcão, is our other panelist. I hope you enjoy your conversation. See you soon. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank CNI for the invitation, and then the cement industry started their energy transition almost 50 years ago during the first and second shock of oil, and they have been investing heavily on sustainability, and from then on with important effects, not just for our industry, but also with Brazilian efforts for innovation. And against the overall behavior with the crisis, this industry started with the International Energy Association and IFC, their financial arm, or the World Bank. The cement industry started a project that is disruptive, which is the technological map of the cement industry. The second one done by a country in the world, and has managed to make industry, thereby contributing for industry to have lowest CO2 per carbon ton emissions. So this industry was invited by the World Council of Concrete and Cement, invited us to be one of the 5 countries that would play a role of neutralizing carbon, joining the civil construction chain. So it's a satisfaction for me to be part of this event alongside with experts on the theme and learning a lot. And I would like to say that according to recent research by the World Bank, 23% of all greenhouse effect emissions, generating about $84 billion, 60% more than what we had in 2020. Of that total, 2/3 were based on the trade of emissions. The system has been gaining strength and used to mitigate emissions and to fight climate change. And in the case of Brazil, it has been defended by the manufacturing industry with full participation of intensive carbon companies. And for another fundamental reason, which differently from carbon taxing, the system makes it possible to have more flexible actions and also to adopt technologies that will contribute for the reduction and mitigation of our emissions. For a long time, CNI has been working on its industrial basis towards finding and building a consensus and an understanding with both the government and private enterprise. And we find it absolutely crucial to have a regulation landmark that will assure us, guarantee that it should go through the National Congress to meet its obligation, which is the reduction of emissions, to make Brazil be able to effectively meet its obligations as INDC assumed along the recommendations of Paris Protocol.
Today, we will have a very important panel to learn the challenges, the bottlenecks with mechanisms that are more mature, that were implemented by some of the countries that are here represented, and the valuable contributions that definitely CNI will bring in terms of the experience and the dialogue that has been built with the industry. So first of all, I would like to let you know that this panel will have a different dynamics than the previous one. There will be 2 specific questions to each of our speakers so that we can capture their experience in a way that can be broader to us. 2 specific questions and then final remarks of 5 minutes. So I will start then. And the first question is to Juliana Falcão. She is the Climate and Energy Manager at CNI's Environmental Sustainability Executive Management. So, since it's talked so much about carbon market in Brazil, can we have economic gains from a regulated carbon market? Thank you, Paulo, for the question. I believe right from the beginning of this event, we realized how we talk about carbon market. And I should harness from the previous panel the fact of what our colleagues have already mentioned. I don't want to be repetitive about the opportunities. Andre talked about opportunities of the standing forest. Mariana talked about the need of the regulated market. Bruno talked about buying credit through BNDES. So there are many topics within the same. Sometimes we even get a bit mixed up of what we're talking about. So yes, if I can use a popular expression, I can say definitely this is the name of the game. I mean, we're talking about understanding the discussion here, and then I can pass the floor to my colleagues. So we have a credit market that is a voluntary market that is already very diversified. It's a fragmented spread. Whoever wants to can come in. You can sell or buy. I mean, there's no specific goal. It's been around for so long. It is up and running. It has been growing because of the strategies of climate neutrality that the climate that the companies are adopting. And the carbon credit is an opportunity for those who want to reduce emission they can't within their own process. And there's also another discussion that really brought much debate last year, which is Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, where there is and here I'm just saying in a very simplified manner, these are complex and technical topics, and sometimes we say something and somebody say that's not quite the point, but I'm making it just very clear here and simple. So the Paris Agreement wants to bring a global market for carbon where all countries can take part and trade their credits, but there are rules to be followed. Although it is a market that is present, it's very strict. Whoever has worked with this type of project know how strict it is. And Article 6 comes with a bit more complexity and strictness than MDL. And it has also a link to MDC where countries need to work accordingly to be able to take part in the market. So we understand that there are great opportunities in the market, but they are long-term opportunities. And there's a third point, which is one that should be our focus here, which is the regulated market of carbon. So this is the market of emissions, and our colleagues will talk about their experience. And this is the market that the industry, that CNI, and that the industry advocates to be implemented in Brazil, as Paulo well mentioned, with a legal framework and a bill. And why do we advocate this bill? Because we have been discussing this for a long time, and now, right from the beginning, where many took part before PMR, which brought a good result. This is a program of the World Bank, and together with the Brazilian government, with the Ministry of Economy, discussed and analyzed the possibility of carbon price in Brazil. And the question was, would it be feasible to have implementation of a trade emission market in Brazil? Yes, not only feasible, but the best option for our country within the options that we can have when it comes to pricing. And all the whole scenarios that were analyzed by PMR brought positive results. There were 5 scenarios, and all of the results or all the scenarios showed increase of GDP, of employment, of revenues from 100 to 140 billion reais. I will stop right here, Paulo. So we are advocate of a regulated market to be implemented in Brazil, and that we can have a law to really abide to. So Juliana, we should just remind that PMR was an intense work discussed for over 5 years with the Ministry of the Economy, with the Getúlio Vargas Foundations taking part. So it was really a process of maturity with CNI and all the different sectors that work with carbon emission in Brazil. So it's definitely a basis of knowledge that was important during the period. And the second question is to Polona Gregorin, who is the Deputy Chief of Climate, head of the Climate Unit for Policy Coordination for the European Commission. Polona, considering that the European market is the oldest, what are the lessons learned that you can share with countries that are taking their first steps to develop their market?
Hi, good afternoon or good evening from Europe. First, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of the EU to share our experience with our carbon market or our EU emission trading system. It is indeed, it's not a voluntary market. It is a compliance market or a regulated market. So let me start by saying a few words on the history or the development of the EU emission trading system, because I think that should also help us to go into the lessons learned. So the EU emission trading system, or as I will refer to it later, the EU ETS, is very much a cornerstone of the EU policy to combat climate change, and it's key tool for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and doing that cost effectively, which of course is an important element of an emission trading. It was set up in 2015, so we already have now 17 years of experience with it as the world's first international emission trading system. It is now in its fourth phase, which started last year, and this already gives you an idea, the fact that we work in phases, that how the system developed was a sort of a step-by-step process. In terms of, let's say, impacts, what I can say is that since it was introduced back in 2005, emissions have been already cut by around 35% in the sectors covered. So a really considerable, let's say, an achievement in terms of emission reductions, which of course is the main goal of an emission trading system. So in the EU, it currently covers the sectors of power and heat generation, energy-intensive industrial sectors such as cement, and as well as commercial aviation within Europe. And put together, these sectors today account for around 41% of all EU's total emissions. So really the emission trading contribution is crucial to achieving the overall emission reduction target. Maybe in terms of first steps, I can say that back in 2000, the European Commission presented a paper with some first ideas on the design of the EU ETS, which served then as a basis for numerous stakeholder discussions that further helped to shape the system. So I think that's maybe a first lesson learned, that to set up an emission trading system, it's really important to have the involvement of all stakeholders in the design of the system, to make sure that we have a good system, and also the ownership of the system of all parties. So in phase one, which was the first, let's say, phase of the system, which started in 2005 until 2007, it was a 3-year pilot learning by doing phase to prepare for the rest of the emission trading system, to learn how the EU ETS could function effectively to help the EU to meet its targets. Now, the key features of phase one was that it covered only CO2 emissions from power generators and energy-intensive industries, so not yet all the sectors that we have covered now. It succeeded in establishing, first of all, a price for carbon, also a free trade or a free market in emission allowances across the EU, and the infrastructure needed to monitor, report, verify emissions from the businesses covered, as well as a registry structure to basically ensure robust accounting of all emission allowances. And maybe one of the lessons learned from phase one was that in the absence of reliable emission data, which, to set up the cap in the first place, it turned out after the first year of monitoring that the phase one cap on the emissions exceeded by quite some amount the actual emissions, which led to oversupply in the market considerably. And in turn, also that meant, of course, that the price of allowances, the carbon price signal, fell to zero. Also because in phase one, allowances could not be banked for phase two. So I think maybe one of the important lessons learned was, for the first steps in setting up the system, is that in the absence of, let's say, reliable emission data to set up a robust cap, it is important to envisage some kind of a mechanism that allows you then to adjust the cap once you have the emission data available. I'm sure that we will still have a very lively discussion in the rest of the panel, so I'll leave it at that. But I'm happy to answer any questions and talk further about the lessons from the EU emission trading system. Thank you.
Welcome.
David, how was the process of governance in terms of integration of the private sector and the government to develop emissions trading in Mexico? Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, CNI. It's a great pleasure to be here and talk a bit about the experience of our pilot of the trade market of emissions in Mexico. And we've had it for 3 years, and it's still in a test phase, specifically so that we are able to anticipate some aspects that have not been yet done in the market, the participation of the private sector was very important because the businesses needed to understand what would be the benefits, as it was already mentioned. What are the major benefits of this type of climate policy, and also in terms of the environmental benefits? There are the economic and the social benefits to be able to integrate more productive sectors within this fight to fight climate change. And in this whole process of development of the market, we had then to think about the process of governance with the participation of the regulating body, which was the Ministry of Environment in our case, here in Mexico, that was in charge of defining the rules. And also, one point that is very important to say is the relationship with the private sector. So that way, an agency was created that is called Advisory Council for the Emissions Market. And this advisory committee is able to give us an outlook from different angles in terms of the development of the market. So it was an exercise of the public sector, and also there was the industry's standpoint, non-governmental members and observers. And the members of this advisory committee, therefore, actually, I refer to the ones that are part of the public administration, the federal public administration, and they are the ones that head the advisory committee. Then there's the Ministry of Environment, where we also have contribution of their view in terms of the understanding and management of the emissions market, and also the Department of Energy that represents the energy sector that is regulated in the market, and also the Ministry of Economy that is able to give us the basis of another perspective when it comes to going beyond the environmental one. Another characteristic of those who participated in the advisory committee are the technical experts that give information about quantifying the emissions and also the integrity of the environmental market in Mexico. Some of the members of this technical part are representatives of the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change, and also the Forestry Commission. I see that here in Brazil, there is also a strong participation of the forestry sector. So if it's a regulated market, the participation of these entities that can really bring input to the development of the market is essential. Non-governmental members in this advisory committee, which is very important to have a representative of the industrial chambers that are able to give this view on it, of their view, the sectors that are regulated, the cement industry, of glass, of paper, and that is something that we've been able to do from these players' standpoint. They're representative of financial associations, of the banks in Mexico, that has also an important say. And finally, the players that also take part in the advisory committee, who are representative of civil society, of non-governmental organizations. These are important stakeholders, and it's important to have a cross-sectional participation in this development of the market to make sure we will not have a bias when creating the rules of the system, to be able to have a thorough integration with everyone participating in all sectors benefiting from it. I'll stop right here in terms of the Mexican governance.
Ativa do setor produtivo, ONGs.
When it comes to the participation, this is a participation that we share with many, not only when it comes to the advisory field, but also in terms of acting upon it. Many times it's important to have a cross-sectional approach, as Davey mentioned. And Juliana, what are the elements that the industry see as essential to be able to structure and implement a regulated carbon market in Brazil? Well, Paulo, I'll just tell you a quick story. Because of the complexity of the topic, and after the PMR, after the results, and CNI came to understanding more experiences, international experiences, and drafted a study, and it's really aligned to what Bologna and Davy already said here. In this study, we sought to understand by looking at 5 jurisdictions. European market, which is the oldest, the most mature, is the one that can bring to us more information about learned lessons in many aspects. We also looked into Mexico, that is our neighbor, is a leader in Latin America in the topic. Japan, Korea. Japan is a leader in Asia. Korea had a market implemented very quickly and with a broad coverage, and also into the United States and Canada, which is one jurisdiction with 2 countries take part in the same market. And we sought to understand what they had in common, because Brazil had to follow that process. And that's one of the points raised in terms of governance. A leadership of the executive branch, they shall implement that. Although it's important, a legislative branch participation, but it's a topic that the executive branch should apply, and much conversation with the private sector. All these markets follow this path. Another path is the political interest in the climate change agenda. This is important. And we're talking about the different regions, different segments, that they follow the same pillars. These are basic assumptions to follow. All of them we understood pave that way. You need to have a reporting system. We talked about that. You can't have a regulated market without MRV. There's no way you will carry on without it. Another point that is important is also in the legislation that is the pillar, sometimes more than one, where we realize that the market is no longer working as it had been sought right in the beginning. Revisit the legislation. Some markets have already gone through it. So we try to really understand the step-by-step, what were the main steps to take, the planning when they all went through that. In this step, you see the cap, the scope, what is the emission cap I want to reach, what is the long-term goal, what is the scope, what are the sectors that will be regulated, in periodical ones and medium run offsets. How will I do that? And how are the rules to use it? All of them went through this planning, and we need to go through this. We're in a moment that we already have a lot of critical mass to be able to really be able to see that second step is to really go through the MRV. We need to go through all these points. I mean, each of these points is one that takes so long when it comes to questions we have. We need to study. We're all learning together. And the third step is the market itself. And these are the license, the registrations, the grants. I mean, these are all points that have to be taken, and we haven't started, although we've had much discussion about the legislation. One of the most important points, and that is very dear to us in the legislation that is being discussed in the National Congress of the Carbon Regulation Market, is governance. We realize that well-established governance will help establishing an effective market. And I think those were the essential points of what we already gone through and studied. Thank you.
Próxima pergunta, Polona.
So I'm going to ask the next question to Polona, because she talked a little bit very well about the graduality, and that you are in the 4th phase of the European carbon market. Polona, which are the fundamental phases for the development of a successful regulated market?
I think that's indeed a very good and important question. I think I will echo a lot what the previous speakers have already said. And maybe just to start where I finished before, the first step is really setting the cap, setting a robust and ambitious cap, because without that, of course, you defeat a bit the purpose of an emission trading system or cap and trade system if you don't have a binding cap. So that's very much the first step. I think the second step is indeed to have some kind of a registry, so an accounting of all allowances issued in the emission trading system and all allowances sort of surrendered for all the emissions that have happened in the system. Another step is ensuring robust monitoring, reporting, and verification, so the MRV. That must be robust, transparent, consistent, and accurate to really ensure that every ton emitted is corresponds to a ton of CO2 equivalent. Another important step is, of course, also determining how do you allocate allowances in the first place. Now, one way is auctioning. That is the most transparent method for allocating emission allowances and puts into practice the polluter pays principle. Now, at least in the EU, in sectors other than the power generation, the transition to auctioning is taking place progressively. So we have allocation rules, which also foresee a certain share of allowances being allocated for free to industrial sectors. And this allocation is based on benchmarks to ensure that we really reward most efficient installations in each sector. So it's important that, of course, by these free allocation rules, you don't sort of, that it doesn't lead to perverse incentives where, the more you emit, the more you get for free, which of course would be counterproductive. Then another important step is to ensure sufficient market oversight. The European carbon market has grown substantially since its start in 2005. And as it gets more sophisticated, and I think this applies to every carbon market and possibly the new Brazilian market, it is important that the rules governing oversight of the market keep pace with its development and adequately address risks that may arise. So in the EU, we chose to address this by essentially submitting the carbon market and emission allowances to the same rules that we apply to financial markets. So an emission allowance is actually deemed a financial instrument in the EU legislation. Another important element is to ensure market stability. Ensuring a system's resilience to major shocks by adjusting or by being able to adjust the supply of allowances. We've seen that in the EU, in the economic crisis in 2008. We've seen that with the impact of the COVID and the COVID shutdown measures and the implications on the emissions. So it is important to make sure that when you have such big major shocks, that you're able to respond to them in terms of emission allowance supply. So for that, in the EU, we have a market stability reserve, which adjusts the supply of allowances to be auctioned. And maybe just coming back to an important benefit of, or co-benefit of the emission trading system, which is that it raises substantial revenue. It is also important an important step is to let's say, decide how best to use that revenue. And what we have done is that we have set up a number of low carbon funding mechanism, an innovation fund, which supports the innovation in the industry sectors. We also have a modernization fund, which is more focused on the supporting energy modernization or modernization of the energy system and energy efficiency, in particular in the low-income countries in the EU. And then we also have a certain number of, or share of revenue that goes directly to member states, so the EU countries. And there we basically ensure that at least 50%, so at least half of this money is used or earmarked for climate and energy-related purposes, so that it's really used for best purposes to ensure a transition to climate-neutral society and economy. So I think those are the main steps that one needs to go through to when setting up a new system. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope this is useful.
Obrigado. Davi, quais foram os principais desafios encontrados no desenvolvimento?
Thank you. David, which were the main challenges that you found in the implementation of the Mexican emissions trade system? Well, I think that I could provide a list of objectives, not difficulties, but difficulties that we had to overcome for the different components that we have mentioned before. So, for example, the definition of limit for emissions, how we're going to give allowances. So there are many examples of the many challenges that we have to deal with. So we can learn from Europe. We learned a lot from the European markets, and we follow them very much in Mexico. We look at other markets, the markets that are further ahead in implementation, and to use best practices. Something that was very clear to me, and for the time I have been working with the teams, is that the building of capacity and the companies that participate to understand the benefits and how to have access to them through the participation in these markets is essential. And I would like to give a very brief example from the Mexican Stock Exchange. We have led a market exercise that has made it possible the participation not just to regulated companies, but any company present in Mexico. And what we did was that we conducted a simulation of how a market would work with certain features that they were not really real, but it was an exercise of simulation. And then, based on this market exercise, companies could observe how they could have access to those benefits through the inclusion in the market. And so which positive effects they could have for the companies. And obviously, we did that in a scenario of how this would lead to the reduction in emissions. And this exercise was a key element for the implementation of the market, because then there was more support for the entire private enterprise. Some companies that never fully understood, for example, what was their share, and they had the perspective that that was essential for companies, and then they changed their perspective. They also noted how this could have an interaction with other climate policies in Brazil. It's not just carbon market, but also carbon taxing. And this exercise made it possible for us to see the interaction between participants with other policies, including the energy industry policies, because there are some regulations related to energy transition in the country. So this is an example. This is an exercise. This market exercise was quite relevant. And currently, another one of the objectives that, or the challenges rather, that Mexico is dealing with. And so Mexico was at a time of proof that is very close to the end, and we are 2 steps from the operational phase. So this is something that is very tempting for Mexico, is to note the changes, which are some of the results that we were expecting, and in terms of considering, and all these results are related to the new rules to make sure that once it's fully operational, the market will provide good results. And so the assessment of the climate policy, so even before the operational phase, this is going to be key. And this is the case of Brazil. And we hope that the regulated carbon market, and this is going to be a key point. And other challenges that we could mention are related to the fulfillment and development of the necessary structure. We talked about the MRV system. This is key. If there is no MRV, operational, working with the support of organizations and stakeholders and companies and the market, so that it can communicate. So having the system operational and working well and appropriate for a market is fundamental. On pricing, in Mexico, we still have some uncertainty on prices and which are the levels that will be the reference levels, whereas the allowances for emission allowances, and all these offsets that are generated by industries that are not related to regulated markets, but other industries such as forestry, methane, transportation too. So it's fair to observe international trends and to see some variations. For example, having reference prices during a test phase could be useful in order to solve these problems and these situations related to prices. I think that these are some of the challenges that I can mention in terms of where Mexico is in the carbon market. So let's move to the final considerations. And now moving to Juliana, giving the floor to Juliana. Thank you. I would just like to mention a few points for reflection first, saying that we understand that pricing is a matter of competitiveness. When we look at global emissions, and Brazil is one of the 10 top emissions in the country. Only Brazil, Russia, and India have not yet priced carbon internally. All other countries already have some pricing system in place. And today, right at the beginning, at the opening, so we mentioned the carbon adjustment mechanism, and we're going to have a panel addressing that. And along this carbon pricing logic, and the European group has already decided about this mechanism starting in 2023, starting with a learning phase that we know that there will be, that a carbon fee will be billed or charged not at the first phase, that is a learning phase, but maybe after 2026. Other pricing models and countries are trying to understand this process and maybe implement the same mechanism, similar to the UK and Canada. We also see some movement of the IMF and the WTO in terms of carbon pricing. We have seen some other initiatives. So Emux will be with us tomorrow discussing possibly a carbon pricing system. So I think that what we need to look at is where we need to go towards. I think that pricing is the way to go. There's no going back. I think the industry already understands that there is a calculation to be done. It's something, a bill that we need to pay, and needs to be fair, and we need to preferably pay them internally. And all these international initiatives, if we don't look within and think of our pricing, we are going to pay prices in other places. So this is the message, the main message. So let's move to our final consideration by Polona. Polona, please.
I think I can be short. As we need to, let's say, really reduce emissions considerably to sort of keep the climate emergency at bay, all sectors need to contribute. So the question is not do we do it, the question is how do we do it? And carbon pricing and emission trading really provides a flexible way of doing that at least cost, which is also why, at least in the EU, it was the industry that was one of the driving forces behind an emission trading system, because there was a recognition that, okay, we need to reduce emissions, and this is a way that we can do them. We can do this at least cost, whereas maybe other approaches would have been more costly, just the command and control. So I think the carbon pricing is certainly an important part of the puzzle in our endeavors to reduce emissions. It is not necessarily, of course, the only tool. It can also be complemented by other policies to ensure energy efficiency, penetration of renewables in the energy mix, and so on. But it is an important element So, and at least as our experience has shown, it is an effective mechanism. And of course, it comes with this important benefit of raising revenue that can also be then reinvested to really ensure that emission reductions happen as soon as possible. And also, of course, to possibly address any competitiveness or social impacts that may arise as a consequence of our transition to climate neutrality. So I would just say carbon pricing is certainly an important part of the solution.
David?
Sí.
David? Yeah? I think that I would start these final remarks by saying something very important. And I think that both Brazil and Mexico share. And this is the exposure that we have in the trade with other countries. In Mexico, we have intense trade with Canada and the US, and this has driven the development of those climate policies. We cannot jeopardize the national businesses because we don't meet international legislation on climate change, and no matter we think that this is still very fragile. They are very binding legislations, and we think that this is an imperative need at our times. Our economy is very vulnerable due to the physical effects of climate change, floods, droughts, and we see that our countries are very vulnerable. So, if we incorporate these climate policies, especially in the carbon market, is going to be a cost-effective tool for us to reach our climate objectives in the countries that can be aligned, for example, to the nationally determined contributions. And in addition to this, I believe that it is also important to continue with capacity building, both at government and private levels. So this is an exercise of experience sharing, and I think that all of this is fundamental and also very important for us to get to know experiences of other countries, of different jurisdictions, that if they are not exactly the same, that have a similar context. For example, the profile of emissions, Mexico is different from Brazil, but development of the implementation market, if we can use it a little bit to accelerate these processes of appropriation of the carbon market. And last, I think that it is very important too that the entire private enterprise is related to this. For example, in Mexico, the trade of emissions started a few administrations ago, and so there is also a cost related to the consolidation of the entire private enterprise and different companies. This is something which seems very important to me, that there should be a thought that is aligned in terms of understanding about the benefits of the market, and it's also going to be key for us to have that we are related to the entire private enterprise and we are aligned with these policies. These are my final remarks. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the participation of all three speakers, and you brought light into the development of this process that I know is not a sprint but a marathon. And it has been made very clear that a harmonization with a system to be implemented in Brazil and with other countries that Brazil has relationships with, especially at this moment where we know that there will be a bounce back in the negotiation of Mercosur with European Union. And it has also been made very clear the need of having a broad governance with a broad participation of the regulated sectors. These are examples that were brought by Mexico and the European Union. And definitely we are discussing here
Então,
a regulation to the market. So we, even because of PMR reasons, we have distanced the taxation of the system in Brazil. So we also talking about the legal protection with the legal framework that can bring to the Congress, which is very essential to us, and also the gradual phasing, as the European representative has stated to us about the wide experience and the 4 distinct phases that brought knowledge to all, and the proportionality. In Brazil, we have seen that with the climate change inventory, there is a responsibility of 10% of our emissions. I believe that's what we have when it comes to it, and not more than that. The importance of MRV, as it has been made very clear, the need to have reliable information with the European and the Mexican systems have shown that, and also a market and the system, which is one of the instruments that we're looking into to make Brazil honor the commitment out of the Paris Agreement and the protocol that came out of it. So as it was already mentioned here by Davi, Juliana, and Polona, and there was broad knowledge here to us, and Brazil must get into this market and have a important legal framework so that we can develop with the carbon market within its pillars of development. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon.
Muito obrigada a todos os participantes dessa
Thank you all participants of this conversation that addressed the carbon market. Please take your seats in the audience so we can get ourselves ready and start with our next panel that will address circular economy. We'll talk about constructing a business environment that can favor the transition to a circular economy. We're almost ready to start, so I should introduce the members of the panel. Please, I'd like to invite on stage our moderator today of this conversation, Davi Bontempo, who is the Executive Manager of Environment Sustainability of CNI. Welcome. And also the Managing Director of Implement Circular Economy in Amsterdam, Douwe Jan Joostra. We also would like to introduce the Director of Strategy and Innovation, Viola Catherine Chevauché, that will be remotely here with us. She will soon be there on our screen. There she is. Welcome, Catherine.
Hello.
And the Director of Raw Material and Forests, Carlos Eduardo Vieira da Silva. And the President of FPT Industrial brand of Iveco Group, Marco Rangel. Please take your seat in the panel and have a great panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We talked a lot about energy in the first panel. We already talked about the carbon market and bioeconomy, and now we're already getting into a very important agenda to CNI, one directed to circular economy, one agenda that CNI has already been leading and discussing. We talked about this topic in a sustainable consumer production forum, and since then we have been trying to understand what is circular economy from a concept standpoint and how circular economy would apply to the industrial sector and how it could translate into competitiveness. So we started all this work together with our industrial base. We worked together with many stakeholders trying to really understand the public policies involved, and now we understand that with our national residue policies is important, but also we need to draft other ones that can complement and escalate accordingly. So we did a whole process. I mean, as circular economy was important, and also this mapping would be important, so that we could direct this whole part of training that the system has been doing with Sinai, and also public policy related to the executive and legislative players. We have a broad agenda that is non-exclusive when it comes to recycling, which is an important part of circular economy, but also other ones, especially when we talk about innovation, technology, reuse, remanufacturing, and energy recovery. We also talked about the international context of bringing the understanding of Brazil when it comes to the international agenda. We will be discussing here with Catherine, I'm sure, about how that has been unfolding within the discussions of the international ISO norms and standards. And we have recently worked with public sustainable aspects, which is an important prerequisite that we know is present, and it's an opportunity for Brazil to really carry on with a very constructive manner. And lastly, I mean, to really have an agenda within the National Congress. And this is something we've been working on with discussions. And in the next year, we believe we will start to address, to really be able to bring consensus in the industrial sector, which is important for us. So, thinking about these initial considerations of what CNI has been doing, we will start now our panel. Well, we'll have 2 rounds of specific questions, and then we'll close with the final remarks of each. And I'd like to start here with Doi, who has been working with our industrial sector for some time now and has taken some participation in our system. And it's a really benchmark when it comes to that. I mean, thinking about the concept, we have some great difficulty to understand what is circular economy, because it's a different thinking, a different mindset, different background, different sectors. And that's the context that I already posed my first question, Doi, how the concept of circular economy has been evolving around the world, and how the private sector could contribute within this agenda. Doi, I pass the floor to you. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be in Brazil working. What I see is that in Brazil, it are the entrepreneurs mainly that are working on circularity, because they are always looking for the future, to the next step in their development. And from a circular perspective, the next step is the step towards service. It's not about sales, it's about services. See your products, see your resources as services for the user, but keep it as much as possible in your own management. That's the first statement that I would make. Being Dutch, we are bold. We are often, pretty direct. So I have prepared a few slides, and they are pretty direct. Because we are out of time. We are now in the need of starting doing new things. Because the climate crisis is there, the food crisis is there. What crisis is not there at the moment? So we know that the need is there to change. And then the question was, how is it working now in Europe and the rest of the world? Well, the biggest problem is that the implementation of circular economy is pretty slow. And then the question is often posed, why is it that slow? Is it regulation? Is it a lack of governmental policies? Is it a lack of, well, we don't know. But in my opinion, we have one real problem. That is that we are all grown up in the linear economy. And we've grown, all these companies, all your companies, were successful in the linear economy. So then it's very, very difficult to make a step towards a new way of working, a new way of thinking, and a new way of, well, creating business. So let's say you and the success of the linear economy, that are the main problems. But you are an entrepreneur, so you will overcome that problem. You are a problem that we can overcome. The success of the linear economy, yeah, it's undoubtedly there. But it's not undoubtedly the future. We know that there are limits to growth. And we know it already for 70 years, but nowadays we really see it happening. So that's one of the big problems. So don't look at government to get better regulation or whatever. We need to be acting ourselves. And then we have the issue today on climate and circular economy. And we discussed decarbonization, and we also discussed decoupling. Decoupling economic growth from, well, damage to the ecology. This is, in my opinion, the wrong way of looking. That is protecting what we do now. But we have to look to how can we act in a different way. So my proposal is that we do not look at decarbonization, but to carbonization. See carbon as a resource. And in chemical sense, carbon is seen as the king of elements. The king of elements, because everything that you have here, that you see here, is based on carbon, is made of carbon. And carbon is a high valuable resource. So we should use it far more than we do now. If we were able to, let's say it simply, split the CO2 into carbon and oxygen, then we would have carbon as a very good resource. It is not about carbon storage. No, it's about carbon usage. That is what we need to do. And then we don't need to go less. Then we can go as much as possible, please. The more carbon we can use to make our products on a high quality level, the less problem we have. So let's not decarbonize, let's carbonize the economy. And the same with decoupling. Why decouple economy and ecology or social values? No, they should be coupled. Every economic activity should add quality to ecology and society. And when you have a company that adds quality, a paper mill that brings cleaner water than it was when it came in, or, well, whatever, makes people happier, why not have more of that kind of companies? We want economic growth, but economic growth should be based on coupling qualities of society, ecology, and economy. And that's what you, as an entrepreneur, should be working on, coupling to create value for all. And this all does not happen by default. It's not an incident. It happens by design. And let's be honest, we are the smart guys on the world. The panda is not a smart guy. Humans are the smart guys, and girls, of course. And you are the smart entrepreneurs. So you will be able to couple quality in your production process, look for production processes that make the world better, cleaner, more biodiverse, whatever, social enhancement. And that is what, for me, is the quality of circular economy. Circular economy is based on a couple of, let's say, ecological principles. And these ecological principles have proven to be of high quality already for centuries, thousands of years, millions of years. Nature works. That system is something we can learn from instead of just use it. So that's what we call eco-mimicry. How can we copy ecology in our economical work? And don't be mistaken, nature also looks continuously for better quality, more biodiversity. It's always growing. And that's what we as humans like to do also. So we are the smart guys, you are the smart entrepreneurs, let's do it.
Muito obrigado, Doi. Excelentes colocações. Passo agora para a Caterine. E antes de tudo, queria aqui elogiar o trabalho que a Caterine vem fazendo à frente, como chair.
Say the great work that Catherine has been doing as a chair of the process, where we've been able to bring consensus to many of the thoughts with different countries working together, as some are thinking about management model indicators, some fight with the structuring aspects of this entry and the previous one. I'm talking about sanitation, basic sanitation, and also of landfills. So there's been great work, very patient work, and of great sensitivity to be able to really address them all. And within this context, I should ask Catherine at this point, to give us an overview of what's going on when it comes to the process of the standards and how groups are interacting and how you see the unfolding of all this work when it comes to ISO. Catherine, welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor for me to be there with you and to share what we are doing at ISO level in the technical committee on circular economy. I have 2 slides to share with you and to speak about them. We decided 3 years ago to have this, to create this technical committee on circular economy to answer different issues or to challenges. And I will speak about that because we need to implement circular economy in an operational way to be able, I said, to decouple, but it's maybe the same sense of the previous speakers, because that means to have another view of how we do, how we integrate social and environmental KPIs to our economic and financial KPIs. So that's why I said we have to decouple that from the limited resources we have on this world. That's why we need to switch from this current linear model to another one, which can be the circular economy. And for that, we need to see in a long term. We have to integrate a long-term vision in our way of busy daily life, a long-term vision to be able to be more collaborative and to include not only our economic and financial KPIs to our current one. So within this technical committee on circular economy, we try to integrate different challenges. I try to summarize them into 4. The first one to me is how to integrate the life cycle thinking in our processes in our industries, in our organization, public organization, private organizations, to be able to use less materials, to use longer these materials, and to use them again. So that means we have to do better with less resources. So that means that we have to design out waste and pollution. At the end of the day, we have to avoid waste generation. And we also have to cooperate along the value chain to create another kind of value networks and to promote this collaboration between us, between our different organizations. And the fourth challenge we face too is to be able, as I said, to integrate in a better way environmental and social KPIs to be able to implement a circular economy. As said by David, we are not only one country to work on that. We are more than 90 countries to work on that. And we try to write some standards to define what circular economy is, what are the principles of circular economy, and how to put that into place within our organization. And it's not only one standard, but a package of standards to be able to monitor the implementation of circular economy based on KPIs, to be able to give guidance to switch from a linear business, because we are currently all of us in the linear business, and how to switch that towards circular businesses. So this is another standard we are doing. And we also have a focus on the product level and how to integrate also not only product circularity, but services, and to be able to have this kind of guidance for organization also. So this is in a nutshell what we are doing. And I can say that Brazil is strongly involved within this process. As you can see on the screen, we have some flags, meaning that we have people around this job and involved in a height and very deeply involved. And Brazil, with Jorge Soto, is leading the work on the next coming ISO 59004 to define principles and circular economy. So thank you for this job in Brazil. This is my answer for you, David.
Ok, muito obrigado, Catherine. Acho que é uma oportunidade também da gente dar.
Thank you very much, Catherine. This is a chance for us and to talk about the work with the ISO, and it's an opportunity for all industries present here to get to know work that is being done and how this may affect their activities. Not just affect, but also to create new business opportunities. Now, my question goes out to Carlos Eduardo Vieira da Silva from Gerdau. So to try to understand a little bit more how Gerdau has been working on the circular economy issues. Thank you, everyone here watching us. Well, Gerdau, the principles of circular economy and Gerdau business model is based on the circular economy principles. How so? So we use as the main raw material in our manufacturing process recycling. For example, iron scrap. For example, our production of steel is done, most of it is done through iron scrap. So in the Americas today, Gerdau is the biggest recycler of iron scrap in the Americas, recycling approximately 11 million tons of scrap. So talking about iron scrap and so that you understand it better, we can divide it in two groups. We have obsolete and industrial scrap. So this comes from products that we use. For example, refrigerators, washing machines, automobiles, packagings of food and paint. So they all use steel. At the end of the life cycle of these products are reallocated to the recycling chain, and we talk about scrap, junkyards, collectors that identify this iron scrap, and then it comes to Gerdau, and we use it as raw material. The second big group of scrap iron So there are many companies here present, which is the scrap iron arising from the manufacturing process of those companies that use steel as their raw material. And after the manufacturing of those products, part of the steel that is not present in a product and it turns into scrap iron. We go to those companies, we get the ferrous scrap, and we use it in our manufacturing process. So in this manner, we understand that this is part of our model and a very important pillar for us as an ESG to include in an entire recycling chain, which is fundamental for us to lead the recycling process. Thank you very much, Carlos. Now I would like to give the floor to Marco Rangel to give the perspectives of Iveco. And so, how has Iveco been dealing with this as part of its activities? Thank you very much, David, and I would like to thank CNI for the opportunity to be here talking about something so important. Actually, I would like to introduce myself. I am president of FPP Industrial, which is part of the group Iveco. So how we as a group think of the circular economy and our carbon footprint. We are a linear company in essence, but we have turnaround and we are a company focusing on the environment and sustainability. So how do we do this work? As part of Iveco Group, there are 8 brands working with capital goods and industry, which is looked at. We are considered the industry that manufactures engines, buses, trucks, but we move the world. But as a group, we have always thought of how can we as a company not just work on our carbon footprint within a specific context of our industry, but also to think of the life cycle. We think of the life cycle of our products. So when we design and manufacture our products, we think that those products at some point in time will be used, reused, and recycled. So at Gerdau, there are some aspects in these products that are being considered the use and reuse of materials, because we have not just the sustainability thought associated to the product as a concern of delivering a safe product that can be used and reused within the context of the operation, in terms of logistics, wherever we have products. So within the context of our strategic priority, we have defined so it's not just rhetoric. We would like to. We define specific goals within our carbon footprint that have been set by our group and are being developed. So these are investments the industry makes within this concept so that we get to net zero by 2040. So you think that the EU thinks of 2050 to get to neutrality. We as a company are a step ahead with defined goals that includes the scope 1, 2, and 3 of CO2 emissions and greenhouse gas emissions, where we think not just of our operations and products, but also the sale of our products in the field to our suppliers, our delivery chain, and our development chain. So as you see on the slide, we have effectively signed a pledge in 2021 with well-defined goals, and this forces us to always keep in our long-term vision the strategy of a circular economy and capacity to develop products that will meet the needs of our customers. This is difficult for us because there's a lot of pressure in terms of what is accepted as correct is not necessarily economic feasible in the short term. So yes, it requires intensive and big long-term investments to find solutions that solutions of sustainability to an industry that sometimes is considered harmful to society, much to the opposite. We move the everyday lives of people, and we give wealth to the world. We produce wealth. I would like to say what we are doing, not just here in Brazil, when we think of technologies in the group. So we are the heart of our applications, trucks, tractors, ships. So we developed technologies that a long time have proven to be feasible. Today, we talk about bioenergy, biogas, biomethane in our product technology and with safety. And so this we have developed products in our understanding is an important first step at this first phase of decarbonization. So we developed the technology alongside with partners. We're implementing a pilot so that we can build upgrade biogas systems that can be used in cars, tractors, in a modular way. So based on that, we are going to try and find an ecosystem that works, not just as an industry. We are going to develop to the market, and the market says, well, it's here, want the system to be thought in the long term, so that customers can have a solution for the product, a solution for the fuel, and a controlled carbon footprint. So we are developing this technology here in Brazil. There's another pilot being developed in England, and very clearly to us, this is an interesting path that is going to produce results very shortly, and this produces a solution that may be equipping with engine is not necessarily through electrification. So, for example, Toyota executive officer says, well, the problem is not the combustion engine, but what kind of carbon you use in that engine. So we are developing technologies here in Latin America. With our Iveco truck factory, we are manufacturing trucks that are compatible with biomethane. So in our factory, they are manufactured in Argentina. We have more than 2,000 cars already in Latin America. It's not something that in the future maybe will produce a solution. So electric airplanes, gas airplanes do not exist, but in some segments we already have effective solutions available. As an industry, we look at this as a feasible solution in the short term. Even so, we weren't satisfied with we are developing some other technologies. We think very much of alternatives such as hydrogen. We have our own hydrogen solution, electrification solutions, and they're all being designed with a thought of remanufacturing, which is a first step for remanufacturing. And so you bring it back to your operation and bring it back to life again. You turn it into a reliable product. You extend its life cycle. And at the same time, we have solutions which will provide the integration of a multi-fuel energy mix. So yes, we do have a practical example of the industry. So we leave the classical linearity, moving towards a circular economy. Thank you very much. It was great to get to know more about Iveco's work. Today, Europe already have a law legislation in effect, and I want to understand how the European private industry has incorporated this, and what would be all the barriers and opportunities that will turn the key for the European context. The question goes to Dewey.
Well, thank you, but that's a big question for one person. When I see what is happening now in Europe, the European Green Deal brought a lot of movement in society and in industry. And we take it very, very serious in Europe, this Green Deal. What you see is that it brings all kinds of initiatives that will have a direct effect on production and doing business. For instance, the extended producer responsibility is now becoming reality in Europe. And extended producer responsibility means that the responsibility doesn't stop at the moment that you sell a product and give the responsibility to the user, the consumer. No, your responsibility stays with the product. So even after use, there is still a responsibility for the producers to have an eye on the quality of what can be done with products. This is partly a financial thing. because then products get an extra fee, and that is being used for nice projects to do something in the waste phase of products. But there is a movement within the companies, within the entrepreneurs, that are not looking just for extended producer responsibility, but for full producer responsibility. And that is true. At the moment that you make a product, you are fully responsible for the product. Whether it is owned by yourself still, or it is owned by a consumer, you are still responsible for the product. And entrepreneurs in Europe see that happening more and more, and are looking far more to the design of the product to make a design that brings back all the resources that are in there on a higher quality level. So, for instance, in the building industry, we see now the development to what we would call materials responsibility. You have the products as a service, but nowadays we also have the materials as a service. So the materials aren't being sold anymore to the builders. No, the materials are giving in use to the builder, and the buildings become a kind of materials bank. And we have organized in the Netherlands nowadays Madaster, which is a kind of cadastral system that keeps an eye on all materials. Like Gerdau should not sell iron anymore or steel, but should give it in use. By the way, economically seen, that's a very good idea. I often use Chile as an example. If Chile would have decided in 1950 not to sell any copper anymore, but give it in use, then even the copper that they brought out in 1950 would still today have an income for the land, for the country. So probably Chile would be by far the richest economy of the world if they would have taken that decision in 1950. And I'm sure there are people now discussing it to do it from now on. But for Gerdau, the same is applicable. Now you sell it, and then it's gone from your bookkeeping sheets. But if the steel is being used 10, 20, 30, 50, maybe 80 years, it would still generate income for Gerdau, and you still would know where all the stuff is. So you can try to keep the quality high and bring it on a high level back into the system, and you don't have to deal just with scrapyards. This kind of thinking is going on in Europe, in the Netherlands and the other European countries around circular economy. Because we discuss far too much recycling and that kind of solutions. We need to go to new business models, new ways of thinking that really shift the whole system towards the more circular idea. Well, that's it.
Muito obrigado, Doi. Passa agora para a Caterine. Caterine, saindo aí do
Thank you very much, Doi. Now, Catherine, my question is to you. Not thinking of a chair, but thinking of a corporate. How have you been including the circular economy agenda?
Yes, so I have a slide to share with you what we are doing within Veolia, where I worked around circular economy. I don't know if you know Veolia, but it's a waste management, water management, and energy management company. And we are trying to switch to a resource company. That means that we want to consider waste not any longer as a waste, but as a resource, and to try to include and to integrate new business models and to go through services. Even if we are already a services company, but we try to do that. I have different examples. Can you share, please, my last slide, please? I would like to give you 3 examples. Can you share that with everyone? Okay, no problem. We have, yes, thank you. We have current solution, which I call them circular solutions, even if we are a waste resource management company. So, as you know, there is a lot of waste, more than 2 billion tons of waste around the world, and most of them are in landfill. So we try to reduce the volume of waste coming at the end of the day into this landfill, but they are there. So we need to better recover the methane that we have from this landfill and to be able to reuse that to produce energy and to, in the same way, reduce greenhouse gases emission for a territory. Not to see that in our level, but to see that in a territory. So we do that, and we do that in Brazil, for instance, with some projects that have been launched in Brazil, and we can, with this kind of methane recovery, avoid more than 1.2 million tons of CO2 equivalent. We do also recovering waste electrical and electronic equipment to be able to produce some high quality level of resources, to be able to recover plastics from this waste electrical and electronic equipment, but also to be able to have recovery rates up to 80%, and to be able to recover also plastic from that. That means with purity, high quality plastic, that means that we are able to reuse that after to other kind of products. So to extend the life cycle of the materials and to be able to preserve in the same way resources. We have also another kind of example is around water. We don't speak a lot of circular economy when we speak about water, but giving wastewater a second life after treatment to be able to reuse this water, to be able to reuse that for agricultural, industrial processes, and even more within drinking water purposes. And we do that in Namibia, in Africa, with one of the only plants in the world. It's a wastewater to drinking water recycling plant, and it's very interesting in the context of hydric stress. So we have to think resource and not to think waste, to think an economy of resource management to be able to reduce our greenhouse gases emissions. And doing so, we are able to implement circular economy solutions. And what we want to do right now is to go further and to be able to have a kind of performance economy, circular performance economy, to switch to that and not to stick to the volumes. So doing so, we will be able to extend the life of our equipment, to reinforce the assets management, but that means that we have to manage data, to share data along the value chain, to share data with the value networks, and doing so we will be able to extend the life cycle of our equipment, of our services. We have also different things we want to implement, like a sharing platform for our equipment, and our equipment are pumps, valves, and so on. We would like also to better sort out, to be able to reuse the materials, all of that. So my answer is that if we are able to implement smart solutions regarding circular economy, smart services, we will be able also in the same way to reduce our carbon footprint and to preserve more biodiversity. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Caterine. Queria passar a palavra agora para
Thank you, Catherine. I'd like now pass the floor to Carlos Eduardo from Gerdau. What are the advantages you see for the civil construction when it comes to the steel application for a circular economy and how Gerdau has innovated in this business model? Thank you again, David. Well, Gerdau, when it comes to civil construction, I will mention two solutions that we bring to our client. First, the use of the steel that is cut and folded. So the way we provide steel, it's already at an end use application where it's ready to be applied, and that means we reduce drastically residue at construction sites. And the second is metal construction that uses laminated profiles in the structures of these at these construction sites, and it's a strong way to reduce also the generation of residue in the construction sites. And as innovation, I can also mention two ways. First is Gerdau Design, where we try to furnish to our clients and suggest to them the best ways to construct the projects they have. And the second is Brasil ao Cubo, which is a company that we've invested that furnishes modular construction solutions, and that way the project is developed within an idea of an industrial approach, and you have the modules ready to be used in the construction site. So we also have a strong reduction of residue in the construction site and also a strong acceleration of the time to construct and better management of the resources to our customers. Thank you, Carlos. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Marco. Marco, circular economy has a strong relationship with innovation in terms of product and process, business model. How has Iveco addressed this context within circular economy? Well, definitely. It is a great leverage of technology and development. As I showed you, one of the technologies that we developed to be able to meet the need of methane trend, it would be engine that would have the equivalence to the diesel one we have today. So we have technology, which is a multi-point proprietary one that we developed ourselves that brings within this
switch sem ter nenhum
the
impacto.
possibility of having the switch with no type of impact in terms of performance. When we talk about capital goods truck, I mean, there is quite an impact when you have loss of performance. So we have used less material to produce the engines, the downsizing of engine. Maybe it's not a very common word in forestry, but downsizing allows us to have better power in a smaller size engine. Before, you would make a 14-liter engine. For those who don't know, today a car's engine has 1.7, 1.5, 2 liters with the same power. So how you can have less material from nature and you can have the same performance when you expect and have a better use and better efficiency of the resources that are available. And that is possible by researching material, as Gerdau is always carrying out with differentiated material that can bring interesting technology solutions. And also we have integration with the electronic solutions and the electrification. So we have the thought about how multi-fuel solutions can be applied within a product so that we can solve performance, availability, and economy. So we already have that in our portfolio. We also have products that have already been launched in the market that are totally electrified. We're talking about transportation trucks with performance to be able to have RNG, which is the renewable natural gas. So the solutions that have been developed because of circular economy, trying to minimize impact environmentally, also bringing solutions that can last. And remanufacturing for us is one of the key when it comes to sustainable economy, to bring this back into our operation and to really deliver the product to our customer. We already have launched this in Brazil. We have in Europe already a remanufacturing line because we understand the redesign of the product, because usually we think about cradle to cradle, cradle to tumble. So you go from cradle to cradle, or will it go from cradle to tomb? So we want to get away from this death. So we want the rebirth. This is one of the ways that we see innovation within our product. And we are very interested in the progress of renewing the fleet, because we can remove from the market products that should no longer be driving for safety reasons or for our operations and value for money. Our fleet of truck is more than 2 million, with an average age of 8 years of use. So if this program that we are bringing, we are one of the signatories of the development program with BDI to develop a recycling process that will take those trucks out of the fleet that have been in the market for over 30 years, recycling the product and using the material, either for a scrap or for any other alloys. We know there's technology that is important even for production of engines and aluminum alloys, steel alloys that can be replaced with no loss to durability, which is another factor that we thought of. When you think about technology in the long run, we are already in charge, so you can understand from an emission of pollutant standpoint, which is our first scope as a company, we are responsible for the emission of pollutant within the life cycle of that product. So in Latin America, Europe, Brazil, there are regulations that make a certified products within an emission standard, and within the life cycle of the product, it can effectively be insured within the right levels. So even the next evolution will be in terms of material, thinking about how business models of service can bring to us intelligent solutions. So within this context, innovation is present 100% of the time in circular economy, and really do believe in it. Thank you, Marco. And I should take this chance now with Dowie. I've been receiving a few questions here, and I'd like to ask you, how do you see this sector and intersector relationship in terms of implementing circular economy in productive chains, and also what is the role of education in this agenda? So Dowie, so we can really come to our final remarks, I'd like to answer the question, and I would give you the floor also to give your final remarks. Please.
Well, the first part of the question, I would say you can never do it alone. Do it together. Do it together with your partners in the production chain and the users, etc. You need them all, and we all need to see the new possibilities. That also takes a little bit of education, of course, but it mainly takes a lot of creativity. For instance, in your chemistry classes, you all had carbon chemistry, but we all forgot it. We have to get it back. And maybe carbon is a better future than iron. I don't know. But we need to have the creativity to work together to find new solutions. Because in innovation, there's one basic principle. When the railways were developed, they were not being developed by the stagecoach owners who had the market of transportation at that moment. No, it were other entrepreneurs who started seeing the quality of the railroads. So the stagecoach owners disappeared. And I hope for them that quite a lot came into the railroads, but that's one of the risks. If you do not collaborate in innovation, you will be standing aside and looking at, well, someone else with a smarter solution. That being said, there's also the other side, the power of one. In each company, you have people with different ideas, with innovation ideas, with, well, the possibility to look around and see things that other colleagues do not see. value these people. And the power of one is when you see yourself a new path, go for it. You can change the world. To give you an example, Santos Dumont is here in Brazil quite known, I would say. Santos Dumont had an idea. He had not a dream, he had an idea. Humans can fly. But they were not able to fly at the moment that he thought of that. So what he did was have focus and go on and go on and go on. And he was the first one in Europe who flew a machine that was heavier than air. And he saw the effects of his way of development, by the way. He did not think in terms of warfare. That was a negative effect of his qualities. But that kind of people that can change the world and show that something that seems to be impossible is possible, well, go for them. Support them. Show them the way. And nowadays we have a lot of small social enterprises all over the world. And these small social enterprises often already work based on circular economy principles. And they are able to do it and to grow on it. But the big companies do not often see what these small social enterprises are doing. So I would say start learning from them and see whether they have something that could be, well, the idea that you need for your company. Young people are more creative than my generation, than I am nowadays, hopefully. So let's keep an eye on them. These social enterprises are a source of inspiration that is unbelievable. So you can try to become a B Corp or whatever, but be first open to what's happening in the social enterprises. And finally, just one closing remark, two. One is going for efficiency is making things less worth. It's not it's less worse making it a little bit more efficient. You should go for effective solutions that really change the business, that really change your impact on the world. Not a net zero impact, no, a net positive impact. We should all have a positive impact on our children, on our surrounding, on our ecosystem, etc. As a person, as a producer, as a professional, just do it. And I would like to close. I have for the people in the panel. Yeah, I'm a Dutchman, so we're always trading. We made a book on economia circulaire. So it is Aprendizado Brasileiro. My Portuguese is bad. But we made a book with some ideas around circular economy, and I have one for the members of the panel with me. And it is all produced in collaboration with the Dutch Embassy. So that's my gift to you.
Muito obrigado, Doi. Passa agora para a Caterine para considerações
finais. Thank you,
finais.
Doi. Now pass the floor to Catherine for her final remarks.
Yes, thank you, David. Yes, it's not easy to implement circular economy. As we said, it's easy. The concept is easy to understand, but it's not easy to implement because we are all still in a linear economy. We all still generate waste. We all still selling products and so on. So yes, we have to change our mindset. That's not will be an easy task, but we have to do that. We have, as it has been said, to collaborate more, to share data between us outside our organization. With other organizations, we have to collaborate and we have, yes, to be creative and to learn from others, to open our mindset, may I say. And that will be my last word. We have to open our mindset.
Ok. Muito obrigado, Catherine. Passo agora para o Carlos Eduardo, para que faça as considerações.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I'm going now to give it over to Carlos Eduardo for his closing remarks. Well, thank you. As a closing remark, I would say that steel is a basic, indispensable material for us to be able to develop technologies that will make a low-carbon economy possible. It's a material that is widely used, that is going to be part of new technologies for the low-carbon economy. And number two is that as part of circular economy, we need to always work to incentivize the recycling chain that provides the return of these materials that we use in our day-to-day into the production chains back again. So we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people in Brazil, millions of people all over the world that need to be encouraged so that they continue doing what they do in their day-to-day in a legal way, and they can provide income to their families. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos. Now I would like to give the floor to Marcos. Thank you, Davi. First of all, I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank what I learned from Doe. They're all always most welcome to our perception of a perception that is really outside our reality. We always think of industry linearly. We are creating a new industry and we are really seeking to transform it into circular economy. It's a complex industry. It's not just the manufacturing itself alone, but all our vendors, suppliers, all the chain, how we do business, and we effectively believe that we have no choice in the future. We need to evolve and we will seek more and more innovations, bringing solutions that are collaborative to our groups along with society and trying based on the missions that we had to create a world that is increasingly better. I would like to thank Iveco Group very much for the opportunity of being here to share this with you. We are now closing our circular economy panel, and we are going to start the last panel of the day. I would like to thank Zoe, Carlos, and Marco too for the opportunity, for the experiences that were shared, as well as Catherine to share with us and talk about the international scenario, to give us an overview to everyone who are here, both in person and online, of the work that you are doing at the level of the ISOs, showing the perspectives, the difficulty, and how difficult it is to coordinate a work with different thoughts, different ideas, and many other barriers that we who are working close together and seeing all the interactions. And Brazil is present in all the groups, expanding the discussions and also having the perspective of the manufacturing industry to the discussions, not just in our country, but also including a much broader aspect with the understanding of Latin America and Caribbean. So once again, it's been a pleasure to have you with us, and definitely other opportunities will come so that we can talk more and more, and also report back to you to render accounts to our entire industry. Thank you very much again to everyone, and I am closing the Circular Economy panel. Thank you. So I am back to thank you all the panelists here today who were on the Circular Economy panel. Thank you very much for the inspiring talks. Let's organize everything for our last panel, but there will be more tomorrow for us to continue our conference to talk about the new strategies of the industry for the low-carbon economy. Well, while we get organized here, I would like to announce the details of our next panel on the theme Climate International Trade, and our next panel wants to present and debate the mechanism of carbon adjustment on the frontier and its impact in international trade. We'll be talking about the carbon border adjustment mechanism. I would like to give the floor to Renato da Fonseca, the Superintendent of Industrial Development at CNI. You're most welcome. Our moderator. Thank you very much. Also joining us, Rodrigo Pupo, a partner of MPA Trade Law. Please, can you join us at the stage? And also the Executive Officer of the International Chamber of Commerce Brazil, Gabriela Doliak. And to complete the panel, Jeffrey Wise, partner and co-leader of the theme of international trade policy and negotiations of SEPTO. You're all most welcome, and I hope you have an excellent conversation. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, almost good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Rodrigo, Gabriela, Jeffrey for the invitation to be on this panel. And we will be talking about climate change and international trade, or maybe environment and international trade. It's important to mention this is not a new theme in international trade. A few decades ago, we were talking about instituting a green seal or not. But I think that what has changed is not just the intensity, but also the need of environmental themes to be addressed, international trade topics in terms of climate changes, in terms of carbon emissions. So this theme has grown in international negotiations and also has grown in unilateral measures, especially at the level of CBAM, which is our first topic on this panel. So first of all, I would like to ask Rodrigo to tell us what CBAM is. What does this acronym mean? That causes so much debate, not just in international trade, but also in environment. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. In 5 minutes, well, it's a challenge to explain the European CBAM, and starting with the carbon border adjustment mechanism. It is a proposal of the EU that has already been approved by the European Parliament. It's being finalized in the next few weeks. We are going to have the final design of this mechanism. But to understand CBAM, we need to take a step back to understand a little bit better about the European carbon market. So the trade of emissions, which was the subject of 2 of the previous panels that went deeper into that, talked about it a little bit to the audience. The EU has selected a few specific industries to be outside carbon pricing as exceptions, whereas since 2005 we had many industries subject to carbon pricing. Some industries, specifically which are energy intensive and sensitive to trade, they were shielded from this carbon pricing cost as a remedy to avoid the leakage of carbon, so that there is not an increase in carbon imports, and European industry would be at a situation that adverse situation in terms of competitiveness. And along years with the renovation of the European market and with increasing commitment of the EU, these industries receive the free allowances. And these industries will no longer receive that and will need to pay for their emissions.
And definitely this will increase the cost of these sectors in the European Union, and CBAM comes to a response to replicate the cost increase to the same sectors, so that there is no escape of carbon increase in the European Union with products of higher carbon footprint. that are more intensive, or the migration of that to other companies with lighter specific approaches. So this is how CBAM works and how would it actually work. And we should say that the final version will be learned of how it will work the next day, but as the proposal has already been approved by the European Parliament, and it will have a CBAM certificate that will refer to what is already in the product to the price in the European Union. So the exporter will present its data that has been given of real emissions to the price, and then the sum will be calculated accordingly. That should be paid of CBAM, that will be calculated based on the total of the emissions in the product. If the importer does not have this amount declared by the exporter, will use an emission amount, a proxy or default, as you can have a problem because exporters that don't have this information will be hindered with a fee that will be much higher. Which are the most intensive one? Aluminum, iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, electricity, and most likely organic chemicals, hydrogen. It will all depend on the final part of approval. At first, it will be a transition phase, as it has already been mentioned before. Some years of tests will just be a report, won't be the actual payment of the carbon fee. And then after that, there will be the charge. And what are the opportunities and the challenges? Well, theoretically, I mean, if it's an environmental point, there is opportunity for the exporters in Brazil because of our energy mix and because of less carbon footprint of the Brazilian industry, specifically the sectors that will be included by CBAM.
Mas aí existem desafios, né?
But then there are challenges. If it's environmental, Brazil is doing well, but there are challenges in terms of the methodology. It will be the one of the European community. So how, I mean, will that be done? So it's important to use the methodology of the European Union. If they don't inform the data, they will be hindered. And the point is that there's the exclusive focus on pricing carbon in those specific sectors. So there are some points there that are quite complex. For instance, ignoring investments, ignoring some trade-offs. So it's concerned with the carbon footprint of that specific product. And there's another point, which is the policy space of countries, the environmental duties and trade duties. So if they are already abiding by their environmental climate obligations, but it's not for specifically for that sector. So what would we have? I mean, according to the current model, this is a point that is not being taken into consideration. So another point is that when we look into the detail, it's not necessarily the mirror of the trade European system, because the carbon pricing has the industrial plants as a model, and CBAM will demand a verification presenting the data at a very detailed level, that is at a product level for taxing. So we don't know if the importers will have the same for the national products. And lastly, although there are other challenges, is the use of the revenue from the carbon market, also of CBAM's revenue. And because of the reform, I mean, the revenue will be inverted to the energy transition innovation of industrial sectors, also European ones. But if CBAM came exactly to replicate the cost to the importer that will have to be taken by the European industrial sector, and that will be reverted to the European, so it can be considered a specific subsidy as well. And the revenue of CBAM most likely will be used for funding the climate ones that have a better environmental development. So this brings about the principle of common responsibility. So this is a point that CINI has been working a lot. The management of foreign trade right from the beginning has been working. That's right from the first work of the European Union. So in general, that is the characteristics of the European CBAM. Thank you, Rodrigo. I'd like to pass the floor to Jeff then. Jeff, it's not only the European Union. There are other countries involved also that are with the same concern and also have an unilateral action. Would you be able to tell us about the U.S. comparing with CBAM? What are the measures that they have been seeking?
Well, I think, first of all, thanks for inviting me. I guess the high-level takeaway is it's going to be a little bit early to comment on how the specific procedures among potential CBAMs compare. The EU CBAM is significantly further ahead than other potential measures, but we can pinpoint certain similarities and differences that are likely. So, for example, it seems pretty clear that all CBAMs are likely to target the major carbon-intensive sectors, things like cement, iron and steel, and chemicals, and then expand outward from there. All of them are likely to concentrate on more easily measurable Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions before potentially expanding to Scope 3 emissions. All of the CBAMs are likely to rely on benchmarks to some extent to estimate the carbon footprint of products. All of them will likely credit some countries' importers for certain types of costs incurred through compliance with climate policies in the country of production, and all will likely provide for exceptions for certain countries. As I said before, it appears that the EU is furthest ahead. I'm not aware of another government that's released a similarly detailed proposal or advanced as far as through the legislative process. But there are a couple of things we can learn from some of the other measures that are out there, and I just want to talk about a few. So if you look at the United Kingdom, the UK Parliament's Environment Audit Committee, or the EAC, they launched an inquiry into CBAMs in 2021 and released a report in April 2022 recommending that work on implementing a unilateral CBAM start as soon as possible with potential rollout by the end of the decade. And what's interesting is that the committee also found that the UK's carbon border approach needed to include a set of complementary policies, including product standards, to tackle consumption emissions beyond those covered by explicit carbon pricing. So it's not just a CBAM. And the UK government, in response to the report, said it would seek consultations on a CBAM later this year. Obviously, there's some transitional issues, so it may be delayed. But they noted that any option selected would take into account the need to comply with WTO rules and carefully consider the needs of developing countries, but that's left at a very high level. Canada also ran a public consultation process on carbon border adjustments. That process concluded at the end of January 2022. I'm not aware of any movement since that time. With respect to the U.S., I would say the fundamental difference between the approach that's being discussed in the U.S. with the approach that's being discussed in Canada, the U.K., and the EU is that there wouldn't be a national carbon pricing mechanism that could be adjusted on imports. There would essentially be a constructed value, or maybe no constructed value at all, just a carbon tariff. So far, none of them have generated sufficient support to be passed into law. One approach that was proposed last year would impose a tariff on carbon-intensive goods. including steel, aluminum, cement, iron, and fossil fuel products like natural gas, petroleum, and coal. And it would set the tariff by calculating the compliance costs incurred by U.S. companies with regard to an array of central government and sub-central government environmental laws in order to set an implicit carbon price that could be put on imports. Now, there was a legislative proposal earlier this year from several Democratic senators that would impose a carbon tax on both imported and domestic products, but that seems unlikely to gain traction due to opposition from the Republican side to the domestic piece of that. But a carbon tax on imports remains something that could generate bipartisan support in our view as another means of outcompeting China, since that's the focus here. A major issue is going to be how a U.S. carbon border adjustment, which would be based on an implicit carbon price, would interact with the EU CBAM, which Rodrigo discussed, which would be based on an explicit carbon price. Because at the moment, the EU CBAM proposal wouldn't recognize an implicit U.S. carbon price for U.S. exporters, which potentially puts the U.S. and the EU on a collision course and creates problems for everyone else that's trying to comply. WTO rules, I think it's really important that we talk about those for a little bit. And the bottom line is that that's unlikely to significantly influence whether a country adopts a CBAM. And part of that is because the politics of climate and also the WTO appellate body being inoperative, in terms of what specific violations there could be, it really depends on how the CBAM is constructed and how it's applied. So if the United States were to impose a CBAM, for instance, with an implicit carbon price, so they're not adjusting for an emissions trading scheme, or they're not adjusting for a domestic carbon price, that would very likely be found to violate WTO rules. Again, given how hard that would be to get domestically, I think that would be something that the administration would be willing to live with. But there are other things that could violate WTO rules. Exempting certain WTO members from the CBAM also runs up against the trade law principle of most favored nation. And that could likely happen in multiple measures. You could also violate non-discrimination principles by providing phase-ins for domestic industries. That's something that's been discussed in the EU. But it's important to recognize that even if a country were to challenge another country's CBAM at the WTO, any inconsistency could be found justified under one or more of the GATT Article 20 environmental exceptions. And those exceptions allow for measures that are necessary for the protection of human, animal, and plant life or health, as well as the conservation of exhaustible natural resources. And so even if a CBAM were found to be WTO inconsistent, and as I said before, it's unlikely given the political climate, there's a growing commitment by WTO members to ensure trade rules facilitate climate policy objectives. The dysfunctional state of the WTO dispute settlement system would make enforcement of the panel's ruling very difficult, and countries can always seek to negotiate or choose to suffer retaliation rather than amend or revoke the measures found to be WTO inconsistent. So it's important for folks to recognize that the risk of WTO litigation is unlikely to deter countries from adopting CBAMs. CBAMs are coming. They are moving out of the academic realm into the reality that we're all going to face.
Muito obrigado, Jeffrey. Acho que você trouxe ponto importante, ou seja, o papel.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I think you brought an important point in terms of multilateral organizations to understand how I can put together all of these discussions. And I should take this moment to invite Gabriela. Right from the beginning, I see has really been advocate of free trade. So how do you see, how can we conciliate with a multilateral agenda, be it with the World Trade Organization, WTO, or joining other agencies to be able to work with the problem? Thank you, Renato. What's interesting to say is that with the work that we have at ICC and also globally, this is a topic that has been widely discussed, and there is no consensus for ICC Global, within ICCs in Europe and also ICCs that are not in the European Union. There's no consensus of what will actually take place, and the position of ICC Global, as you said, that is advocate of free trade. ICC has already shown that obviously measures that foster best environmental practices are extremely important, but has already been made clear that they shall not really get to a protectionist level. I think Jeffrey Rodrigo made that very clear, that at what is the point that this can take place. And I believe this is the big discussion of CBAM. And that is not clear today. Definitely we don't have the final text, but once we do have this text, we can discuss from both sides. And I believe that is where the challenges of mechanisms of this sort. So what is the role of WTO? I mean, it has been discussing this topic and has really been building into a momentum at WTO and how to deal with this, with advancing these discussions. And I believe these discussions haven't been taken at the level it should. And today it's been facing a geopolitical scenario that is quite much of a turmoil state where multilateralism has been questioned. And also the couple body is not been operating. So WTO becomes an organization where we don't see one to bring solutions that are efficient. And from that state on, we realize that this will be a problem that the countries will have to work around, either through groups, where one will face the European Union disagreeing with a theme given, or bilaterally. So I believe this is a theme that has been more and more fragmented, and it will be a litigation process that definitely will go from the environmental level and go to the trade realm. And I believe some points are important to recall, and I believe Jeffrey mentioned that in a very clear manner, and I think this is inevitable. Over and over, countries will have their own versions of CBAM. They will like it or not. It is the best or not mechanism to accelerate to the adoption of best environmental practices. This is an installed reality. Brazil, if wishes to, can have its own CBAM as well. But the main point is that Brazil must accelerate the adaptation to what this new reality environmentally and commercially has brought forth. So how prepared are we to take that on from a technical standpoint? Are we ready? Are companies here ready? I believe definitely companies from an environmental level have been doing much, but this has to be proven. And this I will let it open to our second question about where the carbon market kicks in. But in any case, there's a second point, which is the one that Brazil needs to be back leading the discussions of environment abroad. We might not agree with the methodology that the European Union has been implementing. So what is the methodology that Brazil wishes to have? What is better for us when it comes to this dialogue? What is better for us when it comes to these discussions? And this is something that we haven't said much. So if we do not take ownership of the space, we'll have a scenario where the methodology will be implemented that will not favor us. So within this inevitable issue, how will you guide the topic to favor Brazilian companies more? And I believe that is a point that we must evolve in here in Brazil. We have not been doing this, and maybe not even as a government administration, as private sector. This is also a self-criticism where we need to lead and direct better these discussions so that they can favor us a bit more.
Gabriela, Rodrigo, você mencionou que tem
Thank you, Gabriela. Rodrigo, you've mentioned that there are opportunities. When we look at the ideal, the main initial goal, as mentioned by you and Jeffrey, are energy-intensive industries. And Brazil today has an energy mix that is much cleaner, with renewable energy at a higher percentage than most countries in the world, in a world where we have a reorganization of global chains, both US companies as well as European companies, considering geopolitical issues, trying to diversify and remove part of the production from China, where there is a use of coal that is much more intensive. This apparently seems to be a great opportunity for Brazil that even at a higher cost in the production of certain products, it would have the advantage of benefiting from such incentive policies towards reduction of carbon emission. And you brought up a question. What is this question? Would it be easy to tap into that? But this theoretically is easy, but in practice, it is not just like that. Actually, in the format that we have today of the CBAM proposal, the amount of pricing for carbon paid at the source country could be deducted what is due to the import at the European Union. But it's not so much the carbon footprint, but it's the carbon price. And then we go into environmental, the principles of international environmental law. What is being charged seems to be more related to competitiveness rather than an environmental product. Let's assume a situation that has half the carbon footprint of a similar product in the European market. Even so, it will pay, and it will pay a lot, depending on the carbon price. So it is also, it is perhaps more the price criterion rather than necessarily the carbon footprint. And there's an interesting point in which Brazil has an advantage, which is in its energy mix, which is the question, what is the scope of the emissions that are included? Originally, the scope was of direct emissions in the parliament will be included due to the pressure of the environmental committee, the need to include indirect emissions. So it's not enough for you to include in CBAM the emissions. The exporter should not only report direct emissions, but also indirect emissions. And this, curiously enough, has a lot of negative reaction from the private sector in Europe, because they have incidents in their direct costs. Members subsidize energy and everything. So as they do this, Brazilian products would still have great advantage from the standpoint of carbon footprint. So this is also a question of indirect emissions that Brazil, theoretically, if it would be part of it, would have an advantage. Jeffrey, maintaining basically the same question, do you believe there is space for developing economies like Brazil to influence this legislation? In other words, today we have this smaller emission or lower emission. How can I make this to apply in the international market and these unilateral legislations that are coming up?
Well, I think it's important to be proactive, right? Because we know these measures are coming. And I can just give you some examples of how other companies and other industries that I know of are trying to tackle these issues. So, one is companies are seeing the handwriting on the wall in terms of, needing to lower their carbon footprint. And they know that the EU CBAM and other CBAMs are coming. So they're starting to make adjustments. So a typical question that we get from a company is, we want to shift our steel production, our aluminum production from this country to other countries. Here are the 5 or 6 countries we're thinking about sourcing from. Can you rank them for us in terms of our potential exposure to carbon border measures, whether it's the EU, the US, or other jurisdictions? And we have to look at their Paris commitments. We look at the carbon intensity of the steel making. We look at the regulatory regimes of those countries and where they might go depending on their dependence on certain markets. And we rank them and we help them with supplier questionnaires, and they're taking it seriously. They know these are coming. So I think, first of all, you have to be proactive on a company basis. I think you also need to be proactive on an industry basis. So I know trade associations and sectors that are developing their own standards in international standards bodies to measure the carbon footprint of their operations, and they're doing it because they think they could get an advantage. And as a standards person, I know that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, because there are technical details being worked out in those technical discussions that can provide benefits to countries that are and industries that are participating, and liabilities to others. So I think Rodrigo was talking earlier about energy mix, and so there's one technical committee that I'm aware of where they're talking about how to measure carbon footprint and what's the balance between the grid mix and the direct production emissions. And depending on where that falls out will depend on who can meet the standard and who can't meet the standard, right? And there's discussions. I mean, direct emissions in many ways is more fair, but to not look at grid mix means that a particular country could apply the standard in a way that would increase carbon leakage, creating one supply chain that's cleaner than another. But going back to the example, the reason the industry is trying to create this standard is because they want to create a procurement preference where anyone that meets the standard, gets a preference for certain government contracts. And so they're thinking ahead about what governments want to do. This particular standard scheme is recognized in both the United States and the EU. So I definitely think that being proactive, both as companies and also at the sector specific level, looking at how to set these carbon accounting standards, and also how to drive the direction of how these measures are formulated is really important. I mean, there's so many different details in terms of the sectors that are covered, the products that are covered, the scope of emissions that are covered, what's the charge going to be on imports, what are the exceptions going to be for developing countries, phase-ins, is there going to be an export rebate, how are you going to measure and verify the carbon footprint, when do the benchmarks kick in versus the actual emissions, what are the penalties for non-compliance? All of these things are going to be developed through regulation, through guidance, and there's negotiating leverage that Brazil has to push back, to get in the game with other countries that are putting these measures together, to be able to work together on common schemes. This is not going to be easy, with the US and the EU potentially coming up with different schemes, but there's no alternative than to engage.
Muito obrigado, Jeffrey. Gabriela, a gente está discutindo aqui.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Gabriela, we're discussing here two problems that require multilateral action. There is no use for a country to have a freer trade that is going to be standalone, and it's no use to have one country trying to mitigate the effects of global warming. And today we have different fora. You've mentioned the weakening of WTO, the difficulties being facing. Do you think WTO can recover this power and be a protagonist in this environmental debate as well? Is it possible to combine this debate within WTO with the other part of that debate, the environment, or are we going to have this detached discussion running the risk of not having free trade or not being able to attain goals of carbon reduction? I think there are two answers here. First, that in the view of ICC, WTO is key for the future of trade, multilateralism, and economic and social development in the world. It's quite grandiose, but ICC was born believing in it. Today, of course, the challenges are much different, much more complex. It means that WTO needs to modernize. It needs to requires a reform. It needs to put into its agenda a reality that is quite different from when it was set. But trade without WTO is very difficult, in our view, to envisage. I believe the last point you've mentioned, in other words, trade and environment, that they cannot be antagonic. We should find a solution that contemplates trade, that is highly qualified, free. We were even having this conversation to the best extent possible, and the environmental balance that is very healthy and with a lot of transparency. From the points that Jeffrey brought up and Rodrigo also brought up, it's important for us to stress and how we prepare Brazil as a country for this debate. Again, Brazilian companies have been doing a lot, but the great difference will be how we can demonstrate this abroad. So what is the system that we're going to adopt in Brazil? The carbon market can help, can it? I think it's a mechanism that can speed up this, so to speak, this certification, this proof of companies in terms of their carbon footprint, but it needs to exist in communication with the best international practices. So it's to no avail for us to create something that essentially is only understood in a local market. So we communicate with ourselves. In other words, so what we need to do is to prepare the private sector, to prepare the country for the best international practices. To take part, Brazil only recently has it joined a working group of WTO trend and sustainability. Since we believe WTO is the future, and I hope we still believe in it, we should perhaps have joined before, strengthening this discussion and not sort of spreading jam on the side of ICC, but ICC has been created that international standards are necessary for trade, but we must have the international standards in Brazil as well. We have peculiarities, but if we have, I always joke, if we have, a 3-pin plug that you need 7 adapters for the international community to be able to understand what we're doing, and then you've lost credibility from the international buyer and the international regulator. So we need to have a recognition as of today. If we want to be competitive abroad, this benchmark and these standards need to be born with an international view from the beginning. Gabriela, thank you. Well, let me see how many minutes we have left. 3 for each. Wow. So it's such an interesting debate that I actually lost track of time. We're almost reaching the end, so I'm going to ask you to briefly, in no more than 2 minutes, make your final remarks. I'm going to go the other way around. I'm going to start with Gabriela, then Jeffrey, and then we close with Rodrigo. Please, Gabriela. Thank you, Renato. I'm just going to share a number here that I think it's important. There's been a study of UNCTAD that said that Brazil is the country with the 8th largest exposure to CBAM in terms of added value, iron and steel with greater exposure. It is not small, the impact to us. This means that recognizing this, what we need to do is what Jeffrey said, proactively act. We need to prepare environmentally and commercially as to how we're going to put it from the standpoint, technical standpoint, certifications and qualifications of Brazilian emissions. I think this is an important point. And from the commercial standpoint, we have to be prepared for these negotiations. They're going to be difficult negotiations to put Brazil at the guiding table of this debate, and we need to do this with much more assertiveness, but we need to have a country strategy as to how we're going to negotiate this. Brazil has great leverage that needs to be. So what is going to be our strategy facing this? So I think that if we stop at a place, this is wrong, this is poor, and just staying there, it won't help us a lot. I think the recognition is the following is, this is a reality. How can we tap into it? How can we prepare better? How can we defend better and possibly transform this question that Rodrigo brought up? We have opportunities and challenges, but since we move much more towards opportunities than challenges, Brazil has great capability to have the environmental issue to be a comparative advantage. The homework is very much ours to address these topics. Thank you, Gabriela. Jeffrey, please, 2 minutes for your final remarks.
Thanks very much. And I actually saw the same UNCTAD study and totally agree. I mean, the eighth rank on the list, it's the exposure for Brazilian companies is not inconsiderable. As I mentioned before, you not only have the cost of compliance, but you have all of the differences among the measures that are likely to occur, which creates additional costs and could preclude access, especially for smaller companies. So being proactive, understanding your supply chain from one end to the other, direct and indirect suppliers from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, you'll be better prepared to demonstrate compliance with CBAMs and the ever-expanding number of other measures under development, whether it's anti-deforestation measures, climate risk disclosure measures, and voluntary climate and sustainability standards. Companies are investing now in greening their supply chains, but also in preparing to measure and demonstrate this to regulators. And if you do, you stand to gain a competitive advantage. If you don't, you may lose market share. Unless all countries agree to an international carbon price, which is highly unlikely, as others have mentioned, CBAMs are the most likely tool that governments will resort to. You also have to recognize that these measures are going to be coupled with other types of measures that might be promoting domestic content. For example, the new Inflation Reduction Act in the United States is going to provide tax credits, both production tax credits and investment tax credits with respect to renewable energy, but there's a domestic content requirement for iron, steel, and manufactured goods. Same thing for the new electric vehicle tax credits for vehicles that contain critical minerals or battery components that come from a foreign entity of concern. They're not going to qualify, and so you're going to need to scrub your supply chains in that sense as well. We're starting up a new international standards activity in ASTM International to track digital information within the supply chain, including with respect to carbon accounting. And that's an activity that I think Brazilian companies could participate in as well to be proactive and help to set the standard.
Muito obrigado, Jeffrey. Rodrigo, por favor, 2 minutos.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Rodrigo, 2 minutes. I think it is important for us to keep our eyes wide open in the final version of European CBAM. To see products and things that are included, to see what's the transit. Well, the transitional starting in 2023. When would payment in CBAM would start in European Union, and what would be the response of other countries? This will encourage other countries to speed up their processes internally, their bases, so that they can make their own. And then we run a great risk of fragmentation, because then this would be a bad scenario in various senses, especially from the systemic standpoint, from the standpoint of harmonization of rules and sectors, each country regulating their own way, for setting their own price or given prices or given products or given countries. For the exporters, looking from the viewpoint of Brazilian exporters, it would be a vast array of problems. Something that comes up, another viewpoint that is a more positive here, which is the possibility of dialogue and cooperation that we have. At the moment, it's urgent, climate urgency, and the moment now at WTO, OECD, monitoring, IMF, coming into with pricing of carbon and attentive eye to the discussion of the Carbon Club. G7 in this statement a few months ago put this as a goal. They established a Carbon Club that is open, diverse, to start discussing with other countries, and G20 also brought it up as a question. We don't know yet. The Carbon Club, what it would be a discussion place for best practices amongst country or minimum floor of carbon price. And then from there you would have a sort of a tariff wall. And then those that are inside not charge, and those that are outside need to pay to get into this market. So this is something that we should pay attention to.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, members of the panel, Jeffrey, Gabriela, Rodrigo. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, and I believe it will be see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Exatamente isso. Até amanhã.
That is right. We will be here together again tomorrow to talk about the strategy of the industry for a low carbon economy. So thank you, everyone, for having been here with us throughout the day. So we'll all be back tomorrow. Have a great evening, everyone. And I will still be working, so good rest, everyone.